Greetings, gamers, and welcome. No, I'm just playing. All right, sorry about that. My bad. There was OBS crashed on us, and I had to restart my entire system. So I apologize.
We're back from outer space, friends. We are here. Everything is okay.
But yeah, we were talking about Godly Entertainment, and essentially, yeah, it was really cool. It was very high-level gameplay in terms of. Not the standard, very OP, more about how you win, not, if you win kind of stuff. And yeah, it was really cool. I want to say somewhere in here, was it here? Where, you usually save chats, don't you?
I save what I would consider relevant chats. Where do we...
I'm trying to figure out where did Hizboar make the reference that Aberration in this. I want to say it was in chat when we were reviewing it that he mentioned that they were together. I want to check the Discord real quick. Excuse me.
Let me see. I'm looking at Hizboar's chat.
Wait, who did? Hello? Who is?
What are we looking at?
I don't want to. Hold on. I got to figure out what this is.
It wasn't me. Interactive.
Did someone...
Vortex is right. Basically, yeah, you take in phases.
I want to say, yeah, I want to say this in chat. So, I'm having a problem.
To be honest, I made the Aberration class to be some kind of a pet of the Godly Entertainment. A little
Thank you.
creepy, awkward pet so that the gods can have different pressure points to press against when they target the character. So those pressure points to mean like, I'm going to threaten your pet because you care about it so much.
Kidnap it, hurt it. Because again, remember, the idea is that the Godly Entertainment is the representative of your god, right? Whoever your god is, you are their shining star. You are the representative in this long conquest, in this game that they're playing, right? They are betting against you. You have a pet. A player-played pet. The Aberration is played by a player, but it is in a sense in-game the pet or the servant of the Godly Entertainment, specifically designed to be used as a pressure point. So it could be kidnapped, it could be hurt, it could be abused.
And I'm assuming that would be by the other gods, not your god.
Yeah, the idea, or the god could punish you. Like I think he even said that if God wants to punish you, he could punish your pet. So that's the idea, is it's kind of basically both your god and other gods' way of getting at you. But again, being played by a player and not having been an NPC is great. And not it being one of those...
That's kind of crazy.
Because I've seen this in two ways. Either the DM plays it as an NPC, or the player is given control of the NPC. Right? And the player is basically saying, hey, you have an NPC to control, which is basically saying you have two characters.
Yeah.
I like this more. That, like, another player can tack on and have their own game style. They have their own motivations. They have their own... Like, again, this is, like, similar to... a prefab, what I call a prefab, or like a one-shot where you get basically given a character build and you kind of get given your motivations and everything. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like on that, but being able to be played out, the way you think it should be played out, right? So you kind of have this idea of you're here to please, and you're this pet, you're the pet, you're here to please this Godly Entertainment.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you could be used, and maybe that gives the player the ability to, like, maybe they're not going to be bound by liking the Godly Entertainment all the time. Maybe the more it gets abused, maybe the player is allowed to play it as in it stops liking them. The pet stops, being a pet. Maybe it starts to, like,
be on the other side, or like...
Right? Like, there's so many different ways
plot
you can
against
play
you.
that.
That's crazy.
So where was it? Was that just in
That was a chat.
Okay, so that was like the Twitch chat.
Yeah, that was in Twitch chat.
So glad we saved it. So yeah, so that was basically kind of what this was all about, and I really liked it. I think that was, I thought it was fantastic. So I'm really interested to see how this pet works out. One thing, I've got to figure out what's going on with Discord real quick.
Sometime with Discord?
Oh, never mind. I see what happened.
I see, said the blind man.
I was looking for Aberration in Discord, and a name popped up that I'm not familiar with.
Oh.
Really? Yeah, and I'm just like, who's that? Because it's a white name, which means that they don't have a role. So I'm like, who is this? Because I don't know the name of it. But it's someone who's no longer in the Discord. Unfortunate.
Oh, got you.
But it was just something that they had given us before. And
got you.
It was just something that they had submitted, but I'm just like, but the Discord has, I guess, updated their nickname because it's not the same nickname that they were as when they were here.
Interesting.
So I don't understand that. They've left the Discord, but this is not the name that they had in the Discord when they were here. So I don't know why it's updating.
What channel was that in?
If you just look for Aberration, if you just search Aberration, it's the first person it's the newest result that pops up. Like I said, I just don't want to talk about it because I just
no. I feel that
because I don't know why they left. Like they
right.
I've left Discords just whatever reason and myself. But yeah, they were kind of they submitted a couple items, but it was just it's a name I was not. Interesting. But you know who it is?
Yes, yeah. I do 100% know who it is.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, weird.
Huh. Okay,
so
good to know.
All right. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, we've given it enough time. Hizboar is not going to show at this time, so that's all right. Discord things, yeah, just Discord things.
Discord things.
You've left the Discord, but we're not quite keeping you private. It's Discord things.
Listen, I'm not trying to blow you out there. Like, keep it on the DL. It's fine.
Speaking of Discord, just go pop those back into the new chat because we're in a new stream. It's kind of decided to cancel on us. Rude. All right, there we go. Bam. Here we go. All right, so let's get into Aberration. So this is a subless class, meaning that it has no subclasses. It is designed to be a standalone, obviously for this setting, something that I really like because it's kind of akin to the older gaming style before they really dove into subclasses. But it is also meant to be the pet or servant or secondary character to the godly entertainment that we just spoke of. So let us begin. As I continue to pause.
Listen, we getting it.
All right. So, Aberration, main class main. I'm not really sure what that means, but I guess we didn't really have anything.
Yeah. It's not a subclass.
Submitted by viewer Hizboar. All right. So the description. Let's go. The Aberration are the silent friends. They watch others who go through real primal pain. They watch little kids who sunbake mud out of hunger in ruined villages. They watch lost fishermen bite down their lips and cry for those who cannot cry. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I skipped a line. They watch lost fishermen bite down on their lips and drink their own blood out of thirst in the midst of an endless water. The Aberration are the silent scream. They cry for those who cannot cry. They scream for those who have no voice. One should not misunderstand, though. They are not the justice, but the judgment. They accept pain of the poor and the abandoned as the most destructive path to true power. They become abandoned and alone by accepting others that are abandoned and alone. They can get inspired by others' stories and create never-before-seen paths of battling their foes. An Aberration becomes stronger the more pain it experiences or learns from others. Even though they have no extra defenses against pain, hunger, thirst, nor any kind of wounds they may get, their smiles always remain for those who need company in their endless, thorny journeys. This class has no subclass. You must have a strength score of 13 or higher in order to multi-class in or out of this class. I like that. Do you notice what that was? That right there is a second edition mechanic.
What is?
You must have a strength score of 13 or higher in order to multi-class into or out of. Not to take this class. That was not a minimum to take the class.
Interesting.
That I have not seen since second edition, and I don't think third edition had that. But second edition and even first edition,
I do know there are some multi-class prerequisites. Like if you check, let me actually see if I can go look.
Because a lot of them will have minimums. Like it's usually just you still have to have a minimum, but a lot of them don't have
agree with that
cap to get in or out of, which is just great. Because again, if you don't, it's just basically a minimum to multi-class. But it's not a minimum to choose the class. I love it. It's an old school feature that you don't really see because a lot of people don't think of it. Don't really think of it. Because most people think, well, if I'm going to create a character, I'm just going to wait till my score is 13.
I don't know if this counts, but I'm looking at 5e tools, and I just selected Bard. Mm-hmm. But there's a little section in here, and it says multi-classing, and it says ability score minimum charisma 13.
So that may be it. Maybe that's how they've put it in there. It still says 2 multi-class with Bard. Okay, so maybe they do still have it. It's not something that I've seen written like this.
Yeah, but I like the in or out of it. Like,
it's the concept of. I mean, I didn't know 5th edition had that. I haven't seen that in 5th edition books. But then again,
I'm not sure where exactly or how they articulate it. Again, that's why I kind of like some of these.
This is one of the downsides of using something like that, though. Like that could be an interpretation used by 5e, by the 5e wiki. Because where'd you look that up at?
This is on 5e tools, and I'm pretty sure everything that they pull from here is directly sourced from either the player's handbook or one of the other references that they will point to on here.
Or I wonder if that's something that's like in the DMG that they just added.
That might be the case, and I think that's what happens. They combine a lot of resources
and that's the hard
into
part,
one page.
That's the hard part. If you don't have multiple resources, it's hard to nail down when and where.
Exactly.
They said that because I would say that in all of the times we looked up classes in 5th edition, I don't think I've ever seen that in a player's handbook 5th edition.
I don't recall that because I go through that character creation process pretty often with new players and stuff like that.
I've done multiclassing. I mean, we always do, a lot of So I would like to think that if that does exist in 5th edition, it's either in a supplemental or it's in the DMG and it's been compiled. But I don't think I've ever seen that in the player's handbook, whereas it was in the player's handbook in earlier editions. In a lot of the in 2nd edition, I do believe it's in the player's handbook. But yeah, just something I noticed. Really like that. So what do you think about this description? This concept of it's kind of like what were those things called? Like the not the Watchers, but I've completely blanked on the name.
Is it from like a show or a movie?
Yeah, it was. It was like. Or was it Dresden? It may have been Dresden. It's the idea of like right before something major happens, these things start to appear that are just there to witness it. They're like the witnesses, I think they're called.
Interesting.
I can't remember where they're from, but yeah, it's called like the witnesses, and the idea is that they just they're this like interdimensional or just they're almost like ghosts. They just show up.
There was this show that I watched that had something called The Observers in it. There were these weird bald people that would just and they're kind of outside time.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah. Is that it? Is that what I'm thinking of?
I think it might have been. It was come from a show called Fringe. It was
that's
very cool show.
Yes, that's the Fringe. That's what it was. The Observers. This idea that when they show up, something is going to happen, but they're not part of it.
They're just there to observe it, record it, see.
And they're just somewhere. Something is collecting that data. And that's exactly what this kind of gives me vibes of is, yes, it's like, it's almost like the gods created, or I don't know if the gods created these things for their entertainments to have, or if it's kind of like, the fish that latch onto the shark to help eat the things that, or the fish that follow the shark to eat the things that attach to the shark. It's almost like, did the gods create this for the entertainment, or did these things find the entertainments because what the gods do to them is a good feeding source? So is this just the guppy that sits next to the shark to eat all the tiny stuff?
Interesting. There's a very interesting concept. I like that.
So I'm really curious if Hizboar thought about why the aberration is there. Like, was it assigned to God the entertainment, or does it just recognize? Because again, it says it wants to do this. It wants to be there for those that need it. And if it finds a godly entertainment, is that just a buffet, or was it assigned? Like, was it told you need to go follow this one?
I mean, maybe initially it was happenstance, and then once they saw how well it worked, they were like, everybody freaking needs one,
right?
And so they were just like, yo, let me go find some more.
Or is that given to the players? Because how cool would that be to let the players choose where you like assign, or you guys like,
that would be
like partners, or is it more like the first time the godly entertainment like was given like a task? they failed miserably, they were punished by their god, or the first time they were ever punished by their god, they were banished and they were told you have to find your way back. And on their way, they found this thing and it helped them get there. And they've just been together. Like, how cool would that be to give the players that option of like, here's your relationship, but how you got here is up to you guys.
Right.
Because I think that's a good way to start one-shots, or at least those pre-gen games where you kind of take on a character, is a lot of the times everything's written for you. Like, everything, your backstory, why you guys are friends and everything.
Yeah.
I think it would be so cool to just give everybody the current state. Like, hey, you guys are a team. You've been working together for 2 years. And, you guys are like doing this. This is who you work for. But beyond that, you guys create the thing. Who likes each other? Who doesn't like each other? Like, give those characters life by letting the players live it, instead of saying, hey, you two don't like each other. You two really like each other. And you two have known each other since kids. Like, those details, I think, are better done by the players.
Right.
Because it gets more creative. Whereas all you have to do is say, hey, right now, you guys are a party for such and such reason. But how you got here, you tell me. I think that makes better gaming sessions. And that's what I like to do, is just I used to like to do. I can't really say that I do that now, because High Point's a lot different. But in terms of, I guess, what I like to do when I'm a player in a new session 0, I like it when the players can do that. I can't really say that I like it when I give my players the option, because I don't.
Right.
But yes, I like it. Or I guess, yeah, I guess sometimes I do, like in the case of you and Safia, I guess Alo and Safia, you guys chose to be siblings.
Yeah.
So that was really something that you decided. But again, I don't really do one shots, so I don't really give people those boundaries.
That makes a lot of sense.
But as a player, I've run into a few times where we were really given, like, as players, the opportunity to decide what the history was, and it was really fun.
That is cool.
So I would say that would be my choice. My choice to go with that. All right, moving forward. All right, so we have quite a lot of proficiencies. I'm probably not going to go through all of this list. You guys can kind of see it on stream, and we will be reading through these as it goes. But basically, first through 20th level, we have some proficiency bonuses. So we have +2 proficiency bonus until level 5. Then we have a +3 until level 9. Then we have a +4 until level 13, which we get a +5 until level 17, which we max out at a +6 through level 20. We get a couple really interesting features along the way. Pack of the Pet, which is probably the concept of binding yourself. I'm assuming that's just my first thought. Manifest Echo, which sounds really interesting. Thirst Gauge, Loneliness Gauge. Those sound kind of tied into the idea of what you're feeding off of, maybe. Understanding of Pain. That sounds kind of interesting. Infectious Pain. Ooh, Infectious Pain sounds cool. And then we max out with the last feature of Heavenly Demon.
Yes.
Now, this is interesting. So before in Godly Entertainment, we had the ability to do the curtain call, which was kind of like its version of Raging, right?
Yes.
That curtain call gave it plot twist points, which they could use to do various things. So in this particular case, we have a concept of pain.
So as a quick note, you'll see there are 2 columns. There's the column with the numbers underneath pain, and then there's a column with the plus over there on the side.
Yes.
So I don't know where that other column came from. When I was looking at the original document that I was sent by Hizboar, that column didn't exist. Like, I can't find it anywhere.
Okay.
But when I copy and pasted it, it's there.
Interesting.
So I'm thinking that maybe it was originally there, and maybe it had a purpose. But if they don't talk about it in the later aspects of what's happening, just know that it might have been meant for something, and then it could have been removed.
Okay. So instead of having the plot twist points or anything, we have pain. And basically, it looks like we have some sort of counters. You have 4 until level 3, then you have 5 until level 6, at which point you go to level 12, you gain 7, and then at level 17, you gain 8, and then at 20th level, you get unlimited. Now, because I saw the unlimited is where it reminds me of the curtain call and plot twist points, because that's what we saw with the Godly Entertainment, where at a certain point they were able to perform that unlimited amount of times. So I'm assuming that this pain is going to be similar to that, where you have a certain amount of points that you can use, and also looking at the features, things like the thirst gauge, the loneliness gauge, the infectious pain. I'm assuming that's where these pain points are going to come in. These are just assumptions. Again, I have no idea, but I'm just giving my, off the top response. So yeah, really interesting so far. I will say this, as much as I like we love lore here. We love some good lore. I do like this description. I think that it gives some unique ideas. We kind of don't really know anything yet, but we're kind of we're given some crumbs. We're given
Slowly
some pathways
to
go. I will say this: out of all the ones that we reviewed so far, both Godly Entertainment and other classes before it, I'm not getting the oh my god, give me more yet.
Okay.
So far, I haven't gotten the where's this going? What is it? Oh, like I'm not getting the oohs and ahs and the tingle. Remember in Godly Entertainment,
you were just like, oh, it painted a whole picture. So
far, I'm just like, I like it. It's painting a picture. I'm liking where it's going, and I can't even say why. I can't say that there is something that should be here. I'm not saying that there's anything missing. At this point, I'm just not like, I'm not saying I'm not wowed. It's great. It's well written. It makes sense. There's just, I don't know. It's for me, I'm not yet at that like digging for more. So as a player, I would say so far, if I was just given the description of Godly Entertainment in this, I'm leaning Godly Entertainment. Just by description alone, without even knowing the powers, not even knowing the pet, master situation.
Right.
I don't know. It's just not. I don't know if it's the way it's written or what it is. It's just not my vibe yet.
Okay.
All right. So class features. As an aberration, you gain the following class features. So you have a 1d10, or so you have a d10 hit dice per aberration level. Okay, so d10, not bad. I think that was the Godly Entertainment. What did they have?
D12.
D12. Okay, I was going to say I want this to have less.
Yeah.
Again, don't really know what the balancing is. We know that this is kind of a higher level gameplay. I almost kind of want to see it a little bit lower, like maybe 1d8 if it's supposed to be something that can be used as it's like a soft spot. Mm-hmm. Maybe a little bit weaker kind of. I mean, you think about like the wizard in a party, right? There's usually a huge disparity in their health. This doesn't seem like that much of a disparity. D12 versus D10, their life isn't going to be hugely different. I feel like maybe that separating their life could give a little bit more of an edge to that relationship, but again, not combat focused heavy, so maybe that doesn't really apply here.
Right.
Hit points at first level is 10 plus your Constitution modifier. I always love a good base.
Yep.
That's why I added a base 10 in high point. I don't like just going straight from level 1 with a dice roll. Kind of sucks to be able to start with 2 hit points.
Right. Terrible.
Hit points at higher levels, D10 or 6 plus your Constitution modifier per aberration level after first. Oh, okay. I kind of like the opportunity to change it up there. Lighter medium armor, simple weapons.
I like how they describe some of those specific weapons over there. And katana.
What's the Jai and the Dao? Are those the...
let me see if I can find some pictures for you guys.
I'm not familiar with the weaponry of those names.
They are, I believe they're Japanese still.
So simple weapons for... So it's interesting. Simple weapons for unarmed attacks. I'm not really sure I understand what that means. Is that standard? I've never heard that.
Maybe it's supposed to be or.
Oh, simple weapons or unarmed attacks.
I think it's supposed to be or because that's what you're proficient in because that's what it's describing right there. Is your proficiencies.
Simple weapons. So any simple weapon or an unarmed attack, but you're proficient in both of those.
Yes,
and including a Jian, Dao, or katana.
Yes.
So yeah, really curious. Let's see. So, oh no. Why is my... I don't know why my dark mode is not working right now. That's so crazy. It's like a longsword?
It's almost... The first one, the Jian, looks like one of those Chinese swords.
Oh, so it's almost like a... okay, yeah. No, I'm very familiar with that sword. Okay.
And then the Dao... Let me look.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what that sword is. I'm just never really like.
Oh, the Dao kind of looks like it almost gives me what's it called vibes. Not a cutlass, but not a saber either. What am I thinking of? Ugh. And again, it's one of those very
Oh, so almost like a scimitar.
Yes,
Very similar to, but it's
exactly what I was looking
but
for.
So it's the Chinese scimitar. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. So
Some of which even have like rings all across the back of it.
and
for a
again,
lot of
I'm
different
really
reasons.
curious. That makes me more curious about like what the tie-in is. Is that more something to do with like the setting that we don't know? Because none of that was mentioned in the Godly Entertainment.
That's very fair.
There was no like influence of Chinese culture or anything that we saw. So I'm really curious, is this a lore for Aberration and where they come from? Like, is this something to do with where they come from? Or was this just more to give it some more spice?
Maybe perhaps because, again, I asked earlier, I'm not 100% sure exactly what type of pantheon that they're talking about here. It very well could be a very Chinese or Oriental, at least,
Interesting.
pantheon, you know? I mean, we've heard a
That
lot about,
is
like, Greek
true.
gods and other things
Actually,
like that.
you know
Like,
what?
imagine if it was just a bunch of, like, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, different, like, mythologies kind of blended together that all of these guys are kind of dealing with. So, I will say, you're right, I don't remember any sort of specific talk about what kind of, what do you call it, any kind of like call back to that sort of culture in the Godly Entertainment specifically, but I'm curious if we see that theme continue on throughout the build, actually.
Right. Well, and it's like I'm trying to think. I was looking for the name, but there's too much to sift through. But there's, I'm trying to think of like, is this supposed to be representative of like a Chinese demon? Because there's a lot of different demons that feed
like
off
the
of
Oni?
different essences. Well, I mean, there's Oni, there's yokai, there's Onryos, like there's different types that feed off of different essences, and I'm wondering if there's a specific
Interesting.
type that, because I there's got to be a specific type that feeds off of pain and fear and loneliness, right? Like so I'm wondering if that's where he has that from, is if the Aberration is an inspiration from a Chinese demon or a Chinese spirit that specifically feeds off of these things, right? These, because he's very specific in the sense that they are, they watch people who go through things, and that definitely feeds into, or definitely leans into a lot of Chinese culture in terms of the different deities that held many different realms. So many were watchers, many were feeders, some were active, some were dangerous. So the idea behind this, I'm really curious if that's why he has these weapons, as it's just more of a representation of where he got that inspiration from.
Interesting. I like that a lot.
And of course, my mind also makes me think of like, something like Bleach too, a little bit, to where it's like, it's just an evil spirit. So of course it has to have a badass weapon.
I've just committed myself to rewatching Bleach again because I never actually finished Bleach, so I have to go back through.
So
from the
my
jump.
biggest thing is, I'm curious, did you choose subtitle or dub?
So,
Because here's my problem is I love Bleach, but I've watched both too many times. Like I've watched enough of each that I've learned it is two different shows, and I can never know which one I like more.
that's
Like there's enough translation differences I've noticed, and personality changes in terms of like how the voices represent the characters. Those two changes enough and words matter a lot to me, so
Very
maybe I
much so,
read
very
way
much
more
so.
into it than I should. But the English dub and the voice acting have a much different approach to this series. Even though you watch the same series of events, I feel that I watch two different shows, and while one is easier, I feel like the better one is the subtitled one, both with character development, like the character feel, as well as the representation of like a lot of the emotions. I feel is done better in the sub.
I will say
or
that-
in the subtitle, but the dub is not only easier, I feel like it's so weird to say this. Like the subtitle one is a lot more emotional realistically, like from what you expect to be what you're seeing. But the dub feels more like emotional in a energized way, like DBZ is energizing. Like I feel like I get more like into it in the dub. I'm just like fucking do it. But when I'm doing the subtitles, it's more like I'm getting more into like the it's more like dramatic. Maybe that's it. It's more dramatic versus action.
And this is purely for practical reasons, not for which one I would prefer more. I'm going to be watching the dubbed because when I'm watching this, I cannot give it my full attention, especially because there's so many episodes. I'm not going to get through it if I have to pay attention whole time. So I have to be able to listen to it. And, you know, most of these animes, like, you get the DBZ effect where they're sitting there powering up and just talking half the time. And I don't need to be looking at what's happening on the screen the whole time. But
and
if I'm reading, I have to.
The other thing is you could be doing other things. Drab has it, again, his subs are have more personality and more expression. And that's the thing is like, I feel like when I watch the subtitled version, I'm getting a lot more of the drama aspect of it.
Yes.
And I'm getting more of the reality of what was meant to be presented because again, it's the people that made it, right? They know what they're trying to represent and you can feel it. Whereas the sub, it's more action intense. Yeah. It's not drama, it's action. Whereas the subtitle is a lot more of that, you know, I'm getting into the character.
And I will say, newer anime, because anime's gotten so popular, there's a lot of American anime now.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's a lot of the stuff, even though they have Japanese voice actors, because they want it to be anime, the English and the Japanese are much more aligned, and it's much less
I think that comes just into the more modern aspect of how the transition has. Like, you look at DBZ versus DBZ Kai. DBZ Kai is absolutely a better series because you have most of the same people that came back to redo it. But they've redone it because we're in a new era, things are better, the animation's better, the equipment's better, but also we're more knowledgeable. We understand that, you know, back in the day when we transitioned anime, a lot of it was done to, I don't want to say pacify Americans, but it was dulled down, right? We got a lot of the nicer version because our culture wasn't ready for it. Now we can represent what it was supposed to be, right? So anime now is definitely better in terms of being relatable because they aren't changing as much. They're not feeling like they have to dull it down or dilute it or censor anything. We're able to get exactly what it was in a near one-to-one transition, which is much better. And that's why it's like DBZ Kai was such a great thing to see when they released it, is just to realize like, oh, you guys, it's almost like a reboot, kind of like what they did with Final Fantasy, but it's like you don't want to really change a whole lot. You just want to redo what you should have done better the first time.
What you wanted it to be in the first place.
Yeah. So no, it's awesome to hear that you're going through Bleach again. I have always wanted to. It's that whole thing of like, I want to do the subtitle, but I think you're right. I don't think I can commit. I don't think I can commit to sitting down and watching the subtitle.
I got too much stuff, man. Whatever, it's fine.
But yeah, anyway, moving on. So there's no tools that you get.
No tool proficiencies. Okay.
Saving throws are strength and constitution.
Cool.
Skills. You get 2 from the following: athletics, intimidation, perception, acrobatics, stealth, and survival. So first thing that pops out to me, intimidation, seems like it stands out as like something doesn't belong. You know what I mean? Like, it's the one out of this list. Because again, you're the pet. You're there to watch pain. You know, you're there to experience. The idea of intimidation from this creature just doesn't stand out to me as something that I would expect.
Interesting. See, as a pet, I would almost feel like, you know, imagine if I had like a dog with me. You know, I feel like it could be somewhat of a show of force in a particular situation. So in a situation like that, maybe intimidation.
I mean, I could see intimidation maybe because, you know, or not intimidation, but I could see like deception because you're trying to like, you're taking someone who's sad and you kind of want to make them happy. Like, you always have a smile on your face, because it did say like, no matter how pain it's in. And maybe that's what it is, because it does specifically state that no matter how much, even though they have no extra defenses against pain, hunger, thirst, or wounds of any kind, so they have no way of dealing with it, their smiles always remain for those who need their company. that makes me feel like, why not deception? Why not be able to mask your pain with that smile that you can't get rid of? And it should be that you have proficiency in deception.
Interesting.
And in that case, I would also say, how about just remove intimidation from this skill list, keep the choices, but just give them deception as a guaranteed. Because I think it falls in line with that whole concept of you're hiding your pain at all times. I think
maybe in this situation, and again, I think it's because a lot of people's mindsets when it comes to building these things are a lot more, and I don't want to just say combat oriented, but more ops oriented, more That's for fair. The opponent and less for how you're interacting with your master. I think a lot of people would treat those sort of interactions as innate and not like give you like a skill set for it, because a lot of the actual checks you're going to be making are going to be.
But that's what I mean by like the idea of taking that into context. He's so good at consistently hiding the pain. He'd be better at deceiving people than. And again, it's probably just pedanticness. It's probably just it's a null issue. I don't think it's wrong. It was just like, I see what you're saying though. As a pet, it does make a lot more sense when you view it from that viewpoint of a pet. I was just going from the viewpoint of like, if this thing is all about pain and hiding the pain, deception kind of sounded better. But either one actually really works for the context of the campaign.
For sure.
And maybe that's just it. Why not just add deception as one of a choice instead of it being a replacement? Maybe because I totally get I get intimidation from what you were saying. I get perception, 100% get perception.
Yeah,
and I get survival, athletics, acrobatics, and stealth. I could give out any one of those. Maybe stealth. I could understand stealth because you're a watcher, you're an observer, so you always want to kind of just be out in the shadows, just watching people go through their thing and just watch them go through pain. So maybe athletics or acrobatics. I mean, maybe one of those could just be swapped out for deception.
I don't know why, but especially with everything that they're building, and it feels like they want to build like a bear. And I don't mean that literally speaking, but it feels like they're trying to build something bulky. They're trying to build something hefty. They're not trying to build like necessarily something that's meek that's small. They're trying to build something that, like, yes, I may be a pet, but hypothetically, if I had a dragon as a pet, it's still my pet, but it's a freaking dragon.
That's fair. Okay.
Right? And so, like, I don't know why, but even though, like, because I hear the description, and I definitely hear where you're coming from when it comes to, like, you're supposed to be this creature of taking on somebody else's pain and being able to, like, smile through it. So I get the idea of a more I almost want to say diplomatic interaction, rather than just super combat heavy, like you're talking about, more deception based, more.
But thinking of it more as again outside the box, right? Just because of what it does doesn't necessarily represent what it is. Mm-hmm. So I could see that, and again, going back to the Chinese pantheon of different types of demons. All of those different demons had vastly different representations, from, very large and gangly to ooze like, that filled a room. So absolutely, this thing, we haven't gotten a physical description just yet. All we know is that it has a crap ton of hit points. It has strength and constitution, so it is beefy. Right there, knowing its saving throws are strength and constitution makes it beefy. In that sense, athletics and acrobatics means that it has, it's not going to be, small and
the multi-classing prerequisite is strength.
That's true. So yeah, so it's going to have to. Okay, so yeah, so this thing doesn't necessarily have to be meek.
So you remember when you were talking about your psionics and how they had those 3 base stats?
Yeah.
The prime requisites.
Yeah.
Right. It feels like strength is going to be one of its prime requisites. I feel like for 5th edition, your saving throws, whatever saving throws
strength has to be your number 1, and then your constitution would be number 2. Okay, so I understand that. Yeah. Okay, so so we got to just reference this thing of what it doesn't necessarily have to represent what it is. And maybe that's it too. Maybe we're just missing a physical representation, but it's a class, not a race.
That's very true. That's
That's also another thing, is this isn't a thing. It's a way of life almost.
Okay. So, but having the strength required, because imagine you're a barbarian, but I'm a gnome and I want to be a barbarian. In order for me to be able to embody that, you're probably going to still have a strength requirement to be able to be a barbarian. So you're going to have to be some sort of strong, even though I'm not a Goliath, even though I'm not an ogre or a giant or something like that, I can still embody
and that's true,
that.
because this isn't intelligence heavy or wisdom heavy, meaning that you're not taking this on mentally and emotionally. This is almost like a physical thing that you have to do, right? You are physically there, having to witness it. You're going through pain. Okay, so that also makes more sense, because if you are having to live through it, the more pain you experience, even vicariously, the more you can endure. So yeah, maybe it's more like you're living it vicariously, and that pain is transitioning into you, kind of like, again, building muscle, right? You're building muscle by going through that pain.
Interesting.
Okay, so that does bring make it make a lot more sense in terms of like what we're building here. All right, so with equipment, you start the following equipment in addition to the equipment granted by your background. Okay, so you get a longbow and quiver of 20 arrows or any simple weapon. Wait a second. Is a longbow a simple weapon?
Let's double check.
Is it? I didn't know all. I thought there were some bows that weren't considered simple ones. I didn't think all bows.
A longbow is a martial weapon.
So technically, maybe that's just an oversight, but technically, since the proficiencies of weapons are simple, well, I guess, so yeah, so if it's simple weapons for this class alone, would you even be able to technically start with the longbow? Like, would you have...
Theoretically, I would think not. So traditionally, it's possibly an oversight. A short bow would work in this situation, because short bows are considered simple.
And again, being pedantic, but I thought there was a differentiation with certain bows.
There is.
Also, I would think you wouldn't want a bow just because of like the simple weapons and unarmed. I see that he has javelins, like an explorer's pack and 4 javelins. I do always love me some javelins. I think those are great for an alternative to range, especially when you want a martial character.
Yeah.
So it just stood out as a little bit weird.
I would say so as well, especially if you're building what looks like a strength-based character. For the first thing that you're giving them is a dexterity-based weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad, but it's just it seems to slightly contradict what you're bringing to the table. But you also get the option of having another simple weapon. So if you wanted it to be a club or something else like that, you could definitely do that.
I do like the choice of 2 simple weapons. I do like the 2 different choices of different ranged. 20 darts isn't bad. I think that's a great range weapon to start with. Because you've already chosen the javelins, I don't think that wouldn't be another option unless you wanted 8 javelins. But again, thinking of different options other than the bow, because of because of what we're looking at here, I would definitely like to see this more of a physical range instead of a missile range.
Right.
So
right.
Spear, give an option of instead of a longbow, any other simple weapon that is a ranged.
The throwing axes.
Yeah, throwing axes, knives. Maybe that would make me feel better, is because we're trying to make this more of a simple weapon and not a martial character. I think something in line of keeping the ranged option. Give them the option to do ranged, but keep it more focused on those items. And again, maybe a short bow could do. I don't know. Maybe this just doesn't feel like a bow fighter, because now that we've been talking about it a little bit more, maybe just a bow fighter just sounds a little off.
Yeah.
But again, those aren't really those aren't really like
critiques.
Yeah, it's not really a critique. It's just more of
observation.
Just things that it could other potentials. Because again, nothing's really off. Nothing's really bad. It's just more of maybe it could go this way too.
That's fair.
But yeah, I always like the 4 javelins. Like, I think javelins are underappreciated.
That's fair. I agree.
I mean, anything that can be your melee weapon and a ranged weapon, just at the drop of a hat, is just
right.
Great.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so now we will get into the what we call the features of this class. So starting with the first feature, Pack of the Pet. The bonus: you may copy and use one of your master's newly obtained items when your master obtains items from their patron. You may copy. So basically, whenever the Godly Entertainment gets an item, a copy is made for this character too. I wonder.
Is there a limit to what kind of item?
I don't know. So you may know the exact. Okay. So so just that was one thing. So let's just stop there.
Okay.
Well, no, because there's more things. So let's just stop there because usually we like to read the whole section, but there's more things that are going to happen.
Okay.
So automatically, again, we know that this is a higher level gameplay.
It does say there are limitations, but
well, no, but that's not for this. That's for something else.
oh, it's not.
Yes, there's more in this section, so we're not going to read ahead. I just want to kind of tackle this one thing. So the god is giving the godly entertainer something, but the god isn't doubling it. Like, I may be being pedantic here because it's mainly just for this.
I think I know
this campaign. It's mainly made for Hizboar's campaign, but like, does this thing just manifest things out of thin air? Like, whenever their master touches something, do they just manifest it? And like you said, what are the limitations? Like, if your god gave them a wish, like a ring of wishes, do you get a ring of wishes? Like, if they gave them, like, if the god gave them a one of a kind divine item,
is it no longer what? Is it no longer now? Maybe it's not like a full copy. Maybe it's like an ethereal copy or something like that. Maybe it's connected. Like if the original gets destroyed, yours gets destroyed too. Or maybe it's just you get similar effects or something like that. But that's all it says. So that thing is a standalone.
Just write one of the bonuses you get as pack of the pet is you may copy and use one of your master's newly obtained items when your master obtains items from their patron.
Okay, so maybe we're reading it wrong. So it says you may copy and use one of your master's newly obtained items. So
when they get one. So I'm assuming that if they get multiples, you get one of them. But anytime they're gifted something, that would happen.
I would think that you're only allowed one, period. The way that that's worded, it's kind of lightweight, ambiguously worded, but
so how about this? Let's go back to Godly Entertainment and let's see if there is a section here that says, like, because again, if this is like a one-time normalcy where, you know, it's not every time you get a gift, but it's like if it was part of when you became a Godly Entertainment, you were gifted something, maybe that's what it's talking about.
Interesting.
So I'm going to look at here real quick. So class features, you start with one of these.
I would also potentially submit that maybe they could just swap it out if they get something new.
Yeah,
if
I
they
really
wanted
wish Hizboar was here now because you copy and use one of your master's newly obtained items when your master obtains items. But see, so I see what you're saying because it's copy and use one of your master's newly obtained items. But when it says when your master obtains items from their patron, so it's like I don't know if that means any time or if there is a specific time we don't know about. Because I just looked over the other class. There isn't anything mentioned about getting things from your patron, but he has mentioned occasionally your patron will help you out.
And I would argue that in this situation it might just be like, hey, anytime your patron gives the Godly Entertainment an item, the Aberration has the choice to either replace the item that they've currently have.
It's always going to be one. They don't just get to keep collecting.
Correct. That's what would make the most sense to me.
Can we ask that question to Hizboar? Either write it down and we can ask him after stream, or do you want to post that to him in Discord? Just to see if we can ping them.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
But if we have more questions, we can always just make a list and then post it to them after. But that's a great question.
Let's clarify that question real quick. So you want me to ask?
So in Pact of the Pet, the bonus says you may copy and use one of your master's newly obtained items when your master obtains items from the patron. The question is this any time your master gets items or only one time? That's question number one. And secondly, do you only get one item at a time that gets replaced? Or can you collect more than one item? That's pretty much all we want to know is there a limit to, is this a one-time deal? Or does it anytime? And then do you get more than one like you suggested? Or do you only get one like you suggested and it's replaced? Or can we collect? However you want to word that to succinct.
Got it.
Because that's great. I think that is, because that really will really change things. You know what I mean? Like that will absolutely change the severity and power of this character. But again, we already know that it's meant to be OP.
And that is fair. That is fair. So I could be very wrong on that because because of the world we live in.
I think because it's OP, I'm valid in thinking that it's anytime.
Very much so.
But I think that you were absolutely valid in the sense of how he's trying to write it. Copy and use one of them does kind of lead into the idea that you basically get a copy of one of your master's items, and anytime he gets a new one, you can re-up.
It just kind of feels like that's the intent, but I'm not 100%.
No, but I am totally on board with your logic. I'm pulled because of previous aspects, so it could go either way. I think that
I'm curious as well. I'm curious as well. I'm gonna word that to him.
So now we're gonna continue with more Pact of the Pet bonuses, but that was just one bonus. This is why I wanted to stop, because these other bonuses kind of are going to shadow it. So you may know the exact location of your master at all times. The limit. Okay, that's it. Yeah, so that's the second bonus. Just flat out, second bonus. You may know the exact location of your master at all times. 100% I love it. I just like it.
Yeah.
Just hands down, that right there so far is the first thing I've heard from this class that immediately goes, yes, it fits.
Feels like it fits.
It fits with
100%.
the godly entertainment. It fits with the campaign he's talked about. It's the first thing that just is like, yep, I like that.
Especially impact.
And especially because of the way that the campaign seems to roll out, that's going to be super necessary. All right, so the limitations. Now, the limitation is with the Pact of the Pet. This isn't with the previous two bonuses. Those are just bonuses. This limitation is with the Pact of the Pet. You have to choose a master within the first 30 years of your life. So
Interesting.
So if for whatever reason, if you have a character build and you are over
part
30
of your
years old,
mission is you want to go find a master,
and you don't within 30 years, because that would be kind of cool. You're 29 and you're like, okay, I got a year in game to find a master. That would be a cool campaign, right? But this campaign isn't meant for that. This campaign is meant to be conjoined with the godly entertainment. But yes, that is just his, which is curious because it's meant for this campaign, because it's meant for this duo character setup. Why put this in here? It's almost like adding lore that doesn't need to be there because it's going to kind of be automatic. Like, obviously,
I mean, for the campaign, yes, but maybe he wants to leave it open for outside of this. Maybe he wants to have to air quotes make it make sense for the world in general, because these aberrations are just out here,
and it's not just one. These are things, so maybe it is just more of the way he wanted to make it lore-wise.
I think that leads a little bit more to your question, because you were asking earlier about how these aberrations get connected up with their godly entertainment.
Yeah. So maybe this is how the players choose the story. Like, how long have you known this master? How old were you when you got him? Like,
did they come and find you, or did you go look for them? You know,
good point. Because so he is writing this from the point of view of, even though it's meant for one campaign, this is a class that exists in his world, not just one person, but multiple. Okay. All right. Next, when your master dies, you become an eternal slave to his patron. Makes sense? Makes sense.
Indeed.
And I was kind of expecting you to get like an extra couple years, or you get like another 30 years to find a new one or whatever. But I kind of like that. Not even a wish spell can save you. So yeah, once you choose a master, you better like his patron.
Well, all right.
You cannot change masters. Whatever happens after you. So you cannot change masters no matter what once you've chosen one. So once you've chosen your master,
that's your master for life.
That's it. And that
sucks
and
to
him.
suck.
No, he's not for life. It's for the rest of his life, and then it's his patron.
Yes.
So that's it. You once you've chosen, you are locked into your one-time master and your future patron. Exclusive rights. Ooh. You can see the god's inner intentions as colors, but cannot communicate about this in any way to your master.
Wait, what?
So you have to exclude. So you can, whenever the gods are around. So I'm assuming this means both his god, like your master's patron, and other gods. As the aberration, you can essentially see their aura. That he has a list here of what their intentions are, but you cannot ever tell directly or indirectly your master.
So
I
you
can use it to help them.
Yes,
but you
or hurt
cannot-
them, like you said, if they eventually don't like their master.
Yes, but you can never tell them. So basically it saves them from saying you can't tell them their patron's about to screw them over, but you can say, hey, I think we should go do this over here. Or you could save them from doing something stupid because you know the intentions.
Does it use the word directly?
You can see the god's inner intentions as colors, but cannot communicate about this in any way to your master.
In any way.
Maybe if there's, like, let's say there's two gods and they're both, one has a drink for you and one has food for you. They could spill the drink because they know that god has the intention to poison you, but they can't tell you not to drink. But they could walk over and go, let me feed my master. I tripped. Oh, clumsy. Well, here, have this nice food, because we know, like, that would be a way I think you have to get around it. You know the intentions, but you can't tell them, so you have to be the one that interferes.
Now,
and guess what? If you interfere as the pet, now you get to be the one that's punished. So you have to literally go out of your way to save them, but you could be the one that's punished.
you do it with a smile on your face.
There is so much. Okay, see, now I'm starting to get the. I like this, right? First time I'm starting to get that. Maybe I could have some fun with this.
So I would also ask, because we're talking about this pet. Is it only your master's patron that you can see their intentions?
You can see the gods. So as far as I understand, as this class, any god, but here's the limitation. You only get 3 intentions. You get blue, which means neutral, green, which means positive, and red, which means negative.
Okay.
So you don't understand.
You don't know exactly what's going on.
Whether or not they have good or bad intentions or neutral intentions.
I also want to know what's going on with these limitations. Like, if I'm seeing you through a scrying spell, can I also see your, or do you have to be in person for me to know what's going on?
I don't know what kind of filters would be applied. It is also interesting too, because again, that also is interesting because neutral. I would really like to know Hizboar's mindset, because this could also be a very interesting thing from a DM versus player, right? Like, what I call neutral, you could call positive. It's like you could say, hey, that's negative. You poisoned him. That should have been red. But like, there's no negative intention. I'm poisoning him because I was convinced that he's going to bring about the end of the world. And I don't want that, but I'm not a hero. So I'm simply helping you could easily put yourself as neutral even though you do something bad. Mm-hmm. And so when you talk about intention, that's going to be a really fascinating aspect of gameplay. That's where we've talked about a lot about player DM trust.
Yes.
Because you could say, oh, the intentions are positive. Well, then why'd he poison me? Well, he was saving the world. Is he thought he was saving the world. So, you know what I mean? Like, because I've seen DMs do that, where they'll give you the illusion that you have insight, but then they'll blatantly tell you your insight was opposite, and they'll have justification. I'm not saying that, they basically just lie to you, but the justification at that point is essentially undoing everything they made you believe. Because, if I believe I can see someone's good intention and that intention poisons my master to kill him, so your justification is because they believe it was the right thing. I think this can be
helped with like a small phrase addition. It's, you can see the god's inner intentions towards your master. If you specifically know they're
towards the greater good, but
none of this ambiguous greater good. It's specifically your intentions towards my master.
Because a negative intention is I'm going to poison you. It doesn't matter that the greater good is a positive intention towards the master.
Yes,
it's negative because it means kill.
Yes,
that would override it, because then you don't have to worry about what the greater purpose and agenda is. Is the course of action good or bad for my master? That's what this should be, and I do like that addition, is because that's where, I'm not saying that Hizboar would do that, but a DM, I've seen DMs do crap like that. Because basically what they're basically saying is like, well, I've given you ability, but now I basically told you your ability is useless.
Exactly.
Because I can basically make up whatever I want.
I can manipulate it, I can say no, I can make it mean nothing, or I can make it be perfect.
And to me, it's like, then why give me the power? Just do it.
Tell me what you want me to know anyways, if that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, like don't give me the illusion of choice. And that's where I would be worried if you could talk your way out of saying, I can poison him, but it's a good intention. I don't like that, because that makes this power useless. But if you, like what you just said, if it's always what's directed at the master. It doesn't matter if they believe they're doing the right thing. It doesn't matter if they believe they're doing the bad thing. It actually does. Like, they could literally hate my master, want him to die, but the act that they're about to do would benefit my master because of maybe they're, they don't want to, right? Like, those are the kind of things that I think you don't want that ambiguity, because that's not what this gameplay is about.
Yes.
You want this character to know what the right thing to do is. You don't want the player that's playing this character to be like, well, I don't even fucking know if it matters. I don't even know if that red means anything, right? You want this particular player to be like, oh, I have to not let this happen. Or I have to make sure this goes through. That's what you want from this player, because it's all OP gameplay, right? But the trick is you can't let your master know. You can't, me as a player, if I'm playing the Aberration and you're playing this God of Entertainment, I can't tell you in any possible way, you need to do this for these reasons. I need to do something to get you to do what I need you to do without ever letting you know that I knew this.
Now, here's my question. It says you cannot communicate about this in any way. Is that word cannot a compulsion? Or is that word cannot for fear of retribution?
I think it's compulsion. I think the idea is it's part of the power, right? When you make the pact, you get this, because it's a pact, right? It's a magical pact. Kind of like an oath.
So you can't accidentally do it.
I think the idea is you get this power. It is innate to you because of the pact you have with your master. It is a defense, right? It's like a shield. You get this visor of protection. But by having that visor, even if you tried, I think that the DM would basically be like, I go to tell him and be like, you can't speak. Oh, I go to point and be like, you go numb. Like, I believe this is intended to, this isn't a life or death, you can avoid this. No, even in life or death, the idea, and the reason why I say that is because the way that we've looked at the gameplay so far, if you could just tell your godly entertainment, if you could just break it, then you're not necessary. You're just basically an alarm. Mm-hmm. But giving the player the puzzle, how do you get this good thing to happen, or how do you stop this bad thing without telling them?
Right.
Like I said, like the idea of someone's trying to give him food, someone trying to give him a glass of wine. You cannot tell him to not drink. So what do? You can't just walk over and slap it out of his hand, because then you'll be punished. And you would make him look bad. You can't do that either. So what do? Oh, well, I should serve my master. Please, let me grab the chalice. And then you trip. No one thinks you did it on purpose. Like, that would be, in my mind, how you would have to solve the puzzle, because in any other way would break your oath of protection. You wouldn't be able to tell him.
Now, what if you did something like, now again, I would say doing something that, even though it's not telling him, it's out of character, but like causes you to get punished instead. Something like, hey, let me go serve him and then I drink it instead.
Fine. Totally fine.
You know what I'm saying?
Totally fine, because then the outcome is he figures it out. You die or get poisoned, and he goes, there was poison. You didn't tell him anything. You didn't communicate it. I don't look at that as communication. I look at communication as in...
And I get that, yes.
Your actions can... Like, now again, you could be pedantic. You could be like, well, what if you try to stop the server from going to him? Isn't that communicating that he shouldn't drink the wine? And that's where the pedanticism has to come in. I believe it's written here not to be pedantic, but to be a problem, or to be a puzzle for this character, for this player, because this isn't an NPC. If this was an NPC and this ability was meant to be an alarm, this would be a player who gets to run their own NPC, right? You would just give this to the player who's running the godly entertainment, just as an additional, hey, it'll tell you when things are going bad so you can know how to play your character. It's not meant for that. It's truly meant for whoever's playing this character
to figure out a way to communicate.
How do you save your master? I truly believe it's meant for that, and I love it. I love it because it's building it in, right? And you can't tell your master that you know this ability. You can't tell him you know people's intentions. I believe that that's also implied. You can see their intentions, but you cannot communicate about this. About this, meaning I can't communicate not only what I see, I can't even communicate that I see it.
So does that mean, now I'm very curious. if in the lore of the situation that even the gods don't know that these aberrations have the ability, because who would they tell?
Exactly. Maybe they don't.
Who would they even talk to?
Maybe they don't.
Maybe it's just this innate thing
So
that
maybe that
all of a
whenever
sudden these
these things-
aberrations become a pain in the ass to these gods who are trying to
anytime
screw.
a godly entertainment has a pet, they just always assume like, man, this pet's in the right place at the right time. All the like, it's literally just an annoyance, which is why it's a pain. No, I love it. I like that it self-perpetuates. But again, remember, anything about it, you cannot communicate about this, meaning not what you see, not even that you can do this. You literally have to play it off as if what
Would
you
you-
see is. Oh.
If either you were to do this, or what do you think the intent was? Do you think that these aberrations know that every other aberration has this ability? Do you think that if I run into another godly entertainment that also has a pet, also has an aberration with them, if we would both know that we can both see the intentions of all the gods towards our specific...
That's where this is getting kind of hard, because it's a class. It's technically a class, but we are getting a... It's almost feeling like a race and a class. It's almost that blend, because it's like you have to do it within the first 30 years of your life.
Yeah.
But how would you know to do that? And then, do you know that by selecting a master, you're going to go to their patron? Do you know that you're there to follow pain? Or is this like people who just want to, you know what I mean? Like,
maybe it could be kind of like, sorcery, or like being a mutant, kind of. And it's basically
like it's an ancestral thing. It's in your blood.
It's
and
something
it's
ingrained
in
into you. Exactly.
So you could be an orc, you could be a dwarf, but somewhere in your lineage had an aberration, and now it's woken in you. And now when you turn 5, you just start to you start to get fascinated by pain, and then all of a sudden you start to realize that you need to find someone, and then you just have this desire, this urge throughout your teens to find someone that needs you. You know what I mean? Like, you find people, you help them, but maybe
not hereditary, so you don't have like parents that can guide you through it.
It's an ancestral thing. It kind of like anything that like dragon marks and shit. It just happened to you, but no one else around you. So yeah, that would be really interesting, because it is in that blend of whatever. Because if it is, but regardless, going back to your question, I guess it would come down to, do aberrations see other aberrations, or is this more of an isolated event? Is this a well-known, these are everywhere following a bunch of adventurers, or are these one in a million? Are these just things that appear out of nowhere in random time and space?
That is a very interesting question.
And this happens to be one in a random amount. How common
are they?
Because that's a big thing, right? This could be super common. It could literally, every adventurer that you find, every 1 in every 10 could have one. It could be every pet you see. It could be every god has one, and make sure that their godly entertainments have them. Or this could literally be why this godly entertainment is unique. It has a pet that no one thinks twice about. Maybe they'll go kidnap it. Maybe they'll torture it, but they have no idea that it's so important.
Interesting.
It's really interesting thing to think about.
Real quick, where, at what point does it say you have to find a master before you're 30?
The limitation, you have to choose a master within the first 30 years of your life.
Okay, so...
And my because it says the limitation, my belief is that's the limitation on this...
Character creation?
Not on the character creation, but the pact of the pet. Because to get the bonuses, you must choose a master. I think, from what I understand, by the lore base, you can be an aberration without a master and be over 30. I just think that in order to activate the pact and to get these specific bonuses with a master, to get any sort of know where they are.
Interesting.
It doesn't say what happens when you don't choose one. It just says that you have to choose a master within the first 30 years. Maybe that forces a class change, or maybe
you can be an aberration and get everything else. It's just this one section is tied to
it's
it.
Just the pact. I don't know. It just
interesting.
The way that it reads, I think that it's specifically talking about the pact of the pet is what has the limitation, not the class. Because again, then it wouldn't make really much sense to play a class, because if you have to have one, you would just start with one. So it's interesting. I think it's more. I think what you were saying. It's not meant for the player. It's you're gonna start with a master based on this campaign, but because aberrations exist in this realm, there has to be a rule of how they work.
Right.
And it gives the player an opportunity to just be like, oh, I found him when I was only 13. or I've been with him for 10 years, but I found him when I was 28. I was almost going to die because I couldn't find one, and then I found him, right? I believe that's what I would use it for. I would use it to help the player, both the players, build a backstory.
Okay.
But yeah, very, very interesting. I do agree with you on the exclusive rights. Having the Inner God's Intentions as colors towards the master. Add in just that.
Yes.
It has to be the intentions towards the master. 100%. Everything else works. And again, I really like the fact that he can't talk about it. Like it's just.
I love that piece of it.
And what I was really hoping that you were going to ask when you were like prepping me, I was waiting for this question. But what I would also like to know is, does Hizboar have any intention of doing a in-depth session 0? Meaning everybody is fully fleshed out and understands what everyone can do.
Okay.
No. Or does he have every intention of doing a
throwing them in their
partial
blind
session 0, where they meet, the players get an idea of what they're doing, but they've been pre-prepped with their backgrounds, as in they both know this aberration is going to be a pet.
Interesting.
But does the Godly Entertainment know what it can do? So that's another big thing, is not only in game, the Godly Entertainment won't know, but does Hizboar have the intention of not letting the player know? So like when I'm playing the Aberration, if it's like we're in a conversation and it's like, yes, he goes to hand you a glass of wine, and I just be like, hey, blah, 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 blah. And I ask like the DM like, oh, he's handing him a glass of wine. It's like, that doesn't seem shady or anything. Just little subtle thing, but it's like, oh no, it's all green. It's like, fine. It's just super green. Like you could say something like that. And it'd be like, I don't know. It's like, what kind of wine? It's like, it's red wine. Like, I'm going to hand him that. Like you could do, like, how do you do that? Right. But that would be a fun thing, is like being like little ways that you could talk to the DM as the Aberration and get those clues without tipping off the other player that you're getting knowledge.
I really like the idea of having just elements of the game that not everybody's aware of. Like that is a very I wish I could implement that better at my table. I don't necessarily think
the hardest part is keeping track of what each person individually has, and then knowing how to highlight it without giving it away. Right. Like again, like, the thing like, oh, he's handing him a glass of wine. Like, what kind of wine is it? Is it like a, what kind of color is it or whatever? Like, without being obvious, but then you'd have to like, the DM would have to be, like let's say it was, a meal instead. It's like, oh, he goes to, hand you bread, and you notice, like a small twig of, green rosemary on it. And it's like, okay, cool. Like the description always has to have a color.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this god walks up to him, and you see, as he walks up, his eyes, his eyes seem very, intense, almost as if they were on fire. Like, just little ways that you'd have to slip in some sort of reference for the Aberration. But is that the intent? Because the other aspect is, do you care about metagaming? Or is it going to be the whole thing of like, hey, DM, is this god good? And he's like, no, he's red. It's like, oh, okay, he has every bad intention. Okay, you don't know that. Like, how do like, can you continue playing knowing I'm being told this god has every bad intention against you? You know what I mean? Like, that's where the gameplay gets really more muddy for some people. Is some people just can't metagame or not metagame. Some people
it's really hard to separate that stuff out sometimes. And I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it is fun when you don't have that information. So why you don't have to pretend like I don't know, where I literally don't know.
Exactly.
It makes it a lot more
immersive. The reactions more real.
Yes.
Because then you're just like, oh shit, you can do that? Like,
you can do what now? I mean, all right, bet. I got you.
Interesting. Okay, so now we get into pain. Now we get the next section, which is the pain section.
Pain.
So I'm assuming this is what we're gonna talk about, those pain points that we got.
Okay. Perfect.
So in battle, you keep with the memories of primal fears and your worst memories at hand. On your turn, you can use a pain point. Okay, so we do get pain points. They are pain points. You can use a pain point as a bonus action. So real quick, you get pain points.
Starting off with 4. Level 3, you get 5. Level 6, you get 6.
Then 7 at level 12. 8 at level 17. And then unlimited at level 20. Okay, so pain points. as bonus actions during combat. So you can use a pain point to fill out one of the 3 different kinds of gauges you have. Aha, I was right. So it does do the gauges. And when you have your pain points on a gauge, that specific gauge level will increase temporarily. The gauge with the levels will become activated as long as the levels on that specific gauge remain. So, okay, so you're going to fill each gauge individually, and when they get to a certain point, they're usable as long as they have points in them, is how I read all that.
Okay.
Each level of the gauge will have different effects on the user. Okay, so as you put more points in, different things will start to happen. So they will happen as long as they continue to be full. Gotcha. You can only have 1 gauge active at once.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
I like that you have some limitations.
So I wonder, can you fill them? Can you fill multiples and then just activate them one individually, or can you only fill it as they activate? Like, can you only put one at a time?
Interesting.
So I'm really curious how that's going to work out. So if you use your pain points to fill a different gauge and increase its level, your already existing gauges levels will reset, and they will become empty. Okay. So I have different gauges. If I fill gauge 1, I can use gauge 1. If I start to fill gauge 2, gauge 1 goes empty.
Yes.
So I can only activate 1 gauge at a time and fill 1 gauge at a time.
Okay.
Gotcha. The gauge levels will also reset on a long rest. Okay. If you have at least 1 level on any of the gauges, it means you are in the pained state. Okay. So any gauge activated, you're in the pain state.
Okay.
In the pain state, your damage rolls will have a +1 per pain point being used on a gauge.
Damage rolls, specifically damage, not attack.
Your damage rolls will have a +1 per pain point being used on the gauges. You get back all your pain points after a long rest.
Cool.
Your echo loses all gauges after long rest or after being resummoned. Did the Godly Entertainment also have like an echo thing?
No.
Or was that something else that we were talking about?
Did it? I don't think so.
Maybe not.
No. What did they have? They had Play Dead, Warming Up, the Show, Backstage, Prelude.
You make a copy of your weapon. Maybe that was it. Okay. But yeah, so there's... Okay, so never mind. Maybe I was thinking about something else that was able to make a copy of itself. Interesting. Okay. So there's going to be some sort of... I remember seeing Echo in the features list. So your Echo will lose all gauges after a long rest for being resummoned. These gauges and their effects are as follows. Required gauge levels will be shown as stars next to the effects. Okay. So Pain of Hunger, max 3 levels. So you can put 3 points into this.
Okay.
Whether the target felt the horror and despair of hunger will be decided by the DM. This sounds familiar. The idea that it's going to be... okay, that's right, because I did...
Is this what you reviewed last time?
Yes, this is what I reviewed in the Discord. So this is now starting to sound familiar. So far, none of this sounded familiar. I remember talking about, reading about this previously, where in the first review that I did, there was this aspect where the Aberration was like going to feed off of different aspects. I think there was at one point like a weapon even. But the idea was that you were supposed to feed off of like bad memories and things of like...
Interesting.
Of like people who have not feed off of them, but like this concept of like those who had, whether or not they had truly felt the pain of something. Like you had these different categories like hunger or whatever. So it's like those that actually have felt like starvation versus didn't, you would have different effects against.
Interesting.
And there was multiple categories. So it was like hunger, thirst, physical pain, mental anguish. So it was this interesting idea, but it did put a lot on the DM to where every enemy you'd have to decide.
You have to know, did you experience it? Did you not? Did you experience it? Yeah.
And then it was like every time you could do something with it. So I remember that. Actually, I might pull that one up. I know we weren't really going to like do a side-by-side with the original, but I do want to kind of pull up a note or two that I made about that one, because that was a really interesting topic. But I can't exactly remember how it was originally. So it was in homebrewing.
Let me see if I could find.
Oh, that was Hizboar. That was his notes. Okay, so that was for. Okay, so the Aberration. Yeah, so originally his pain state worked a lot differently. So he's reworked the pain state quite a bit.
Okay.
And my note basically on the pain state was that I did like the idea of having to have this like state that, you know, would affect the player's gameplay. But originally it was more like you gained things when people lost things. So it was like this kind of exchange. So it was kind of complicated. It was a bit of an exchange, and I liked the idea, but I my thought was something more akin to like a transfer. So it sounds like that's kind of where he's gotten these gauges more in line with. It seems like it's gone from more of a I'm going to take something from the enemy to gain something. It's more of, it seems like it's been put more focus into these gauges and like all more internal. I wonder if I have, do I have the original? Maybe I have the original here.
It is also, yeah, no.
Close. Okay, so pained state.
Let's see.
So maybe he didn't change it too much then, actually, now that I'm reading up on it. It's been a while since I reread this. I'm trying to read it. Like I gave a lot of notes. It was so much. Yeah, I think it's going to be too much to try to do a back and forth. So we're just going to go with what he has here. But yeah, it seems like he did a little bit of changing, but we'll see exactly what we have here. All right, so Pain of Hunger can have up to 3 gauges filled. So again, whether or not each of these, so there's hunger, there's thirst, and there's loneliness. So the DM has to decide, the enemy that you're against, whether or not they've actually felt the actual pain of this category of one of these 3. Please note that this term is used for the real despair of hunger without any way out. So monk fasting doesn't count as the despair. It doesn't.
So you're doing it to yourself. It's not like you're in.
It's not counted as despair or horror. This is like you're stuck on a ship out at sea and you literally believe you're going to die.
Yeah,
there is no
you're
food.
like contemplating cannibalism or sawing off your own leg.
Exactly.
Or something like that.
You're in an avalanche and you don't believe you're about to escape. You are. This is the brink of death, or at least the fear of death. You can't just say, "Oh, I've been hungry a few times," or "I did this for religious purposes." This has to be not your choice.
So I think with that, it's making it feel like this is going to be way more likely to affect them rather than not. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. So yeah. So basically, the DM has to decide the enemy that the aberration is fighting. Have they, whichever one of these categories, have they felt it or not?
Okay.
So when you put 1 into the gauge, so you're 1 out of 3, you have advantage against enemies that have never felt the real horrors of pain or the real horrors and despair of hunger. So if they have not, you get advantage.
Cool.
2 points, you'll get an extra action point and 1 bonus action point when you successfully inflict damage on a target that has never felt it before. You cannot gain extra actions via the extra actions you gained this way. So you can't just keep stacking. But if you haven't felt it and I hit you, I get 1 extra action that round.
So is that what an action point means? Is like I have like another attack action? Like the whole attack action?
It says 1 extra action point and 1 bonus action point. So I'm assuming that's the idea that, yes, you get a whole extra attack and a whole extra bonus action. But again, you can't keep stacking it. It's only 1 per round.
So is that what it says, 1 per round?
Well, it just says you can't stack it. So if I attack you and I get an extra attack, I can't attack you again and they get an extra attack. it's only, I can't get an extra attack on the extra attack.
But the question would be, if I hypothetically multi-classed in fighter and I have multi-attack,
then each of your primary attacks can get this. The attack you gained can't get more.
All right, bet.
But yes, if you have multi-attack, if you have 2 attacks, I read this as you get 4.
Bet.
But also think.
That's if you do damage. If you do damage, you'll get 4.
Yes, which is awesome, because let's say I attack you with a sword, and I have multi-attack, right? Fighter. Mm-hmm. But I'm also multi-classing. So it's like I could hit you with my sword, cast a spell, and then hit you with my sword, and then hit you with my sword. Because technically my first 2 I get 2 primary actions, which is 1 spell and 1 attack, and then each of those doing damage gets an extra attack.
Yeah.
But I can only do 1 spell per round, so I at least get 3 attacks. So you can still get a spell and 3 attacks off.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then when you get 3 full, when you get your 3 stacks in here, you get you gain 1d8
times your aberration level halved.
Yeah, that's what I was double checking, make sure I was reading that right. Yes, so 1d8 times half your aberration level, your non-aberration class level in total. Okay, so yeah, your total character level. So half your total character level. So you get 1d8 times half your character level necrotic damage on your attacks against enemies that have never felt it. So again, it basically dictates that unless the DM says they have felt it, you're going to get these bonuses as it stacks, right? You're going to get advantage. Now, I'm assuming these all stack. So I'm assuming that if you have 3 points, you get advantage and you get the extra point and you get the D8.
I would think so too.
I don't know why you would get because giving up advantage
to get
just to get an extra action doesn't sound like it's good.
I just keep the 1 point.
But I would rather just get the advantage, right?
Yeah.
But then to give up the whole extra attack for 1d8 damage, but if I'm doing a d12 in attack damage, I wouldn't want to give up the extra attack. Or the extra ability to do a spell. So I'm assuming you just gain all of these. So it is an interesting concept. So quick look, again, this actually isn't different. So this actually reads pretty much the same to the original.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of like, I didn't want to do a full side-by-side. So my original note for this particular one is I find the pain state to be a fascinating mechanic. I also want to look into I almost want to look into it as a much better way to deal with things like hunger and rations, travel and fatigue. So things like different ways to fill gauges instead of just give people status effects. But as it is, I'm conflicted. I like the premise and the idea, but I would have approached it differently, so there's not much I can say. It's an interesting concept to gain abilities when others would lose abilities. So the idea that you're gaining these gauges as pain, so normally people would because maybe the original one... So on your turn, you can use the pain points. Is that what he had the original, or was the original one you had to...
I do find it very, I don't know. It feels almost like if I'm trying to imagine this power, this ability, and it's like, all right, I'm using this pain point to enter into a state. Mm-hmm. Right? Some sort of condition, because it says the second you use any of these points, you're in the pained condition, whether it's pain of hunger, pain of loneliness, pain of whatever, you're in the pained condition. And just being in the pained condition, you automatically get more damage in what you're doing. So
okay, so this is what I was saying. So yeah, my idea was like, I liked what he was going with in terms of the of these powers, but I was saying that if I were to do it, I probably would have gone a different direction in terms of maybe transferring pain or hit point loss into something like these gauges. So instead of having like just this pool of points, it'd be more of something like in a sense, you could sacrifice, like make the sacrifice of pain be something the player could use. Like you go without eating to fill your gauge, and then you would get pros and cons for that. So my idea was more like interesting, like a lifestyle concept of you could forego or put yourself through these pain states to kind of like get you in these heightened awareness states. But it's not really the right direction he's going, because he's trying to feed off of whether or not that person has been like, it's almost like you're trying to pull it out. Like if you've never felt this pain, it's almost akin to I can make you feel that pain because you've never been able to put up with it. So it's almost like being able to use it against them.
I kind of feel like that too. So it almost feels like these pain points, almost because of all of the pain that you've taken on from other people and experienced over your lifetime, you almost have the ability to like radiate it.
Yeah.
And like, so imagine like, because you've seen in like anime where certain characters will just have this like bloodlust aura that's so debilitating that just people around them can barely stand in their presence just because of this aura that's around them. That's almost how I feel about this. It's like you're emanating this aura of hunger that is debilitating any enemy that doesn't know what this feeling is like.
Instead of saying it's necrotic damage, I wouldn't even mind calling this psychic damage, and basically instead of this being a state where it's like you're feeding your hunger gauge, and so it's only against people who haven't had hunger, I'd almost want this to be more of like, because you can see the god's intentions, right? Maybe when you fill a gauge, you can see enemies who have a tolerance, like you've seen when they've gone through this, right? Mm-hmm. So you fill your hunger gauge and you can tell by their aura whether or not they've ever experienced true hunger. And those that haven't, what this essentially is doing is with every gauge point that you put up, when you make an attack on them, you're infecting them with this mindset.
I like that more than the aura.
And so yeah, the first,
because it does happen when you attack them.
Yeah, so the first one, it's like you're infecting them with the horror of being starving. So you're not making them like illusionary think that they're starving, but it's almost like you're giving them that memory, and that's just jarring for them to have. And that's where the advantage comes in. And then you get the extra point because now they're, you keep infecting them to where the point where maybe at the second level they actually feel like they're starving, so they move slower. That's where you get the extra point against them, right? Because it's not against anybody else; it's only really against them in a sense, right? You're feeding off of that.
You're only attacking one person at a time, technically. So it's whoever you hit. It's whoever you're going after.
And then that third one is the psychic damage, right? You're basically making them believe that they're starving. Like you could actually, like each level is pushing them into that state.
Interesting.
And you're taking them out of battle as well as gaining benefits, right? Because it's not like the aberration's feeding off of this. You're not getting hit points. You're just doing more, which makes me think that they're doing less.
Yeah.
So instead of them, because again, once they leave you, once they go attack somebody else, the effect would fade. So they don't have disadvantage attacking somebody, but they have disadvantage attacking the aberration, who is the embodiment of this fear of going hungry, of this aspect of feeling like you're starving and about to die, right? It's almost kind of like the that illusionary Bankai from Bleach, the dude that puts you in like the illusionary bubble. No one can see in or out, but you're basically stuck there with him.
Yes.
Time works. Is that the dude that like time works almost differently for that one?
I don't remember.
Because there's the blind guy that gives you into the dark space. His Bankai basically makes everything dark. But I thought there was one guy who like makes you in like an illusionary bubble.
I swear there was one where it made you. It was almost like in Naruto where they do like the Sharingan, where you can like make you see things that aren't like real, that aren't really happening. I feel like it was something along those lines.
So I like that idea of where when you're facing off with the aberration, it's just when it like has this gauge up, it's almost like an illusion to where you and it go into a separate time kind of. To where that's why it can have multiple attacks on you. In the normal round, it wouldn't, right? So it's not like it's getting more attacks against other creatures. It would be kind of almost like you two go into a state where it can just do all this stuff because you're behind, essentially.
Right.
So yeah, I like it though. I don't think that these are too OP in terms of abilities. I just feel like Pain of Hunger, without inflicting anything on the player, it's just kind of weird to say why do you get advantage just because they've never felt it. Like
I see what you're saying.
It's almost like because they've never felt it, they don't have a tolerance. So you inflicting that memory on them is why it hurts. It's because they've never felt it, so they have to now live with that. It's almost like it's kind of like again, like
if you were to do it to somebody who had felt it, to be like, this is nothing,
right? And that's the idea. It's like, oh, I've been there. It's almost like reminding them of it. And you're like, yeah, I've been there, but now I'm better. But it's almost like the movie concept of when you give someone new memories, it almost hurts because it's like literally their brain has to incorporate that into their life. So I almost feel like that's what you're doing. You're infecting them with a memory they can't have because they don't know how to deal with it. So it's almost like reliving it without actually going through it. So again, more mechanical,
right.
based stuff, but it sounds like it's more of a psychic attack than it is. I'm just better because you've never experienced what I've experienced. It just sounds like it doesn't really flow as well as I've experienced this and you haven't, so you're not ready to see it.
Yeah.
Look into my eyes. See what hunger does.
What the penance stare from dude with the chains, motorcycle.
Oh, Ghost Rider.
There you go, Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
His little penance stare. It's like feel the pain of all.
And that's what this sounds like. So maybe that's what this is.
That's what I'm.
Is when they're within like 5 feet of you, or within so many feet of you per stage. It's kind of like whenever they're engaged in combat, they get that. That's kind of what I'm getting vibes off of this, right? So yeah, so I like that. I think that these, especially if these abilities were only honed in on the target, but then again, that would be kind of, or any target, any target that hasn't felt it, right? So you can up your gauge and then switch targets and it would still work because now you're infecting a new person.
Right.
All right, so now we have Pain of Thirst. And again, same thing. DM can decide. It has to be real despair and horror.
Right. Okay.
All right, so level 1 enemies. Okay, so level 1. So enemies that don't know the Despair of Thirst. So level 1 enemies will. So any enemy at level 1 will decrease in initiative order. -19 on said enemies rolled. So basically, when you activate the first gauge of Pain of Thirst, any enemy triggered will drop an initiative by 19.
By 19?
So basically, they go last. They will basically go last.
They just... Dang.
Just so yeah.
So like a wave of lethargy,
and it says enemies. That means, yeah. So enemies. So what I would like to see is an AoE. I would like to see a range. I would like to see... I
agree.
Even just at the very beginning, right here where it talks about pain, I would like to say that every gauge, maybe it's a 5-foot radius from the player for every pain point used. So the first pain point is anyone within 5 feet of you. So
and I like that, especially if it stacks.
Range, because it's this aura of effect, right? It's the penance stare. Then if you're at level 2, anybody within 10 feet of you gets inflicted. If it's level 3, it's 15 feet, right? Because then it takes you a couple rounds to be battlefield effective. It's only against the one-on-one, but then you can become battlefield effective as you fill this gauge.
Now, hypothetically, there's nothing that stops you from pumping 3 into this out the jump, right?
If you have the points, yeah. Well, in battle, to keep your memory, blah, 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 you can use pain points to fill out the 3 gauges. When you use a pain point on a gauge-specific level will increase. You can only have 1 gauge. If you use pain points, you can... because you have so little, I'm assuming it's because... yeah. No, on your turn, you can use a pain point as a bonus action. So you're limited to bonus actions. But if you attack somebody, you get an extra bonus action. So you can technically put a maximum of 2 points.
So read it again. It says a pain point as a bonus action? So
yes.
Implying that you can only use one?
1 pain point per bonus action.
Interesting.
But by successfully attacking someone, you can get an extra bonus action.
So you could technically... But that first attack would still only have the 1 point. The second attack would get the second point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you normally have an attack and a bonus point. So you attack. Mm-hmm. Now you have an extra bonus point and an extra attack. So now you have 2 bonus points that round.
Right, what I'm saying. So, but it would only apply for the second attack because in order to get the bonus point, you would have had to done the first attack.
Yes.
So your first attack only gets the one point that has into it, and then once you get your second bonus point,
the end of your,
then you can apply
at
another
the end
one.
of your round, you can do it, but you can't just flood it. Yeah, and if you were a fighter, technically you could technically use both your attacks, get 2 bonus points, and by the end of the round have all 3. But
there you go.
It's meant to be a max up. So yeah, I would say that I would love to see in this pain section a radius build, an area of effect or an aura that says for every point used or for every point in a gauge, the area of effect increases by 5 feet radius. So that way, you at level 3, you're affecting anyone within 15 feet. Makes perfect sense to me. I like that, and it makes more sense that you're engaging one person, and then over time, you're infecting anybody that sees you. And it could be like 15-foot radius line of sight, also, because again, it's more like a stare. They have to be able to know you're there.
Right.
Okay, but yeah, so back to Thirst. So one thing in Thirst, they get a -19. And again, I think that this highlights why it should be an area of effect, why it should increase. Because again, if we also go with what we said before, where you get forever many pain points, you get that level and everything before it. That means that when you finally get to the third rank in this, you would have a 15-foot radius, and anybody that enters it instantly drops by 19.
Yeah.
And that could mean a lot of different things, because that could mean, like, let's say you have initiative before me and you're the enemy. You walk into my zone and then you drop by initiative 19. That could be a fun house ruling that says you've used your move action, but now you've dropped an initiative. So now you have to wait till the next the end of initiative.
Wait till your new initiative round
to finish.
To finish your.
So you still don't have a move action
because it's technically the same 6-second period.
It's still the round. You've just been delayed.
That would be kind of cool. That would be creative though. It'd be like, hey, I'm gonna shoot. And then I'm going to move into melee distance, and I'm going to lose my initiative. But
at the end of the initiative,
if he wants to move out of the way before then, at least they'll get an attack of opportunity or something like that.
So I think...
That would be interesting.
That's why I really like the AoE aspect. I really think that could be
kind of cool.
Much more conducive to the types of encounters that Hizboar has planned. So, level 2 for Pain of Thirst. When you deal magical damage... cast the confusion spell for free. So when you deal magical damage, you cast confusion on that target for free.
Get the front door out of here. Now, innately, is there anything that gives these creatures magical damage? Or do you have to have a magical weapon?
Magical weapon or a spell.
Okay.
I'm assuming this is intended for spell magic, but yes, any magic... It says,
although it doesn't feel like these guys are supposed to be casters.
It says when you deal magical damage. So to me, that says anything magical you can also inflict, and it basically just means that when you inflict magical damage, you also inflict confusion. It's interesting because it kind of gives you the idea.
4th level spell.
So in my opinion, the reason why this can technically work is because imagine, right? You have this aura of effect. People who've never felt thirst. So if they're in this aura of effect, they see you. They're almost getting this like memory, this illusionary memory of being in a desert. You know, it's hot. That they're not sweating anymore. They're just going through, and then maybe they see a mirage. Like, so the idea of the confusion is they're lost in this like almost hypnotic state of trying to get to a mirage oasis in the desert, feeling like they're never going to get closer. Right? It never gets closer, and that's the mindset that they're in, which is why they have the confusion spell. It makes more sense to
when you hear for free, would you include concentration is free, meaning they don't have to concentrate on it?
It says cast the confusion spell on them for free, so my assumption is no spell it's basically the confusion spell is automatically cast. However, because it's a spell, I would assume that you would then need to maintain concentration to keep it up. But the casting of it happens. Like, they are now confused. Now, granted, I would say this. If you're trying to make it come from the Aberration, then yes, concentration still applies. The casting is what's free.
So,
however, what I would say, my ruling would be roll a d6, because it's the damage being taken that's inflicting in my opinion, it seems more, it says you cast it for free, but I look at it more as if they're under this effect, when you deal magical damage, they become confused, like they become under the same affliction.
That's so kind of the vibe that I'm getting
I don't like the idea that it's the actual spell. My mentality would be roll a d6, a d4, and for that many rounds, they are confused. As under the condition of the confused spell.
Which would mean they would have to roll the d10 and determine their behavior based upon what it says. But the question would be, each creature choose within range must succeed on a wisdom saving throw as you cast the spell. So I'm guessing it's just the creature that gets hit. The question would be, number one, do they get a wisdom saving throw, or are they just affected?
No, I look at this as you deal magical damage and cast the confusion spell for free. So I don't like the fact that we're casting the spell. I think this should read, if you deal magical damage, they become inflicted as if with the spell, including the save. Like,
okay, so
they still have to save,
They still have the opportunity to save.
But instead of it being the spell with concentration, I would make it a D4 or a D6 round roll.
So
and then because how long is it? It's just
with that change, because the concentration is up to a minute, but at the end of every turn, they're allowed to make another save to get out of it. Would you allow that with the
100%?
Okay.
I think it should just be as if inflicted by the spell. I think all things should apply. I just don't know if saying you're casting the spell matters. If that's the case,
I would say specifically, if they can save out of it, I would make it last for the whole minute and then give them the opportunity to save out of it.
Okay, yeah. So it would just last a minute.
Yes.
Unless they save.
Save out of it.
Perfect. I don't mind that either. I think that, yeah. I just said like the D6 roll just because...
I like the D6 if they can't save out of it. Yeah, because then it's not...
Also, casting the spell indicates like you could have anti-magic field. Does that matter? What if you don't have any... I mean, it's for free, but what if you've already cast a spell this turn? Like there's just a lot of questions, whereas I'd rather it just be magical damage inflicts confusion as if the spell was cast. And then that way you just don't have to have anything worries about it. But I do like that. And then on the third level of Pain of Thirst, when you deal damage, so I'm assuming that's any damage, cast blindness for free.
Good gracious.
I don't know about any damage. I still think magical damage makes most sense here. I mean, why go from magical damage to any damage? Wouldn't it be...
I get that it's a higher...
than magical?
Well, I would think that if you're going... Because magical is more specific... And so any damage is less
harder, right?
So
the higher, stronger you are,
that's the only reason I would see that. But
then again, if we're assuming that you get all of these, you're dropping them to the lowest initiative, then you're confusing them and you're blinding them. That may be a lot. Now, and again, this is also again, which would be really interesting. I wouldn't mind this being magical damage also. I understand where you were saying is, it's getting stronger, but if you account for the fact that we're talking about these being area of effects, if you leave it as magical damage, it means anyone else can also inflict these. Because if it's specifically anybody within the AoE that takes magical damage gets these effects.
Is it takes magical damage, or do I have to inflict the magical damage?
Well, this one, as it reads, says when you deal the magical damage.
Okay.
But if we go about the AoE effect, you could say any magical damage inflicts this, because again, so there's a lot of interesting concepts here. I don't know if blindness and confusion stacked on each other
I feel like
is helpful.
I'll say this. Blindness would basically give people disadvantage on any attacks that they basically make.
And if they save the confusion, at least they're blinded. If they've saved one or the other, if they can save.
I also like the idea of adding the note, because they have this note in a lot of other spells. If you save out of it, you can't be inflicted by it again for a certain period of time.
Oh, so you can't just get hit again the next round.
And then be confused over and over and over and over and over again. Unless it's meant to be that OP.
No, but I like the idea of you can't stun lock them. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. But no, the idea of not being able to stun lock them, that's fantastic.
So the other thing that I wanted to mention on here is I like the idea of confusion, because like Vortex was saying, confusion makes a lot of sense. You know, if you're thirsty, if you're almost out of your mind, it's almost like you're seeing what do they call it? A mirage on the horizon or whatever. Like, I get the concept of confusion from thirst. Blindness is harder for me to see from this. I think that there are some other conditions. Let me actually look at the conditions real quick. But see, that's a blindness spell. First of all, let me actually check the blindness spell. What does it actually say? Blindness, deafness. Okay. I got it. So you can blind or deafen a foe. Choose one creature if you can see within range. Make a Constitution saving throw. If it fails, at the end of its turn, it can make a Constitution saving throw on a successive spell. Okay, so it's basically the same thing. You inflict them with a blinded condition. I think maybe a different condition would be better. I think I got it. That's about it so far.
If we take a cue from the previous one, right? The previous one gave you a combat advantage. Literally, gave you advantage, right? Mm-hmm. Then the first one on this one drops them in initiative.
Okay.
Those are kind of not the same thing, but those are in line with each other.
They're giving the same energy.
Okay. So the second one on the first one was you get an extra attack against them. Extra attack, extra bonus action. This one, when you do magical damage, you can inflict a condition on them. So you get more actions, you inflict a condition on them, right? Okay. So far, kind of still in line.
I'm here for it.
What if this last one, because the other last one was you can deal X number of, D8, half your aberration level of necrotic damage. I don't think necrotic damage made sense for hunger, but you know what I mean? It does damage, right? And I think we were saying maybe not necrotic damage, but...
potentially psychic damage.
Psychic damage, because again, now what if the Pain of Thirst, I forget, I've been trying to think of the spell. What's the spell where essentially you like touch somebody and you like absorb their liquids? Like you basically kind of like mummify them? I forget what, like, there's a spell that basically like is like that, where it's like you basically have a spell where you essentially, like, the concept is you can, or is it
necrotic energy washes over a creature of your choice. You can draining moisture and vitality from it.
What's that one?
It's called Blight.
Blight, yes, Blight, exactly.
Also a 4th level spell.
Yes, exactly. So just like how Pain of Hunger had necrotic or psychic damage, what if Pain of Thirst, when you deal damage or when you deal magical damage, if up here it just said you gain that much against your attacks, right? What if on the level 3 here you gained 1d8, or you did this every time you did magical damage, you cast Blight on them? Because again, you're thirsty, right? You're giving them so much of this mentality that they're being thirsty, that they're gonna die from not having water, that you literally cast Blight.
That would be crazy.
So it would still fall in line with again, it'd still fall in line with what we've seen with Pain of Hunger, because Pain of Hunger went combat advantage, extra action.
So
now it's a new type of damage.
Here's what I want to do real quick. I want to look at the end section of Pain of Hunger, and I want to try and do that math real quick for, say, a level 9 character.
Okay.
So we have this math, and it says, and we're gonna say they have 7 levels in Aberration and 2 levels in Fighter. Okay? Because it says there's some math you have to do if you have non-Aberration class levels in total.
It's minus them. So basically you just minus out your non-Aberration class levels. So basically you take whatever your Aberration level is, cut it in half. Okay. So let's say so what's your total class level?
Total class level is 9.
And how many levels do you have in Aberration?
7.
So 7.5 would be 3.
7.5 would be 3. Okay.
And then you minus... so 7.5 would be 3 times your d8. So let's say you rolled a 6. So that's 18. Now, that means that you have 2 levels in non-Aberration. So minus 2.
Okay.
So you go from 18 to 16. So you do 16 necrotic damage.
Okay.
On attacks against your enemies. Any enemy that's in that radius that hasn't felt hunger. So that's how much extra damage you're doing.
So that's 1d8. If I'm casting Blight, I'm doing 8d8 every single time.
And maybe that's where it's it's the downgraded version where it's like a 1d8
and that's
of Blight.
Yes, okay.
And that's what I mean.
I'm here for that.
I like this idea that Pain of Hunger gave us this kind of category, right? These level ups.
Yes.
And Pain of Thirst, we get decrease in initiative, very akin to getting to advantage. Magical damage equals confusion spell. I kind of like that. Maybe it doesn't need to be magical damage, but then why not add, just like you did with Pain of Hunger, a damage modifier? Why not have this do 1d8, half your Aberration level in Blight damage? So again, is it the same thing? I mean, is it more? It's still the same damage, but the idea is like it represents what you're doing.
Yes, and I for sure appreciate that.
Or maybe you could say if you do magical damage, you can cast Blight at a quarter of its damage. So you cast Blight, you do the damage and then you take a quarter of it.
Right. So see what other effects?
Because 8d8, right? So if you do 8d8, if you took a quarter of that, it'd be 2d8. You know what I mean? So
that's fair.
Like realistically, you could just say a quarter of the Blight spell.
So would you also say that it has no effects on undead and constructs?
Why not? Because why would you use Pain of Thirst against something that literally cannot understand thirst? These wouldn't work on those things because those things cannot understand it. You would literally be telling...
I mean, the DM would rule probably fairly significantly.
Like it's like trying to explain to a fish what suffocating... What like
how
us suffocating would be. Like you can't... How would you tell a fish what drowning is? You can tell a fish what suffocating is, but you can't tell a fish what drowning is.
That's very true.
Because there's a huge, those two things are similar but not the same.
That's fair.
So
okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
I would say that I like that over this combo of confusion and blindness. I say stick with a theme, do something akin to blight, or I don't know how else you would want to do that, because I don't want it to be the same exact thing where it's like it's a D8 of extra damage, who cares? But maybe the type of damage matters, right? Like you said, like if it's undead, you're not going to use blight.
Yeah.
But if hunger is psychic, because it's not quite the same thing. Hunger could be, if hunger is psychic damage, that could work instead.
Interesting.
Or actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe hunger makes sense for necrotic, because your stomach's basically eating itself alive. Whereas this is going to be blight because you're removing the moisture. And then since the last one's loneliness, maybe loneliness would be psychic damage.
I definitely like that.
So there you go. Now you can actually have necrotic, blight damage, and
technically,
damage.
I will say blight damage is also necrotic damage. So in the spell...
Okay, so they're both technically necrotic damage. Yeah. Okay. Would make sense.
No, I like that. I like that a lot.
All right, and then we have finally Pain of Loneliness.
All right.
One level in Pain of Loneliness... so if you put 1 Pain of Loneliness, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage against those enemies that haven't felt loneliness.
Interesting. It does not say non-magical. It just says period. So that means all bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, including magical ones.
I would assume. I mean, that. I don't know if he meant it to be that way, but it would fit with the lore. And
it
in the
does.
campaign, it would absolutely fit just all. And yeah, it's resistance. It's only resistance. It's not immunity. Mm-hmm. So it's just half damage on saves, or just
half damage. Period.
Just half damage.
Yeah.
So that totally makes sense. If you want Pain of Loneliness, it is kind of interesting. Because it's almost like at first it's like, does this really make sense? But then if you think of like poetry, right? Like what was it, like Shakespeare to suffer the slings and arrows, but not to love, or whatever. Like the line of it's it's better to basically
sticks
go
and
through.
Stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me.
Yeah, but but
it's
I think
the opposite.
I think there was a line there about basically like suffering the mortal pains is nothing compared to not like having love or anything like that.
Yeah.
So this kind of concept of loneliness being like, I can suffer physical pain, but it's nothing compared to not having someone, right?
Yeah,
so there's a legitimacy here.
I see that.
So then we go 2 levels into it. You have resistance to control effects cast by enemies. So like charm, gaze, command word.
Yes, I would say. Would you include things like hold person? It's tactically a type of control effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to mean, because if he means control as in like the enemy can do to you what they
dominate
want,
person or whatever,
versus a grapple, because whole person is essentially magical grapple and not really making you do something, whereas command
it's more stopping you rather than
exactly. So you're right though. It's in that same vein, because he says control effects. So I guess that's up to the DM. What is a controlling effect?
That's fair.
You know what I mean? So that would be really interesting. Okay, so you get resistance, you can get control effects.
So resistance to control effects, I would assume that means advantage on saving throws.
Yeah,
because
you would think, right?
Because resistance is kind of hard. You don't really take damage from control effects like that, so you're not going to just have damage. But you can, doubling your chances is basically getting advantage. So
so what I would almost want is to switch these. I'd almost want level 1 to give you, instead of resistance to control effects, I'd almost be like, why not level 1 be like resistance to, or immunity to things like friendship and gaze, like those, like
low level charm spells,
like immunity, charm spells, like basically any immunity, because like you're lonely, you see right through people's bullshit, like what real, like you like, if you're lonely, the idea of people being your friend and like doing that, I kind of like that idea of like you wouldn't buy it. You just the pain of loneliness, what emptiness is like. So for someone to be like, no, we're friends, we're totally friends, buddy, be like, I don't buy it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like that would be in line with it, instead of this resistance to control effects, immunity to What are those? What is that category? Like when you have like, you know, the spell friends.
Enchantment. I'm pretty sure.
So like maybe just immunity to enchantment spells.
Okay.
I kind of like that as level 1. Then level 2, having resistance to the physical. I kind of feel like that would be a better level 2.
Okay.
Because again, it kind of goes in line with the other ones as well. It's kind of like that first one's giving you more combat, like control of the battlefield because you're not being inflicted by it. Then the second one gives you more of that direct, you know, ability to do more against them because you would have resistance. So that'd be more combat oriented. And then the last one says you have immunity. Oh, so the last one says you have immunity to all control effects, psychic and force damage dealt by enemy. So you basically have immunity to all control effects, psychic and force damage. I mean, that's immunity.
So you're keeping the resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, and you're gaining immunity to psychic and force.
Yeah.
I think psychic damage makes sense. Immunity feels like a lot. Force damage is crazy.
I like my original idea of thinking this should do psychic damage because it's loneliness. I think this final one should be just like the others that we suggested doing damage on the 3rd level.
Yeah.
I think this should do psychic damage, maybe even give you resistance to psychic damage.
Yeah.
I'm okay with having both of those. Immunity though, that's a lot. I like immunity to enchantments. I like that as a level 1. Force though, like immunity to force and psychic damage. I think resistance to psychic damage and doing psychic damage would be fine. And you know what? What if all of these had that? What if hunger had resistance to necrotic damage? What if this one had like resistance to radiant damage, and then this one had resistance to psychic damage, but they all also did those amounts of damage?
I will say specifically, and I don't know again in his setting how much it would come up. Immunity might not be bad specifically for psychic damage because it's not crazy common.
No, it's not.
It's really not. I'd be more concerned if he was immunity to like the bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing because that's freaking 90% of what they're doing.
Maybe my issue is not because it's not so common, but if it comes up, like if it were to come up, I don't think there's another scenario that would make the other two that game changing. Like if psychic damage comes up like as a big fight,
I do
that
see that.
one changes the game.
That.
Whereas the other two, it would be very hard to convince me that either of these two could be just as powerful in the right combat. Now, and we don't know. We don't know how he plans it, but like you were saying, it is rare enough. But the moment psychic damage comes on the battlefield, you're like, I'm immune.
So
that's way more powerful than the other two can do.
So I kind of like what you were talking about a second ago, though. Imagine, say, because again, and I want to keep this in mind, it's supposed to be OP. It's supposed to be crazy. And to be honest, there's nothing super OP about this thing yet.
True.
So imagine if every one of those third things gave them an immunity.
So immunity to necrotic for hunger, immunity to radiant for thirst, immunity because radiant the sun.
Sure.
So immunity to radiant and radiant. I think even though it's technically blight is necrotic, it also could be considered radiant because it's
I like that vibe too.
So I think necrotic, radiant, and psychic. And yes, level 3 is get immunity to those 3. And you deal the 1d8 half your aberration level of
remember,
those.
You can't have more than one of these active at a time. So the second you pop that immunity, again, we're playing with gods here.
Yeah, they
right?
can just change up their damage
They're
and
just
reset your counter.
All right, and exactly. So now I'm going to make you waste all your points.
Yep.
Swap into this
and
to that.
And the max you can get before level
20
20 is 8. So the most you could ever really do this is twice. You could only get to 2 level 3s. You could only change up twice. Then the most you can get is another level 2.
Yep.
So yeah, I think that would be great. I think, yes, doing those 3, necrotic, radiant. I think radiant sounds good too.
I do like that.
Psychic,
I like radiant.
Those 3 having an immunity at level 3 and doing the 1d8 half your aberration level minus your, times your aberration level minus your non-aberration level. I think that same exact thing because then you're getting immunity and you're getting damage output for that. Now, granted, it sounds kind of weird, right? Because you're like, well, wait a second. If I'm fighting a red dragon who does fire damage and I want fire immunity, I don't want a fire weapon. Well, it's like, yeah, that's the point, though. You don't want to give yourself immunity and damage to the opposite, right? You don't want radiant immunity and necrotic damage. That would be too OP because most likely if you're getting radiant immunity, what you're fighting against has radiant damage, which means they're probably weak against necrotic damage. So that's your choice. You can either go the immunity route against the thing that's attacking you with radiant damage. You'll get a boost to radiant damage, but it doesn't give a shit. So you're giving yourself the defensive bonus, but not the offensive. But if you know it's radiant and it's weak against necrotic, you could go the other route, even though it's not giving you necrotic damage, but you could go the necrotic immunity to get the necrotic damage output.
Right.
So that's the strategy is, do I need to be more defensive in this battle and take the immunity, or do I need to be more offensive and take the thing that will hurt it?
And it gives you options, it gives you play, but it doesn't let you do everything all at once, and the stuff you get does feel powerful. It does feel like you're doing some stuff.
And then the other two, if we do that where it's the immunity and the damage output, then all of these have those other two that can be stacked for something to give you initiative control. And I say initiative control as in
combat control.
Not necessarily battlefield control, but action economy control.
Yes.
Because
like
the
that.
first one with hunger is... you're getting an advantage. That's action economy control. With Pain of Thirst, you're getting a better initiative roll. Action economy control, right? You were in control of the action economy. With this other one, I like the idea that you would get immunity to enchantment or control effects. Because again, economy control, you are removing that economy from them. Then the second round is you're able to get an extra bonus action, an action against that person. This one... you would do the confusion. Like you give them confusion as you do damage. And then this one could be you get resistance to all of those attacks, all those physical attacks, right? All of these things are now you go from action economy is the first level. Second level is actual like combat benefits, direct combat benefits. And then that third level is your immunity plus your damage output. And they would all equal the same thing, right? So again, you either
I'm kind of here for that.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure all this is still at level 1.
Yeah,
this is the first. This is pain. This is out the jump.
But
pain.
Again, this is also talking about how this should be OP this early. Like I'm saying that now. Granted, you only get 4 pain points to start out with,
this
right?
might scale. Like maybe those damage amounts scale as you level up and whatnot.
And that's the idea too. Is like you only get 4 pain points to start out with, so you can only hit one of these at level 1. That's still pretty impressive and OP as it should be at level 1 to go straight to an immunity of something. But it won't really be that great until you can basically just, like you were saying, have unlimited power points and just be like, nope, poop, now I'm immune to this. Poop, now I'm immune to this. Poop, now I'm immune to this. That's what's going to make it even more OP later down the road, especially when this thing is supposed to be the helper.
But even then, like you said, you can only do 1 point at a time. And unless you're doing hunger, you're not going to get any extra bonus points.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to wait turns to get it all the way up to 3.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
So it's going to be a lot of strategy. It's going to be a lot of strategy. But I like how it builds out. All right. Oh, cool. He actually covers this. If you were able to cast spells, you can't cast them or concentrate on them except for shape-shifting and summoning ones while in a pained state. So while you're in the pain state, there is no concentration. So I think we already solved the confusion spell by giving it the maximum amount until they save out.
Right.
Because he wouldn't be able to concentrate on it anyway. So it has to go for either its max amount or a die roll. And I like that. I like the fact that once you activate one of these gauges, now granted what it does though is it does screw over what we talked about where you can't min-max the hunger. So I can't be a fighter with 2 attacks, activate my hunger gauge, do 1 attack, get an extra attack, do 1 attack, get an extra attack, and then cast a spell. Because I can't cast spells in this state. So there is you can't do spells while doing this, which I thought was kind of clever because then you can get basically 3 slashing attacks and a spell off.
Yeah.
But I understand that maybe that's a little too OP because you get 3 attacks plus power word kill. Can you imagine that? Just
Meteor swarm.
Swing, boom, dead. So I understand why he dropped that down. But I do like that he mentions it. So yeah, no concentration. So you can't cast or concentrate. I do like that. So that means that once you're in the pain state, you can no longer cast spells, but you cannot have tried to outsmart it by casting one first. And then going into the pain state while maintaining it. It'll drop any spell instantly.
Yep.
So I do like that.
It's the same thing with Barbarian's Rage too.
Yeah. And that's probably where he got it from, but I do like that he added that in there and didn't let it get too out of hand.
Yeah.
So your pain state lasts until your long... Ooh. the pain state lasts until a long rest.
So even if you use all your pain points, you're still in the pain condition until you take a long rest?
Yeah, so once you activate the gauge, it's just going to be active unless you change it, but you can't take away pain points, you can only add. So until you're rested, you just go into that state and you're just in it. You can change the state, but all you can really do is lessen a state, right? You can go from a stage 3 to a stage 1 of another state, but that's it.
So that's interesting. If I run out of pain points and I'm at a 3, I can't change it.
Nope. You were stuck at that stage until you long rest.
Interesting.
I'm assuming it also accounts for if you reach 0 hit points, die, and unconscious.
Yeah.
But basically, yes, you are stuck in that pain point, which would be also... See, I think also this... Now that we know that, maybe these could also come with detriments. Like if you are at level 3, you get, the necrotic damage and you get this, but you suffer from hunger fatigue. So every day you gain 1 fatigue point from hunger, or, maybe you automatically have 3 points of hunger. And then maybe if you're thirsty, like the same thing, like maybe these ideas, if they can't be sated, right? Until you long rest, you can't be sated for thirst. So you feel always thirsty in the pain state. So you get all these other bonuses, but maybe there's a detriment. Maybe your movement speed's halved. Like your travel movement speed is halved.
Interesting.
So I would like to see some sort of detriment for the fact that if you go into these pain states, you technically can't get out. There should be some kind of detriment to that. Outside of combat only. It shouldn't hurt you in combat. The whole point is for these to be beneficial in combat.
Right.
I would like to see, once you're out of combat, if you went full hunger, why are you able to have your same encumbrance? Like, that's a bad example because we're like talking about god characters, right?
Right.
But why, if you are in the hungered state, if you've put yourself in this state, I feel like you should, outside of combat, once combat's over, until you have a long rest, you should suffer, right? You should be in that hungered state. So something should go wrong. Same thing with the thirst, same thing with the loneliness. It would just be kind of cool to see some sort of detriment because you maxed it out and now you're out of combat. Because otherwise, there's no, why not just always max it out? Like, Why not wake up and just be like, I'm in the hunger state today. I'll change it when we get into battle. Like, without an actual detriment, there'd be no reason not to immediately go into one of these states.
So there's a little bit more just after what you read.
All right, let's continue.
That actually, I think, speaks on what you're talking about.
So if you're knocked out or unconscious, you will gain 1 level of Okay, so your pain state lasts a long rest. If you are knocked unconscious, you will gain 1 level of a random gauge and lose your current gauge unless the gauge you gain is okay, so you just roll like a D3 or whatever. You'll get it'll just reset to that random gauge as 1, unless it's the same.
Once you're knocked unconscious, but that's interesting because you're still in the pain state.
Yes, so you cannot end your pain state unless you long rest, and while you're in the pain state, if you are in one of your non-humanoid forms, you cannot go back to humanoid form. Okay, so that's a little bit of a. What's interesting, it says if you're not in one of your humanoid forms, and we haven't even talked about it being able to shape change yet. So, but that's interesting. So that's kind of a detriment. I still would like to see one, like I like that. I'd like to see one additional one for each pain state though, like a specific one that comes with which pain state. Because again, the pain states are giving you such excellent benefits during combat. I'd like to see that choice follow you. You know what I mean? But maybe that's just my desire for, more intricate gameplay and not just combat focused like mechanics.
Right.
All right. Interesting. And so your echo, we still haven't figured out where this echo comes from, but your echo may have different gauge activated than your original body. The only way for your echo to gain gauges is through you. If you gain a level of gauge while already having one or multiple levels on another gauge, your old gauges will reset and your gauge levels will be transferred and reset. Your old gauge levels will reset, and reset gauge levels will be transferred to your echo. Beware, your echo can only have a maximum of 2 levels on a gauge, and only one kind of a gauge active at once, unless... So basically, if you have gauge level 3 of hunger, and then I switch to thirst, that hunger is going to go to my echo. My echo will now have hunger level 2, because it can't have more than 2. So if my echo had thirst... Then I changed to hunger.
So the only way your echo can get gauges is by you switching gauges.
Or by activate. I think the echo gets the gauge you have when activated, and then anytime you get a gauge, it will get the last one you just switched off of. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know if it's both or if it's just what you said. Only maybe.
Interesting.
Maybe once you've changed gauges. Because I did make some notes on the echo on my previous read through. So it'll be interesting to see what that echo does. So yeah, beware. Your echo can only have a maximum of 2 levels in any gauge. And then it says one of your skill effects, the new gauge level will instantly replace the old gauge level. So maybe it is that your echo will only get it once you've changed. So that's the only way to give it.
Got it.
And it can only ever have 2, so it can never have the 3rd level.
It can never. I like that.
Oh yeah, I think that's a good balance for that. All right, monster shape and possession. So the beasts you have eaten will be trapped in your shadow as shadowy figures. Very interesting. These beasts will be extremely weakened, and how many of them you can summon will vary according to your level. Starting at 2nd level, you can use your action to magically assume the shape of a beast that resides in your shadow. You can use this feature twice. You regain expanded uses when you finish a short or long rest. Okay. I remember talking about this with Hizboar in the Discord. So I had a really different approach to this because he has a like monster shape and possession. These are kind of like abilities. So I think my direction, my original notes were something akin to having like a feat or this ability that first you can use at the early levels to essentially like snapshot a creature. Like, so a creature that you see, you can kind of basically like make a mental image of that. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of like your ability to be like, I can turn into that one now. And as you gain more, that's how you trap more. You basically can like collect like shapes that you can change into. Mm-hmm. But my idea was because like he had them separated in powers, I was like, this power should be the one that collects it. This power should be the one that utilizes it. Like actually gets you to transform.
Interesting.
So I was kind of having it as 2 separate things. That was my original example. So we'll see what he actually did with it. So your aberration level determines the beast you can transform into, as shown by the beast shapes table. If the beast is smaller in size compared to you, you can transform into multiple of that beast and form a swarm that contains you in more than one shadowy body. The limits are the same as the shadowy figure amounts you can summon, shown in the shadowy figure table. These bodies will feel like your legs and arms. So at 2nd level, excuse me a second. So at 2nd level, you get no flying. Your limitations are no flying or swimming speed, regardless of what you have. And you can choose any creature that's a maximum of 1/4 CR. So something like rats, I guess, would be an option.
Okay.
4th level, you get like a half CR, so something like centipedes. 8th level, you get 1 CR, something like bats, cockroaches, and lotusts. And then this one, I'm assuming that's like 9th level and probably a 2 CR. Oh, no, that's the same thing. 8th level.
That's the same thing. Yeah.
Mine's what is up? How's it going? Nice to see you in chat. All right, so you can stay in a beast shape for a number of hours equal to half your aberration level rounded down. You then revert back to your normal form unless you expend another use of this feature. You can revert to your normal form earlier by using a bonus action on your turn. You automatically revert to your full if you fall unconscious, drop to 0 hit points, or die.
Have we mentioned how many uses of this feature we have?
Not yet.
Okay.
So what's interesting here, you stay as the shape for a number of hours equal to half your aberration level.
Sounds very druid-like.
Then you revert back. You can use a bonus action to revert back on your turn. And then you'll automatically revert back at the end of the time if you fall unconscious or reach 0 hit points or die. However, you cannot end your pain state unless you take a long rest while you are in a pain state. If you are in one of your non-humanoid forms, you cannot go back to your non-humanoid form. So keep that in mind, that even though you can only be in your shape-changed state for a number of hours equal to half your aberration level, and there's conditions that you will revert back, those conditions will only be met if you are not in a pain state.
So, interesting. So you would think that it's not, you can't choose to go back if you're in a pain state. You think you can't go back no matter what if you're in a pain state.
Because this says you can revert to your normal form, or you then revert to your normal form. you can revert to your normal form earlier by using a bonus action. But we specifically get over here, you cannot end your pain state unless you take a long rest. And while you are in a pain state, if you are in your non-humanoid forms, you cannot go back to your humanoid form. So the pain state overrides specific over general. Pain state overrides.
When I hear you cannot go back, that just makes me feel like you can't intentionally go back. Like if you were to go unconscious.
No. Not like it's permanent. I'm just saying that while you were in the pain state, you can't choose to go back. So technically, you could say, "Hey, I'm only a level 2 aberration, right? So I only get 1 hour." Technically, you could.
But what I mean is, like, say if you were to knock them unconscious, would they go back?
Yeah.
Even if they're in the pain state.
Well, wait. The pain state doesn't go away when they're knocked unconscious, huh?
That's correct.
So yeah. So no. As long as the pain state is active.
So that's what I'm saying. For the way I read it, I would think they would because they're not choosing to go unconscious in that moment. And so the way it kind of sounds to me
the pain
is
state, you have to choose to go unconscious to end the pain state too.
What do you mean choose to go unconscious?
Because if you get knocked out, it doesn't go away. You have to take a long rest. You have to actively rest and sleep to end the pain state.
Right.
So I think that, yeah, if you're in your animal form and you're in the pain state, if you get knocked unconscious, the pain state remains active. And as long as the pain state is active, I think that's the idea. Is now, granted, yeah, it is a little bit weird because it says you can't, because it says that you can.
I'll put it this way. It could be read both ways.
Yeah, because all it says is you cannot go back. So it depends on whether you read that as intentionally or non-intentionally. I read it as you just can't. Period. There's nothing you can do.
And I'm trying to get into the head of Hizboar and think what was he meaning? Do I think that he meant like you can never go back, or do I think that what he wanted to communicate was you can't choose to go back? It feels like he was trying to communicate you can't choose to go back, but that's only because, I think a lot of those other things, like imagine you get.
I think this might just be one of those situations too, where as you build something out, you're in the mindset of having to write it out to make it make sense, but you're not trying to make everything previously make sense. I don't think that he intended my way or your way of interpretation. I don't think he's trying to use this language to intend that. I just don't think he thought that far. I think this was written one point to explain what this is happening. Like if you're in the pain state, you can't go back. And then I think he wrote the other one as its own idea, but I don't think he wrote either one to reflect each other. I think that's what we're dealing with here. I think that's why it's not clear. I don't think he wrote it to be clear. I don't think otherwise I think because what we've seen from him before is I think he would have called back. I think he would have said down here, regardless of which one of us is right, it says, I think when you revert to your normal state, unless you use this feature, you can revert to your normal state using a bonus action on your turn, unless you're in a pain state. I think technically he would have said unless you're in the pain state, if he truly meant not at all.
Yeah, and I can get behind that.
So I think with that being said, you're more right. Most likely is he should have written in here unless you're still in a pain state. So I think that technically by how he writes, he probably did mean it's not a choice. If you're in the pain state, you cannot control it. But it is kind of one of those. It does say that you don't end the pain state, and you say that as long as you're in the pain state. So it's on the fence. We're gonna maybe add that to the list of questions.
Okay.
Don't we have another question for him already too about the beginning?
Yeah, we have the ones we talked about earlier.
So we might as well just add that to a list of questions for Hizboar for the Discord.
So how do we want to word that? We want to ask him what ends the pain state? Is it?
No. We know what ends the pain state.
Not ends the pain state.
The problem is, so we would have to write it as pain state does not end when unconscious. Beast shape ends when unconscious. However, beast shape also states cannot change if in pain state. Therefore, will you revert to human if unconscious and in pain state? Those are the basic way we have to tell him. These are the things you've said. These two things are contradictory. So what happens? However you want to write that out.
Cool. I can do that.
Right. What's going on in chat? Big Dungeon Energy, what is up? How's it going? Welcome. Yes, we are going over a homebrew showcase today. On Mondays, we do a homebrew review or homebrew showcase. Review is more or less us critiquing it from the point of view of whether or not we would want to use it in our settings, and showcase is things that are a little bit more specific and can't really be adopted and are more like specific to people's own settings. So we just kind of like to showcase them and talk about our ideas about how we would feel about them as a player in that setting. So a little bit of a different focus, but yeah, welcome. Nice to see you. Mind's Eye, writing a personal quest for players for the new run of Dungeons and Stormwreck's Isle. Oh, Dragons of Stormwreck Isle. Nice. It's nice to have D&D related commentary in the background. Well, I'm glad that we can be your background commentary. It's fantastic.
Very nice. Very nice.
Definitely let us know if you do come up with anything. I'm really interested to know what you have for personal quests. Kage and I have talked a lot about, even though you have parties and party agendas and everything, we are very big on making every player have their own game experience, even if they're part of a party, and that's the
very
whole
much
campaign. So having individualized agendas, having individualized quests are very big for us. So yeah, let us know in the Discord what's going on with those. I'd definitely like to hear what you have going on. You've written 2 already. Awesome. Big Dungeon Energy just got done streaming some of the D&D planning. Currently trying to figure out how to create magic items in Foundry. Ooh, have you used Foundry yet?
I have not.
I have not messed around with Foundry at all.
There are a lot of cool stuff that you can do in a lot of these apps. I have not got to play with enough of them.
Yeah.
Going through our resources page, I'm discovering all kinds of new places you could do different things. It's very cool.
Nice. Where we get this one from? So this one that we're actually reviewing today is a viewer submitted one. So this is a viewer of ours, Hizboar. He's not here today right now. But yeah, most of the homebrew review stuff, unless we don't have something submitted, and we'll grab something from like D&D Beyond. But yeah, everything that we try to do for homebrew showcase and homebrew review is either from you guys, our viewers, or something that we've created for our settings. So yeah, we try to keep it, as community-based as we can for the reviews. Just not good at handmade. Oh, thank you for the follow, Dungeon. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
So it has some great mods, just not great at the handmade items yet. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I haven't really messed with any of the online applications or services yet, so I really don't even know what you can do with Foundry. I'm not even sure what it's capable of.
You could do a lot of what do you call it, map creating. You can create items in it. You can create, I think, character tokens and stuff like that. It's a lot of virtual tabletop.
Interesting. And now, is it all portable to Roll20 and all
I
of that,
think
or
it's
is it
its
all
own
self-contained?
system. I think it's its own system.
Nice. I'll have to it's a VTT. Okay, yeah, so it's its own all
yeah.
in one. But you own it. Oh, interesting.
So you can actually purchase it instead of subscribing to it like a lot of them are, because Roll20 you can subscribe to it to get access to a lot of the features. I think Foundry's a program you can purchase, download, and you have everything locally.
Ooh.
So
can you write that down? We should look into that because if we want to do if we want to do the future idea of gaming with audience, I would want something a little bit more specialized and customizable. So let's look into that for sure. 100%. Okay. Started DMing in 2020, so I've only been on VTTs. Okay, hey, not a bad thing.
It's not bad.
Those are great. Being able to just connect with players in any way is actually really good. So not a problem there. You can run it from your own machine, or they have a cloud-based service called the Vortex. Okay, that's really cool. It's a one-time fee, and your players don't need. Oh, hell yeah, we're looking into this because I've been really wanting to figure out a way that I can best represent High Point, because I do theater of the mind all the time, so I don't usually do a lot of visuals, but I want to do gaming with the audience, right? I want to actually run you guys through High Point. I want the audience. Kage and I have been talking a lot of different ways that we want to do this, because we want to play on stream a little bit, but I'd much rather play with you guys than just have you guys watch us play. So I'm coming up with the different ways that we can actually get the audience involved, whether it's a one PC type of gameplay, or if we do some one shots where maybe it's a raffle or something where a couple of viewers, cool. Asked to come on board, and then we only pick a few. I don't know how we're gonna do it, if it's gonna be specific people, if it's gonna be chat. it might, again, one PC style where chat is the PC and we do like voting or things like that. But yeah, we definitely want to do something. The Forge sounds really interesting. So yeah, we will look at the Foundry. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I definitely want to look at it. Makes a huge, yeah, for combat map makes a huge difference, I'm sure. Excellent. Cool. So yeah, so now we have that question for Hizboar going back to this. So we'll figure out whether or not he intended the beast shape to end even, with unconsciousness, even if you have the pain state. All right. So while you are transformed, the following rules also apply. So these are when you take any of your beast shapes. Your game statistics are replaced by the statistics of the beast, so I'm assuming that means all of your stats. But you retain your alignment, personality, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores, so not all your stats. You also gain all of the skills and saving throw proficiencies in addition to gaining those... you also retain all of your skill and saving proficiencies in addition to gaining those of the creature. That's fascinating. So you have all of your saving throws plus any additional bonuses.
That's actually
you basically
crazy.
Get whichever one's better.
That's a little bit better than Druid Wild Shape.
I don't think any of the other polymorph style
allows you to keep both.
Yeah, no. The fact that, and basically I look at that as you keep whichever's better.
Yeah.
Yours or its. It's just whichever's better.
That's fair.
If the creature has the same proficiency as you and the bonus in that stat block is higher than yours, use the creature's bonus instead of yours. If the creature has any legendary or layer actions, you can't use them. That's interesting. So still cuts you off from those, but it does make sense to, cap you a little bit.
Yeah.
Although because this is such an OP level of gameplay, I'm kind of surprised he even cut that out.
I would say lair actions make sense because you're likely not going to be in their lair, but legendary actions, here's the deal. If you're going to be a legendary action, you got to think about what CR you're going to even have to
right?
be.
Like at this point, you can't even get to a CR1 until 8th level. You're basically like, let them have layer actions at level 20. That's the whole point of this thing.
If you can make it happen, make it happen.
Yeah, I totally would allow layer actions because, again, like you said, by the time you have them, you're already at a high level. When you transform, you assume the beast's hit points and hit die. Every individual beast has their own hit points. And they are not shared. Okay, so every time you transform, it's its own hit point base. When you revert to your normal form, you return to the number of hit points you had before you transformed. However, if you revert as a result of dropping to 0 hit points on all of your transformed forms. Oh. So even though, let's say you have 100 hit points max, you drop down to 50, then you change. That version of you dies, you come back with the 50 that you originally had. Mm-hmm. Let's say you change again. That creature dies, you come back with the 50 that you had. Mm-hmm. You change again. Now this is your last form. That form dies, you're dead. So if you go to 0 hit points in all of your forms, it does not matter how many hit points your true form has. If you were at 100 hit points out of 100 hit points, but all of your shapes die, you're dead.
Interesting.
So if you have 5 things that you can change into and you are at 100 hit points, if you go to 0 hit points in all 5, does not matter that you have 100 hit points.
So here's what my question is. Are we saying that how many creatures I have in my shadow, or are we saying how many times I have the ability to transform?
I think that's one and the same. I from what I've understood, it's one and the same. However many you've collected is how many you can transform into.
Interesting. So
I'm pretty sure that you have
actually
a limit.
Curious. You know that other column that we were looking at? I didn't know what it was. I'm curious
how many times you can change.
I'm curious if that's the limit of how many creatures you can have in your shadow at that level.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
I would say you're right. That's either the number of creatures or how many times you can change. But you would think that if it's how many times you could change, you'd think it would have gone to unlimited.
Agreed.
But I do like the idea if that's the number of creatures you have. That makes way more sense, even though it caps at 4, which I think is a little low.
I do.
But yeah, no, that makes more sense that that's the cap, right? Because I like this idea that if you've burnt them all, you don't just get an unlimited amount. If you've burnt through them all, you're dead. And it is kind of interesting. There is that whole thing of balance there. You could make the argument that doesn't make sense. You should still have your final 100. But to me, that's a broader category of action economy, right? That's you not having prepped and planned your transformations. That's right. Action economy. That is a good bad thing to happen to you.
I like that.
Just like what we were saying is that
yes.
the having 3 stats in the pain of hunger, there should be some sort of detriment. That's the detriment here. If you abuse it, you lose it. So I'm okay with that. I'm really interested to know if a creature dies, do you lose that creature? Like if you've caught one, do you lose that creature if it went to a 0 hit points?
I think that would be very interesting too.
All right. So when you transform, you assume the beast. Okay, no, we just said that one. Blah, 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 blah. If your shadowy beast forms stand further than 50 feet from their swarm at the end of your turn, they will be teleported back into the swarm. Because it's, he said that you can, if you have small creatures, you can basically make a swarm of them. Mm-hmm. So if one version of that is too far away at the end of your turn, it'll automatically come back. So if like,
does that mean you can move them separately, like independently?
He did say something about that here. So, yeah. So you can use actions to magically assume the shape of the beast that resides in your shadow. The aberration level determines the size, as shown below. If the beast is smaller in size compared to you, you can transform into multiple of that beast and form a swarm that contains you in more. That contains you in more than one shadowy body. The limits are the same as shadowy figure amounts you can summon. These bodies feel like your arms and legs. You can stay in the beast, blah, blah, blah. You can then revert to your normal form. So it sounds like, yeah, if you're a swarm, it sounds like you can split yourself up.
Interesting.
But up to 50 feet, and then at the end of your turn, you magically come back. So that could be like if you're a swarm and you attach to something, or if it moves you, if you fall. Like I'm assuming that there's just a way to basically say that you can't like ever disperse yourself.
Got you.
Like the swarm will never.
So you can't be like hiding in like 4 places at once or something like that.
Unless it's within 50 feet. You know what I mean? Like you could, but I think it's more of the idea of like you can't justify, well, he took half your body, so you can't reform yourself. I think it's the idea of the swarm will maintain.
Got it.
All right.
Well,
interesting.
It'd be interesting. What happens if one of the pieces of the swarm goes down? Does the whole person?
I think it just acts like how Swarm does. Like
a
swarm is
that's
of
what
itself
I thought.
each piece of the HP. I don't think losing a piece is going to lose a part of you. I think it's just more of a mechanical correction to make sure that one of your pieces can't be 100 feet away doing damage, and then this one's over here doing like. I think it's just more for balancing. Just
that
make
makes
sure
sense.
that you have to stay together. Swarm is the place where the majority of your transformed forms stand in at the time. So the swarm is basically where the bulk of it is. Mm-hmm. If there is no swarm, all of your transformed forms will be teleported to the estimated center of where they are. So if you perfectly spread out. Mm-hmm. If you have only one form alive, then that one form is considered the swarm.
Okay.
So swarm is basically just an aspect. You can't cast spells if you are in a non-humanoid form. So that's interesting. You can cast spells when transformed. It just has to be humanoid. So you can't be a deer, can't be a rabbit.
Okay.
But you could be maybe a goblin.
Okay.
Like again, it's a CR. As long as you have the CR level.
A dryad, maybe.
Yeah, you could. So you can cast magic as long as it's in a humanoid form. Your ability to speak or take any actions that requires hands are limited to the capabilities of the beast form. Transforming doesn't break your concentration on spells you've already cast or prevent you from taking actions that are part of a spell, such as Call Lightning.
Very similar to Druid.
Yep. How would that affect any combat? Which part?
I think they were talking earlier when we had mentioned that I think we touched on it a little bit when we were talking about how all of the forms, if you use all your forms, you die. Because that's when the oof came in, is right about then when you said when all 3 of your shapes go down, you're dead. You don't get to go back to your 50 hit points, even if you had 50 hit points in your humanoid form.
Oh,
you're just gone.
I thought he was talking about the swarm part, but okay, yeah. So yeah, okay. Let's see. So you can't cast spells unless you're in human form. Your ability to speak. Oh yeah, so I do like that.
No,
okay. So about the swarm. So how does this work in combat? So I'm assuming that because he's talking about the CRs, I'm assuming he's trying to accommodate for super tiny creatures that are small in size, like tiny in size,
like rats and stuff like that.
Yeah. So yeah, that was one of the examples that he used was rats. If we go down to here real quick, so if we go all monsters, challenge rating, so let's say we go challenge rating quarter, right? And then we go by type. Or no, I want by size. So like, if he was going to turn into an abyssal chicken, because it's smaller than him, he would turn into multiple abyssal chickens as a swarm. Now, the question becomes, let's say the DM says, okay, a swarm of chickens, your size will be 6 chickens. Does he get to control 6 chickens? Like, can he have individual chickens attack and therefore they can split up? Or is what we're talking about, the terms of the swarm being broken up, is that more mechanical, just to discuss if someone comes by and kicks one of the chickens, what happens to it, right? I don't know what Hizboar's intention was. Was it intended to control the swarm individually, or was it meant to just justify what would happen if the swarm were to be broken up?
Because if you look you can actually search on 5e, or I'm sorry, in D&D Beyond right there, just type in the word swarm and you will come up with like 4 or 5 different swarm creatures, right? You have a swarm of bees, swarm of centipedes, swarm of whatever.
Right.
Those swarms, mechanically, when you're using them as creatures, all move together as one swarm. It's one body.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't separate.
Yeah, it's intended to be, and that's why I think his intention was, like, again, the chickens. If an enemy comes up and punts your chicken 20 feet away, what happens? Your chicken will eventually make its way back to the swarm. It's not an independent piece of you.
Right.
It's not autonomous, but how do you describe what happens to it? If it goes more than 50 feet, it'll come back.
Okay.
Otherwise, it will just, in general, act as part of extension of the swarm. But again, I think if you have the swarm attack a person over here, you won't be able to be like, well, that chicken's over there, so
the whole swarm is attacking that thing.
Yeah, and if the chicken over here isn't part of it, I don't think fundamentally anything happens differently. It's not like the damage goes down.
Yeah.
It's like that chicken tries to make its way over, and if it doesn't make it, it doesn't make it.
Okay.
But I think mechanically speaking, you're right. It's not meant to be that you can control parts of the swarm. I think it's mainly there just to explain random situations.
The biggest thing I would ask at that point becomes then, what do your hit points look like? Because your hit points aren't going to be the hit points of a singular one of these creatures. And when you're looking at the swarms, it's like, it's kind of hard to tell how they're multiplying it.
I've always looked at it as a swarm is just the visual description. When I say a swarm of flies, I don't mean that there are a number of flies equal to the number of hit points. You could say that.
No, that's correct. But again, the hit points that the swarm as a whole is going to have isn't going to match. So when it comes to scaling, because not every one of these things is going to have a swarm.
Yeah.
A swarm version of itself. So I can't just go, if I turn into a bat, go to the swarm of bats and be like, okay, that's what the hit points are. So I'm going to have to calculate for myself what type of... Yeah. So my question is like, what kind of scaling are we doing? So if one of these chickens, if I turn into one of these chickens and it just so happens that I turn into a swarm of one of these chickens, then what am I going to use? How am I going to reference what my HP would be? I'll likely have the same dexterity. I'll likely have the same saving throws and stuff like that.
The idea is like... I think who was trying to solve for the idea of like saving, like if I transform into a tiny creature, that puts a lot more detriment, even regardless of what creature I go into, that size detriment isn't worth the ability usage. Whereas if I was a swarm of my same size, I therefore wouldn't feel as much of a detriment to it. I wouldn't have the same issues. So I'm wondering if that was what it was there for, is mainly just to not represent any detriment because you're going to a smaller size. But you're right. It does breed questions. If I want to turn into that chicken, how many chickens? Is it 5 chickens? Is it 6 chickens? Is it 12 chickens? And what does that mean? Do I get the same attack as the one chicken, or do I have to make a multi-attack now like the other swarms? Like, are you basically just saying visually, let's represent it as a swarm, but it still acts as the one creature? Or are we turning this into a new type of creature, which is a swarm of it?
I would say the former, to the extent that it's really just because even these swarm creatures are basically just a visual representation of a bunch of creatures, but it's still one creature.
Exactly.
And so I think if that's what we're doing here, the only question becomes, how do we determine the statistics of the swarm version of whatever it is you're turning into?
And I think that as we're talking about this, I think it's not designed to intentionally create swarms. I think either A, it was an oversight of how he wrote it, or it was just to say, hey, if you make something tiny, you won't actually like just be squashed. Like, you'll still be the size that you want to be. I think at that point, if he chose chicken, I think it would just be up to the DM to be like, it's 6 chickens. It's 6. And then at that point, it still works as the creature.
Would you say that it would be the chicken's HP pool times 6? Is that what you're saying?
No,
That's how many hit points they would have until they go
down. The same hit points as, like, again, the swarm as a creature. It doesn't matter how many
that's
of them
where
are.
that's where I think it needs to change, because if you say I have a chicken and that chicken has 3 hit points, now I have a swarm of chickens. That whole swarm of chickens has 3 hit points. That doesn't feel right to me.
I know it doesn't feel right, but I also don't think that turning a transformation into a swarm makes any sense either. So I'm just going off of what he says. Like, just because you're a tinier creature, I don't believe it should turn into a swarm. It doesn't make any sense.
So I'm kind of thinking about it like, imagine like you've seen in a lot of media, like vampires. Vampires can turn into bats, but they like turn into a whole bunch of bats. It's the same.
But like I said, I think the idea of mentioning that non-swarms turn into swarms is complicating this, and I don't agree with it personally. I don't think it fits.
I get that.
Realistically, your point matters, right? Like, if I want to be a quarter CR creature that has 3 hit points, but you're telling me I'm a swarm, why does the whole swarm have only 3 hit points? It's like, well, because you turned into something that only has 3 hit points. I would say, based on the rules as written, it's like, yeah, he's trying to say you should still only have the 3 hit points. It's just a visual swarm, but it doesn't make you more. It just is the thing. We're just saying it's a swarm. Just like these swarm creatures aren't individually. They're not saying that there are 20 of them. You have to kill 20 of them. They're just saying it's a swarm. And you just represent that as a collection of hit points.
Yes.
I think realistically what this should be is, if he wants to override that, drop the concept of the swarm. And if you really don't want people to lose any benefits of size, just say that if you turn into a CR creature that's less than your size, you can choose to be your size.
Just be a giant version of it or whatever.
Nothing else changes. You want to be a fly? You're a fly of your size, but you get all of the exact benefits of that fly. And it's a choice. Because let's say you chose that creature to be small. And I don't want to be a swarm. I want to be the size of a fly. But in this battle, I want the abilities, but the size would be detrimental. So make me my size. I think drop the concept of a swarm and just make it a choice. When you transform, if it's smaller than you, you can have the choice to be your size version of it with no changes to its ability.
I can get behind that. I put it this
throw
way.
back to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
I don't mind necessarily the swarm mentality. I do think it can add a little bit of unnecessary complexity that can cause some frustration.
I think without him confirming what that was supposed to mean,
I think what could happen that could make this fairly simple is just basically setting a standard, because I really don't think anything else about the stats of any of these creatures needs to change other than their hit points, right? Because everything else is going to be the same. It's not like a rat's all of a sudden going to have a shit ton more dexterity because there's a bunch of them, right? It's not like they're going to have a shit ton more strength because there's a bunch of them. But there's going to be a shit ton more to kill because there's a bunch of them. And I think that would just make them more annoying.
And that's why I think it's being more complicated, because then you're building something brand new instead of, again.
But I don't think you would have to do that. I think you would keep everything the same. The only thing you would do is just be like, hey, when you turn into a swarm, you're going to multiply the hit points by X number.
But that's what I'm saying. Is instead of it just being I have that one creature I'm going to turn into, you're now saying, well, I've captured a rat, but now I'm going to be able to manifest 20 rats. Like, that's, I think, where it also kind of falls apart. Because remember, you're supposed to capture these things. You're supposed to go out and be like, that's something I captured.
When it was articulated, it sounded like he was eating them. And it was just you're consuming like the essence of them. So
I think the swarm thing just doesn't actually make any sense. To be completely honest, adding anything like that is basically trying to add a whole extra mechanic that isn't necessary. I mean, really, if the goal was to be concerned about the size variance and just modify that, why not just say you can be a humanoid-sized version of whatever you turned into?
For me, even as a player, I would say there would definitely be value other than size. And so just being bigger wouldn't solve the same problems for me. Just being able to choose whether I'm bigger or small.
And that's why maybe that's why I'm also confused. I don't know why the swarm just is there. Like, it really doesn't seem to fix a problem other than being worried that you're tiny.
I like the idea because it's when I look at this whole thing, when I look at what you're doing, when I look at all the abilities that you can be, I feel it feels very almost, especially depending on which route you want to go, almost creepy, almost like imagine like you see this individual and all of a sudden they morph into some giant like werewolf, right? Or imagine this person and their body just melts into a pile of centipedes. Like this huge pile. Like
the thing for me is like we have swarms though. Like there are like in the CRs, like you could just choose to turn into like for me, I guess again, you're just adding a mechanic of turning something that isn't a swarm into a swarm, and why not just choose one of the swarm forms?
Right,
that's
already you don't always have the ability to just go out and pick and choose whatever you want all the time. It's just you have what you have, and if what you have happens to be friggin' tiny that doesn't have a swarm form, then sucks to suck. And so this is a way to not suck to suck, especially when we're in the god realm, especially when we're dealing with stuff that a rat is gonna do nothing to no one ever, right? So I need a version of this that's gonna do much more than this, regardless of my size. So I think that if you're trying to make it feel beefy, trying to make it feel whatever, and here's the deal. Again, we're doing a showcase here, so we're trying to just articulate what they already have out here and just be like, hey, this is how I could see this working. This is how I would feel about this. When it comes to this situation, I want to try and highlight what it feels like Hizboar is trying to build, what Hizboar is trying to create. And you know, when I deal with my players, the biggest thing I tell them is anything is possible. If you want it to work like that, we can find a way to make it work like that. And so I think that you can find a way to make it make sense, to make it function in the way that you intended it to function.
I mean, you could always say that. I mean, you can always make it work however you want.
But not make it work arbitrarily, not just make it work because I freaking feel like it, not just make it work because I want to do whatever I want to do and I'm going to wave a magic wand and just say it is what it is, but I want to make it make sense, like we talk about. Like we're actually genuinely trying to balance things and make things more real than they would be otherwise. And I think there's a way to go about something like this to get the outcome that they might be looking for. And so if there's a simple enough way, nothing that makes it go out into, because there's so many times where people just try and do stuff and it just gets overly complicated unnecessarily, and it's more work than it's really worth. So
I'm glad you're enjoying it, Denton.
It's definitely a very, put it this way, I do wish Hizboar was here to give a little bit more feedback.
And that's the hardest part about doing these without the author showing up, is like there's always clarification that could be done, right? We can only give so much based off of what we would do, based off of the experience of things we've seen before. But realistically, again, maybe Hizboar could come out and be like, that's not what I meant at all. I mistyped that.
Very much so.
I meant to imply when you choose a swarm form. Or he could have meant to imply, no, it's just to say your multiples, but not, like he could literally come out and just like, we could both be completely off base here. But that's the downside of not having the author, is like when they're here, it's a little bit easier for them to be like, I actually meant this. And then we could go with new context.
That's very true. We do spark a lot of questions, sometimes more than answers.
Yeah. But. Well, and that's really, I think what we like about this though is, it's one thing, like we've talked about, beyond the book. We're about beyond the book. If we just took it at face value, I would just read this and go, I like it, I don't like it, move on.
Right.
What's the fun in me just reading all this out loud and saying, I don't like this? The fun of it is what I would do to like it, or what I don't like about it, what intrigues me, and
expound upon it a little bit. Yeah,
that's where I think
give it a little bit of life. I feel it.
Yeah, because again, it's like, from the show, like we said, like homebrew review is more about us from a DM point of view, and like what you were just saying now, this is a showcase. So your approach is to highlight this as best as the author wants to represent it, and my approach is to best represent how I would approach this as a player. Again, assuming not high point, assuming me not being the DM, not trying to make this work for my campaign. If I were to sit down and Hizboar said, you have this option, what do you think? as me as a player going, I've chosen this class. Now I'm reading it to understand how to build my character. What are the directions I'm being taken? What are the questions I'm asking? What are the interests I have? What are the concerns I have? Like if I was a player, that's where I would be like, so you're saying that's like I can just swarm anything as long as it's small? Like I would be more confused as a player trying to wrap my head around so I can just choose, as long as it's smaller, I can swarm. And then I'd have all these questions. What does that mean? I have more hit points. Should I have, so what's the purpose of it? What does it solve? Like, those are where I'm trying to grasp at straws. Where it's like, I know we could make it work. I know that we could easily balance out making anything into a swarm. But for me as a player, my approach wouldn't, as a DM, I'd be more interested in that. But as a player, I'd be more like, but isn't the point I capture this thing, I keep it, and that's what I like. For me, it's more of that whole like, how do I approach as a player? You know, how to keep it, like you were saying, almost simplistic as well. So different approaches, and that's why it's really fun. It would also be really boring if we always agreed with each other.
For sure, for sure.
And then as let's see, what do we got from chat? As the author, it might be super beneficial to highlight things that might be unbalanced or confusing. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is that's what we want to also try to help out with for anybody who wants our opinion, who thinks that we have good balancing, because we think we like our good balancing. We're comfortable with what we do, but yes. You guys, if you guys like how we balance and like the ideas, that's kind of what we want to do. Is we want to highlight where we feel things are either imbalanced or start to dip into the, hey, have you had a player that would do this? Or I've seen players do this. Or you could very easily, as a DM, unknowingly railroad them if you accidentally do this. So yeah, we try.
As a programmer, the first things I like to do is try and break stuff. It's
exactly.
Like, how can I make this thing not work? And then plug the holes.
Absolutely. So I'm glad you guys are enjoying that. That was the whole point of the creation of Homebrew Review, was really just to do this, was to poke and prod and really try to test it without actually playing them. I guess is what we try to do. We really we're play testing without playing them.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Okay, so that was the swarm. We went back to the swarm because of the question from chat. You can't cast spells, but you can keep concentration, and you can continuously activate spells that are already done. So like Call Lightning, you can still command it.
Right. Yeah.
You can do all of that.
I remember that.
All right. You retain benefits from any of the four. Okay, so you retain the benefit of any features from your class, race, or other sources, and can use them in the new form.
Yeah, I remember
if
that.
the new form is physically capable. However, you can't use any of your special senses, such as dark vision, unless your new form also has that sense.
So it's like if your eyes aren't built for dark vision.
So you get all of the physical. So you basically maintain all of your mental facilities, but none of the physical ones.
Yes.
So you don't get special eyes if you don't have special eyes, but you still know how to, you still know like how something works.
Yes.
You just have like if you're in a bear form, you still know how a bow works, but you can't hold one. But you still understand the concept of how it works. Like you could still walk up and pull the trigger of a crossbow, even though you can't hold it properly, but you still have your mental facilities.
Even though a regular bear wouldn't pull a lever, you as a bear could pull a lever.
Yeah. So okay, I like that. Interesting. Okay. You choose whether your equipment falls to the ground in your space, merges into your new form, or is worn by it. Worn equipment functions as normal, but the DM decides whether it's practical for the new form to wear a piece of equipment based on the character shape and size. Your equipment doesn't change size or shape to match the new form. And any equipment that the new form can't wear must either fall to the ground or merge with it. Equipment that merges with the form also has no effect until you leave the form. Okay, I have problems.
Just so you know, that is all straight from the book, exactly as druids work.
Yeah, I have problems.
Yes.
And that's fine. I have problems with how this works in the book, too. Mainly that, I don't know. I get why you would want the player agency of choice. But it's also just like, let's face it, why? Like, you got all your armor on you and you have the choice to keep it with you, but you're just gonna fuck all my shit. Just drop everything on the. So it's very weird to hear that you have the choice to do that. I feel like if you have the choice to keep it with you and absorb it and move on with, and like keep the stuff with you, unless there's a rare case, it's like, well, what if it's on fire and it's gonna stay on fire? I just feel like it's one of those things where make it don't make that a player choice. Just the ability should choose. It's either a low level ability that your items don't come with you, or your items should just naturally come with you.
I think
that's my personal point. But the other issue I also have is I really don't like the idea that you get the choice to keep it on you, but it doesn't meld with you. For me, it's a pain point because like my belt, right? My belt won't change at all, but if the creature that I turn into is small enough to wear the belt, it'll stay on the creature.
So it's like I think what they're trying to do is it's like, imagine you have healing potions on you and you're wild shaping and you want the other people to be able, those healing potions are not going to be gone until you jump out of your wild shape.
I got you.
You know, also hypothetically in this particular scenario you have the ability to turn into humanoid forms. So if you're wearing armor or something like that that's fitted for like a medium creature and you turn into a medium creature, then you can keep your armor, you can keep your weapon.
And that's I guess maybe my thing is like it's so option heavy that it's like it's basically saying do whatever the fuck you want. Just I don't give a care.
Lightweight.
You can change shape. I don't care. It's almost like they were just like, you know what? Your equipment, I don't fucking care. You want it on the ground? You want it inside of you? You want to keep holding? Fucking, I don't care. Just do whatever you want with your equipment. I don't care. And I'm just like, that bugs me because it's not even player agency. You're basically just literally saying, I don't fucking care. Do whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, I feel like it should be the whole dropping to the ground stuff. Like, I feel that should be a detriment, not a choice. Like, I always feel low-level polymorph shit should do that, right? Because that's literally what it is. It's changing your physical form and nothing else. That is usually meant for things like, I'm going to turn you into a frog, and guess what? All your shit falls to the ground. Now I turn you back, and now you're naked. Those are those types of moments where I feel like the drop to the ground should be kind of forced. The melding into your body, I think, is an aspect of magic, right? It's magical. You get to change shape, and you don't have to worry about all the stuff on you. But that's also the balancing aspect. You did take it with you. You, making the choice to wild shape, took all of that away from the party, like your health potions. If you dropped those on the ground or dropped your pouch before you changed, I'd be fine with it. But it sounds, again, for me, it's a little bit weird to say I'm going to drop all of my items because I have one or two that they could use while I'm in wild shape. Then they have to go, and then again, think practicality. You have to run over, grab it off the ground. I might as well just throw you my backpack and then change. So those are just pedanticness.
No, I definitely get it.
But then the added benefit of, I totally get it. I'm a medium human. I want to turn into a medium humanoid who has claws, but I want to keep my armor. Okay, totally get that concept, right? But for me, it's magic. Just give them the option that it just melds into their new shape or not, right? And then you can just do the choice of whether or not it adds the benefit. Like if I have scale, or if let's say I have studded leather armor and I turn into a bear. Sure, tell me that the armor forms around the bear hide. But let's face it, bear's probably a better AC than studded leather, so it doesn't matter. Like, it wouldn't give me benefits, but it would look cool. Mm-hmm. I'd be a bear in fucking studded leather armor. Why shouldn't I be able to do that instead of go, well, it'll stay on you, but it can't fit? Like, you know what I mean? It's like there's, it feels
I feel that.
It feels like there's more situations where it wouldn't make sense and doesn't work, right? Like I turn into a fox. A fox can technically wear the belt, but the belt's going to be like hanging off of it, but it's technically able to wear it. I would never want that. That tells me that's either narratively a joke that the DM's trying to do for like, you're trying to get away, quick, fox form, your belt flaps on the ground as it doesn't, form to you, so you're running away with, like, there's funny moments, there's cinematic moments for that, but in reality, when am I ever going to choose that? It's almost like I have to be very specific on, okay, I'm going to be in this form, it's going to be this size, it's going to be humanoid, so these are the items I could keep on me. Oh, but I'm going to have wings, so I can't keep my armor on me. So it's like, it's so situational, and again, too many options. I think it should just be a situation of the magic should kind of dictate it, and the options should be benefits, right? Like, again, you can choose to wear your armor or have it absorbed. That's a high level magic, but whether or not your armor drops or is absorbed should be a function of the magic, not the choice. That's just me. That's how I prefer to run things. That's kind of how a lot of my mechanics kind of work is it just seems like I like player agency. I like player choice, but I like those choices to matter. When you kind of just give them a do whatever you want, I don't care, the end results, whatever, at the end of the day, it's almost just like, what's the point of choice? Like, it's literally whatever you want. And it feels like those choices don't matter. I could leave it on the ground. I could have it absorb into me. I could wear it. It's like...
There are times where
I don't know if
I feel like...
properly my
No,
ideas,
I get what you're saying. I do think that... And this is only sometimes. Like, there are times where people get so caught up in... I don't want to say unnecessary details, but kind of unnecessary details. They're just sitting there
worried
Who
gets
about...
caught on unnecessary
like,
details and talks about them at length.
And you spend so much time doing that. It's like, can we just move past this? Can we just get to the point where we're actually dealing with what actually needs to happen? Let's get to combat. Let's get to the dialogue. Let's get to where it is that we're going. And so if there's something that's a hindrance that just doesn't need to be a hindrance, I could see people wanting to avoid that, but I do definitely understand, like, hey, sometimes simplicity is just better. Sometimes less is more, very much so. And it's like, hey, listen, either this stuff's gone or the stuff's here. Pick one. And then we move on.
And I kind of like that. Like I said, I understand that this is chosen from the book with how druids are, and I don't even agree that the fact that it's in the book. That's just a personal opinion of mine. I love player agency. I love player choice, but I like those choices to mean more things than just the best option for the best moment, right? Because sometimes, again, it's what we always talk about balancing. There's just not everything has to have a good and a bad, but not. I just don't believe it's something should always just have nothing but good. Like that being able to have those three options just means that I will always have the best choice. Period. I will never have to worry about that choice. If I don't want to lose anything, I can absorb it. If I can wear it, I can wear it. And if I absolutely need to drop it, I can. There's never going to be a wrong choice. You know what I mean? Like if I'm wild shaping, there's never a bad choice. Like it's going to be the choice that best suits the situation. And yes, we all want that. We all want the best of everything. But then where's the challenge? That's where I think I look at it as like being able to always wild shape and have the best outcome. Where do you implement that challenge of choice? But
I think I do agree with that.
But I also agree with your mindset too, what you said. The justification for the fact that if I'm a human and I want to change into something that's not human, but humanoid, I would want to keep that armor on. Mm-hmm. I can't not argue with that. So to argue that, well, the armor should fall at the ground or absorb or nothing else, I totally get that argument. But that's where I'm just like, then why not just make the magic more powerful and just say that the armor will suit any form or any form up to large or any form no greater than your current form. Right. So it can shrink. Maybe you could say the magic will shrink the armor, but it can't enlarge the armor. So you can have armor as a pixie, but you can't have armor as a bear. Like, I'd be cool with that too. Just something that makes the choice more than just what's the best.
Right, a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah. But that's just me. I'm that way. Let's see. Mind's Eye. This seems like it's just creating the idea without any structure. And I think that's the part where I start to disassociate with it. I'm not really sure which part that was 10 minutes ago. That was
what was
Mind's Eye's comment. He said that it seems like it's just creating an idea without any structure, and then.
Was that about?
I think we've been talking about the wild shape for a while.
Oh,
it was about 10 minutes ago. So
okay.
It's probably just the idea that the fact that it's just giving all of the options without really a sense of purpose. Is I think that's what I'm interpreting. What Mind's Eye said is it's a lot of options without a sense of purpose.
Heat metal is the shapeshift. That is evil.
Well, and that's the other thing too. Evil. I've had conversations about that where like you have the shapeshifters who absorb their stuff. It's like, well, what happens to their stuff? Does it go a lot? Like it's in 3rd edition. I think it used to actually say that when you shapeshift, your equipment goes into a pocket dimension. I'm pretty sure it was 2nd or 3rd. I want to say it was 3rd that actually used to have that
interesting
verbiage that it was a pocket dimension, just so you couldn't do things like, well, it's under your skin, isn't it burning now? So yeah, there was like that would be kind of funny though to like do that. Yeah, that is fucking evil. If it technically would like sit in their skin, if it technically is still on them,
that would be cruel.
That would be hilarious.
That'd be brutal. Imagine if you're a bear and you're wearing armor, and you have no way of taking it off. You don't got like thumbs like
you have. Then you have to shape change like to get it off.
You stuck, bro.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay. We're getting there. So yes, choose whether the equipment falls to the ground, blah, blah, blah. Like I said, I just, less is more. And then if the form's original owner has any sickness or curses, you will also carry the sickness and curse. If the form's original owner has any different mutations or skills or traits, you will also have that. So this is kind of harking back to the idea that like you have to eat these things in order to get them. So if you eat someone with a special skill or a disease, when you shapeshift, you will also regain that.
Interesting.
Is what I'm catching from this.
So if you eat somebody that has lycanthropy,
yeah,
then that form has lycanthropy. Yes?
Yeah, I would assume that. Because it says, sickness or curses and different mutations or skills or traits. So basically anything unique to what you ate. Anything that's unique to that creation, you will get.
All right.
During that transformation.
Yeah. That's crazy. I'm here for it.
Interesting. Okay, so you can summon shadowy figures twice. You regain expended uses when you finish a short rest. The amount of shadowy figures you can summon varies. Each summon has their own hit points. Each summon has their original hit points before they had gotten consumed by the caster.
Yeah, maybe that's what that other column is for, because that starts with 2 at level 1. The +2 up in the
What's that?
You remember how we had that other column next to pain that we were curious about?
Oh, right.
That starts with a 2. So it could be your summons that it's representing.
So no, so this is 2 different things.
What is 2 different things?
So you can collect and transform into creatures.
Okay.
And you can summon creatures. So what we've just been talking about this whole time is the aspect of monster shape, taking the shape of a monster.
Okay.
So that's the whole transformation and everything. Now we're in a new section. Just as part of this build, you can summon shadowy figures twice.
Okay.
That is just a thing you can do. So shadowy figures, you can summon like rats, maximum amount level 2, you can have 4 at level 2, 8 at level 4, and 24 at level 8. And then centipedes, 24 at level 4, 68 at level 8, and then looks like bats at level 8.
So that has nothing to do with the things that you've consumed, the shadows that you have.
As far as I understand, no. So you can summon shadowy figures twice, you can regain, blah, blah, blah. Each summon has their own original hit points. But see, this one says each summon has their own original hit points they had before they got consumed by the caster. So it's like you can shape. So I think what it is you consume a creature and add it to your shadow. You can then either summon it out or turn into it. Oh. So you've consumed it. You have control. You can either assume the form or bring out a buddy onto the battlefield.
Okay.
That's what I'm reading this as.
Okay.
It also says monster shapes, which is shape-shifting mechanic you were just talking about. Okay, yeah. So, shadowy figures, monster shapes. So, yeah, I'm thinking that's what this is you have the 2 choices. You can either summon shadowy figures or turn into a monster shape.
So, I think this table... So, earlier, there was mention of 2 different tables. One of those tables was the number. So if you look in this one, it says type and then maximum amount level 2, maximum amount level 4, maximum amount level 8. I think that's like if you were to turn into rats, you could turn into a swarm of 4 rats or a swarm of 8 rats or a swarm of 24 rats at those perspective levels.
Interesting.
And it's hypothetically, you could do that with also summoning the shadowy figures. I think that's what this table is for.
Please note that the summons will hold their CR, their hit points, and their stats before they were consumed by the caster, but they will have no equipment unless the caster takes time to equip them. The summons with items that the caster does equip the items that fall to the ground when the summon is unsummoned or dead. If the beast you summon dies for good, and you need to replace it with another one of this. So yeah, okay. So you collect.
Yes.
If they die, they die. If all of them die, you die. And yes, you can summon or shape change. Wow, this is crazy. Although I do like Mind's Eye's comment. Why is both the last two classes that we've reviewed Pokemon trainers? Because they both kind of collect and use.
I mean,
like lightweight, he ain't wrong.
Even the entertainment.
Was it entertainment or was it Cruxford's curse thing? No, that one didn't take stuff. I don't know. He said the last two that he's watched, so maybe we did another one where you actually collected creatures that you could summon.
Interesting. I do feel like there was another one that was Pokemon trainer style, lightweight.
That'd be hilarious. I'm not surprised. Okay, so that's interesting. So yeah, I think it's a little bit just. I think this section's a little bit all over the place, trying to accommodate both shape changing and summoning. I think it's just doing a lot, especially because we haven't even really gotten into leveling yet. This is just flat out like
this is what you get when you take the level. Yeah.
So it's like I get wanting to be able to summon them and wanting to be able to shapeshift. I think that should have been separated by a few levels.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Choose one.
I mean, even druids, you don't get it to level 2. Shape change to level 2. I mean, granted, this is much higher level and all that extra stuff.
I mean,
so
I'm not sure which one I think would be more powerful. Would you think that you could, if you consume something, do you think you should be able to transform into it first or summon it first? Because you consumed it, you would think that transform first because you're embodying it versus resummoning it.
I would say it would take more energy to summon it apart from you than it would to become it. So then you have to maintain yourself and it.
So maybe you can start the summoning early, but maybe not till level 5 you can't get the summoning. Maybe you can shapeshift early,
right?
But not summon until later. I feel like maybe that's just why it's a little complicated because it feels like it's just a lot to choose
right here. Yeah,
and like can I do this both at once? So can I like summon one of them and then transform into another? I could summon 2 and then transform into a third, so I could just have beasts all over the like. It's just a lot. It's a lot to take in this early. So yeah, I would say maybe these separated a little bit by level. All right, so you can stay in the beast shape for a number of hours equal to half your aberration. Oh, no, we've already talked about all that. So, Manifest Echo. Finally, we get to talk about the Echo. Now we're finally at 3rd level. We have so much to fucking go with this one.
My
Holy
goodness.
Shit. Actually, no, we don't have that many. That was just a lot to kind of go through. So Manifest Echo. At 3rd level, you can use a bonus action to magically manifest an echo of yourself in an unoccupied surface you normally can walk or stand on that you can see within 15 feet of you.
I like that they add that because it's not in the regular Manifest Echo that you can normally walk or stand on.
Yeah, it's just anywhere.
In midair.
This echo is a magical image of you that looks and behaves just like you, and it lasts until it's destroyed or until you dismiss it as a bonus action, until you manifest another echo, or until you're incapacitated. You can only use this 2 times per long rest. You can only have 1 echo at a time. So you're telling me that in the same combat, I can manifest an echo, summon 2 different creatures, and then transform into a different creature.
And I'm pretty sure earlier we were talking about your echo has almost all the same abilities you do, so they can also transform and also summon other things.
And they also have the gauges. We're only at level 3.
Yep. Just saying.
Okay, gotta go to bed. It's 2 a.m. here. Oh, man.
Holy mackerel.
Hey, well, thank you so much, Dungeon Energy, for coming by. Thank you again for the follow. We are here every Monday and Friday. Mondays, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Mondays are always Homebrew Review and Homebrew Showcase. Fridays are deeper discussions where we take a topic and we just go with it. This week, we are continuing our topic of the Complete Psionics Handbook. We're going to finish it. And then next week, we are going to continue that by building a high point psionicist. So hopefully we see you there. Have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, hit us up in the Discord too.
Or I guess rest of your morning.
Yeah, right.
All right. So yeah, there's a lot of going on here with this. Being able to summon so much on the battlefield. You stream D&D planning on Monday. I'll hop on after next week too. Fantastic. Well,
nice.
We will see you there. I'll go ahead and I'll have to remind myself to drop you a follow.
Most definitely.
All right, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your night. All right. So yeah, there's a lot going on with this thing. And maybe there's just so much happening this early on. But again, it is supposed to be OP. It's supposed to be a lot. It's just like, as a player, I'm feeling overwhelmed.
It feels very heavy
like
out the gate.
We don't usually spend 3 hours and we're not even on level 3 yet. Like we've spent 3 hours just talking about
getting started.
Just the
and it's not that we've just been spending a whole lot on one thing. Like there's a lot there.
Yeah, and I know that this is heavy because it's meant to be. Yes, it is meant for an experienced player, mind's eye. It's also meant for a very specific campaign. I mean, this high level campaign starting at level 1 is beyond a standard campaign's level 20. Like this is a high level gameplay. This level 1 is like what high point you'd have to become an immortal or ascend in order to start this kind of gameplay. So I get it, but as a player, the other one was so much more digestible. I was able to take it in. I was able to get excited. There is just so much going on with this build that I'm feeling overwhelmed. Like I'm just feeling like I have so many things to do, and I really don't even know what I'm useful for yet. So I'm just So we'll continue, but it is just feeling like it's a lot for not knowing what I'm here for yet. We started out strong, and now I'm kind of like, what is this? The lore made sense for the pet, for the whole wanting to collect pain. The gauges were kind of a cool concept on battlefield control and leveling. And then we went into this shape-shifting, summoning with consumption of creatures. And then now we have an echo, like a whole other aspect of us that can share, like you said, share abilities, share the gauges. And I'm like, this is way complicated for a pet. Like for the side character, this is complicated. But anyway, let's continue with manifest.
Yes, facts.
So your echo has an AC of 14 plus your proficiency bonus. It has half your hit points and immunity to all conditions. It has immunity to all conditions.
Yes, and that's fairly standard for Echo.
If it has, okay, so it's like bludgeoning, yeah. So if it has to make a saving throw, it uses your saving throw bonus for all of its rolls. If it is the same size as you, it occupies its space. On your turn, you can mentally command the Echo to move up to 30 feet in any direction, no action required. If your Echo is ever more than 50 feet away from you on the end of your turn, it's destroyed. As a bonus action, you can teleport magically, swapping places with your Echo at the cost of 15 feet of your movement, regardless of the distance between you two. When you take an attack action on your turn, you can attack. Any attack you make with that action can originate from your space or the Echo space. Yep, very familiar. Vixie had an Echo Knight, so this sounds very familiar.
That's right. I remember. That was in the Discord, right?
Each attack, yeah. When a creature you can see within 5 feet of your Echo moves from it, you can make an opportunity attack. Your Echo can summon the same amounts of shadowy figures as you. When you shapeshift, your Echo does the same.
So that's without having to command your Echo. So it sounds like your Echo has the ability on its own to summon creatures.
But not shape change.
When you shape change, it shape changes.
Yeah. And I don't know if that means that it has the ability to shape change on its own or not.
So I'm curious if it summons creatures, if those creatures count against. So like say you have 5 creatures in your shadow and your Echo summons 1. Do you now have 4 left?
I think you should. I don't think it should have a complete...
It hits its own copy of everything
because it didn't consume anything. It's basically your Echo, so it shouldn't have a
that
full
would
copy
make the
of
most
your list.
sense
I
to
think
me.
it should dive in. So again, it's that whole action economy of if you pulled 3 of 5 and you had, or 2 of 5, and your Echo pulled 2 of 5, and one of yours died, and then you pulled another one. You've maxed out. You're now. If all of them die, you're dead.
And that's the other thing is they even said that. Yeah, if all your
so that's what I'm thinking is your Echo should
I really
share.
like that mechanic. Like, if nothing else, I love the mechanic that like you're tied to these shadow creatures that
like
you have.
Once you've consumed one, you are now tied to them.
Yeah,
and that's why you want more. It's almost like a compulsion. Once you have one, it's almost like, well, I need more, otherwise I'm going to die sooner, right? It's almost like because once you have one, you almost never want to use it because if it dies, you die.
Did you ever watch Jujutsu Kaisen?
No.
It got crazy, but there was this one dude that they basically can collect like cursed spirits and like unleash them. It was pretty crazy, but it gives me very similar vibes.
What is going on? Hello, Pokeniner. How are you doing tonight? Are we still reviewing the Aberration, or are we guys taking new submissions? So we are still doing the Aberration tonight, but we are always taking submissions. So if you want to submit one in our Discord, absolutely join the Discord. Do a submission. We do these on every Monday. We typically just tackle one every Monday. So yeah, we're doing the Aberration today, and then we have one slotted for next week, but that's it right now. So if you can get one in, we can get you in the week after next.
We would love to
absolutely
do that.
Let us know. Okay, yeah. So this is. I'm almost now questioning why the Echo though. Like, the concept of the lore, watching pain, having the pain gauges, it's making sense. I'm starting to lose connection with why it consumes these creatures and saves them. It doesn't really fall into the lore of the pain and all of that. It kind of almost is opposite because you're supposed to watch the pain, not consume the pain. But now we have an echo. And it's like, I'm starting to question, what is this build for? Because it's starting to deviate away from how this could make sense to the lore in terms of, what it is. So maybe that's where I'm just also like, this sounds like a lot of battlefield control, which sounds cool, but I'm having a hard time tying it all together. You know what I mean? Like making all of these things make sense in the same build.
Interesting. Yeah, I get that. It's hard. There's definitely a lot there. I will say I don't exactly know.
Oh my, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just realized what would solve this. So I don't mind the Manifest Echo. The Manifest Echo should be the shadowy figure. So you can consume these creatures, you can turn into these creatures, or when you Manifest Echo, the Echo can be one of the creatures.
Interesting.
So it works exactly like Manifest Echo, exactly as it is described here, except the figure is not you, it's a creature. You can still teleport to it, but when you do, you take the form of that creature. When you attack from the form of that creature, it's its attack, not yours.
Right.
So it still in every way works as Manifest Echo, but the figure that you summon isn't an echo of you, it's an echo of one of the That's it. That would solve it. That would make all of this matter, because the fact that you can summon creatures, turn into creatures, and summon an echo just feels like way too much going on. But if your echo was one of the summoned creatures, and it still worked the same way, you can only summon one at a time. If they all die, you die. It ties way better into why the echo is being added in.
I like it. That makes a lot of sense.
I would feel more comfortable if that was it. Yeah. Because yeah, you have a whole subclass compendium. Yeah, we would need those submitted one at a time just so we'd be able to track all of them. But feel free to submit them. We do have some rules on if we get other submittals, like if we get a whole bunch in a row, we might divvy them up as we get
break it up
ones.
A little bit. But
yeah, absolutely. We
have no
problem.
That would be super fun. I usually go through all the submissions. I would be very interested to go through this compendium. That would be very cool.
We need bro. If no one else is submitting them, we will do that every single Monday until we're done.
That would be kind of fire.
What does it say? Oh man, chat's going. Submit them all. I think the thought is that you turn them into the creature, and then you can make, an echo. Yeah, you could do that too. Turn into the creature, then make an echo. I guess then that echo would be the creature too. So again, that's what I'm thinking. I think the echo would be great. I just think that the echo and the summoning of a creature should be one and the same, and you can still turn into a creature. But I really do think that the echo should work as the summoned creature.
Yeah.
It's feeling like that would balance us out and make it less all over the place. The other says, when you shapeshift, your echo does the same. Yeah, it does. Yeah, so when you shapeshift, which is, there's so much going on with this. Basically, you're summoning all of the different things, and they all attack. And that's the other thing, too, is, if you can summon all of these things out, like, it is good battlefield economy, but it feels, I don't want to say sloppy. It just feels... It feels chaotic. It feels chaotic.
It feels a little all over the place. And because here's the deal, even when it comes to me and my builds, like not only do I want things to be synergistic, I want things to be efficient, right? I don't want to be sitting here forever. Like if you
think about this too, right? Think about this lore. You've consumed this creature, right? And you're able to consume it and manifest it in yourself, right? You've kind of like the old the Native American concepts, right? You consume your prey, you get manifest, right? You eat the heart of your prey, you get strength. The idea of we've had these things, in our Aboriginal past. So this concept of I've taken down this creature, I've eaten it, I can now embody it, I can now become the beast, right? Makes perfect sense. But why would I be able to resummon it? It's dead. I'm not summoning its spirit and making a ghost version of it. It's basically saying I'm summoning a shadow version. But again, if I have an Echo Knight, why isn't that Echo Knight the representation of the beast. It's just like I should be able to represent the beast that I consumed, or I can represent myself as it spiritually, which is ergo the Echo Knight. That's where I think it's starting to make more sense that if I've consumed this thing, why am I able to summon it as its own creature? It should be that I can summon an Echo Knight and then that can take the form of one of those creatures, right? Because it's me in spirit as the thing I've consumed. I think logically that's just why it makes more sense to me.
Okay.
But yeah, Mind's Eye has a lot of good points. Like it is just kind of like, why not just give it an extra attack? It just seems like there's a lot going on. Mind's Eye says, if I'm a player with this class being played by something else, I'm pulling out my phone during their turn. Yeah, this is a lot that it would do.
That's very fair.
It's like playing a combo player in Magic the Gathering. Their turn is going to take 20 minutes. I make this attack. The creature moves 1. My creature 2 moves here. My creature 3 moves here. My creature 4 climbs up the wall. And that's what this is kind of feeling like. Is it's deviating. It just seems like with every ability so far we've read, it deviates slightly from the lore and just adds complexity that I don't really think is enriching the combat. Like, we were really great with this whole thing of how it's going to blend in with the master and do all of that, but think about the other class that's a part of this duo. Yeah. Is this really... That other class, remember, it does Curtain Call, and it's doing all of that damage and just doing the godly clap and thunder wave damage. It's, what the fuck is this thing doing? Get a little shadow creature over here and over there and over here and over there. It's just like, bro, the main guy is doing all this fun. You should be enhancing him, not trying to outshine him with all the battlefield crap you can do.
So, to be honest, when I first heard the idea of like a pet, that was one of the biggest energies that I received from that mentality is like, you're here to make that guy look good. You are connected to him. He's your master. He's the guy. Like, it's almost like you're a bard or a cleric and you're just here to buff this dude to make sure that he runs. Now, granted, you can throw other stuff on the battlefield. You can slow your enemy. You can bane and whatever. But, like, doing stuff to, like... But again, like you said, so far it just looks like he's a barbarian buddy. He's another smash. You're like the Brew brothers, where you just go into battle and like smash stuff together. Except he's way stronger than you, and so you have to make up for it by having a bunch of stuff. It's like you're literally
just the sidekick, but you're also just trying to be your own superhero. Like, you're not really really supporting. You're not the supporting character here. That's the problem. We haven't seen supporting character.
Right.
And then Mind's Eye wanted to issue commander 1 creatures. Yeah. So is this a one-on-one campaign? So no, this campaign right now, what we understand is Godly Entertainment and Aberration are a duo. So 2 players will take on these 2 characters for the campaign. They are going to basically be the main players, right? They are what you would consider the party. Then there's of course the DM who takes the DM's position as well as their patron's position. Then other players are able to join this gaming session as the other gods, the other rival gods, the other neutral gods. They could even be positive gods, like they could be on your side, against you. They basically play, in a sense. He hasn't really explained it too much to me, but I would assume that they play more on a meta level where it's like they're like, okay, well, I want to, make him go up against this challenge. And they work with the DM to create challenges and puzzles. But I don't think they have the same, like, base level gameplay where obviously these 2 players are the primary focus. Everybody else is more inflicting.
Do you think there could be multiple Godly Entertainers and multiple Aberrations?
I don't think, why not? I think if Hizboar wanted to expand this, I think you could have a player who's a patron and have 2 players below him who are their Godly Entertainment and their Aberration, and then another set of players over here.
Imagine
and having them play against each other.
Imagine I absolutely you had a bunch of like forever DMs that were like playing the gods,
right? And then all of their players were playing,
exactly.
And that's what I'm thinking is like I think
that would actually be kind of fun. If imagine like you're a DM and you're like 2 of your players, you have to pick 2 of like you think you're the players that can handle this type of combat, and then another DM does, and then so like the master DM just comes in and is like, all right, I'm facilitating this whole thing. This is the world you guys
like
are
we as DMs say what we would do as gods. That DM basically says, here's how it mechanically works out.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, and I did like the idea that he was saying that people, like players, can take on, like, it's not just these 2 characters versus the DM. The other players will basically like hear what they're going through and be like, hey, my god wants to he wants to put an obstacle in their way. I'm gonna, and then they would have their own ways of dealing out how they can interfere or interact. So yeah, it is interesting. Not quite a one-on-one, but it is definitely a unique type of approach, because it's not really a one-shot where everyone just gets a pre-gen character. It's kind of like you do get these pre-gen characters, but you also have this idea that you're a partnership and you have to go through these motions, but it's obviously a much different level of gameplay. Yeah. So is this play by post game? I mean, one round of combat is going to take an hour. So realistically, combat is not the primary focus here. So we have to work on you get to bed. Yeah, you need to get to bed. Jesus, we have so many people like hanging out. But no, it's not meant to be a combat focus. Actually, combat is kind of a side product. And what we kind of talked about before or earlier in the stream is combat in this campaign is meant not so much about whether or not you win, it's about how you win. So it's if you're going to have combat, it's not like there's really going to be concerns on TPKing or whether or not the players are going to succeed. It's pretty much designed to make sure they succeed, but the whole gameplay is about how the gods react, so it's more about how you succeed. So yes, you're always going to win the fight, but whether or not you do it in the way your god wanted to, or whether or not the other gods, because it's all about the gods betting on you, right?
So
it's all about like them deciding, are you going to do what we think you're going to do?
To answer your question, Bynes, I think
combat's not primary. All these mechanics are combat.
What Vortex is referring to is it might be combat focused, because imagine like this is like a huge gladiator arena, and like the whole purpose is watching these people go into these situations, these combats, these fights. So yes, it's focused on combat, but the goal of the combat isn't just to win, right? Because you have all of these things that make it so easy for you to win that just winning isn't what you're trying to do.
Maybe saying combat oriented wasn't the right way. It's not a dungeon delving traditional campaign. You're not going from town to town. You're not slaying dragons. You're not dungeon delving. You're not going on quests. The campaign mindset is you are representative of a god in a arena-esque trial of sorts, where I'm assuming there's more than just fighting, but you are essentially representing your god and having to do tasks and overcome challenges that your god is betting on you against other gods. And the whole purpose is for you to get your god the most bets won. Like basically it's all about winning bets. So I say not combat oriented, but I mean that from the point of view of it's not meant to be an adventure from one encounter to the next, just fighting harder and harder monsters and with the worry that you're going to die. It's more about, here is a challenge, whether it's combat or not, but here's a challenge. How do you use your powers? And did you do it in such a spectacular way that pleased the gods, I guess. So maybe I said that wrong. That was probably my fault.
No, I think I get what you were trying to go with too. So, but
you can always talk your way out of combat. Yeah. So that was probably just me just misrepresenting it. But again, we don't have a lot on the backstory of the campaign from Hizboar. We just really have the idea that this was a kind of a two-person campaign of two people fighting against a group of gods. And that's really all we have to go on. So he did say that combat wasn't the number one focus, so that's kind of where I'm extrapolating that from. So yeah, and turning into bugs, rats, and summoning them, it's not really what you can do. Anyways, good luck. Yeah. Have a good night. Thank you so much for joining us. The VOD will be on the YouTube channel after tonight if you want to catch up anything else that you missed. But have a good night.
Thank you guys for hanging out with
us.
Mind's Eye.
So I'm just thinking, Manifest Echo, I'm thinking with it being just its own thing, maybe that's my problem. You know what I mean? Maybe there just needs to be something more attuned to the Echo is the summoning, and the summoning isn't its own thing.
And I can get behind that too. That feels like it makes sense.
Okay, so also at third level. Maybe some of these things should be broken out a little bit too. But also at third level, Unleash Incarnation. At third level, you can heighten your Echo's fury. Whenever you take the attack action, you can make one additional melee attack from the Echo's position. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, a minimum of once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. So basically, at third level, normally you can just use your echo to attack if you want to. Like you can just be in that position. You know, when you attack, you can attack from your echo. Mm-hmm. This is saying that third level, anytime you make an attack, your echo attacks as well. You basically you and your echo will always attack together.
Okay.
It sounds OP to be at third level, but again, just it's kind of the point of this whole thing.
So let me look, because I think that is also a fairly standard. I think that comes with
extra attack.
Yes,
third level.
But so when it comes to the actual class, what happens is you can only use it a certain number of times. So it's not like every single turn you just get an extra attack.
Because this one's only a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier.
I think the other one was a different modifier, but it was like, I think it might have been proficiency.
I could have sworn that Echo Knight only allowed you to attack from its location, but I didn't think it got another attack on top of yours.
So that's only once, and you have to specifically use it. So it's like,
it's like an encounter almost. Like it's like a one time per summon.
Well, not one time, but it's a number of times up to your Constitution modifier. So it's like, hey, say I'm in combat for today, and I have my Echo out. I do an attack. I do a different one of my attacks through my Echo. Now I want to specifically unleash Incarnation. Yeah. Now I get to use one of my Constitution modifier points to do an attack that can only be done through my Echo, because I'm manifesting my Echo to do this specific attack. So boom, now you get one more attack this turn. Next turn, I'm not going to use it. The turn after that, I'm not going to use it. The turn after that, I'll use it because I really want to kick. So you get like 3 of them. I don't know if it's a day. I don't know if it comes back on a long rest.
Yeah, this is a long rest.
So you get like 3 of them a day, depending on your Constitution modifier. Maybe up to 5 of them a day to basically give yourself an extra attack on a turn where you wouldn't have it otherwise.
It seems like for an Echo Knight, that just sounds like a lot. At third level, that just sounds so much. I guess it's not really akin to Fury of Blows either. Like I'm trying to think of like what is akin to that level of like.
I would say it's in fact, Fury of Blows is a little bit more than that, because Fury of Blows you get an extra attack, but you're using a bonus action to do it. So you do your regular attacks, and then your bonus. As a monk, you can normally do a single attack with your bonus action. Mm-hmm. Fury of Blows lets you do 2, so that's technically 3 attacks total.
Right.
1 with your main action, and then 2 with your bonus action with 1 key point.
And how many times it could be? You can keep on using that as long as you have key points.
So you're out of
right?
key points.
Okay, so maybe this isn't that overpowered when really, a monk could basically triple it or just max it out that way. So.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe it's not that bad. It just sounds like at
depending
third
on
level.
Yeah.
And I guess we also tend to start at third level, so it's like literally session 1, you're just throwing out an extra attack. Like seems kind of a lot. But again, with this campaign, it seems like it falls right in line with it. Interesting.
Expend.
Yeah, I still think this should be tied to. Yeah, I'm just trying to like. It just still sounds like a lot because Echo. I'm just trying to think of Echo as yet another thing, but I'm trying to like if it were tied in with the summoning, it would probably be better too. Because even then, again, the idea of summoning your Echo as one of your creatures instead of yourself, meaning that it gets an attack, but it's not your attack. It's whatever, again, if you summon a bear, it's a claw attack, not your sword attack.
Right.
So maybe that also would be kind of cool too, with the extra attack of it's getting its own attack, not just a mirror of yours.
And what I've noticed, and I just now realized this, traditionally, the Echo, you can teleport between it. But this one hasn't mentioned anything about that.
Yes, you can. As a bonus
does.
action, you can teleport magically, swapping places with your Echo.
Okay,
at a cost
I
of
missed
15 feet for movement.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can do all the normal Echo stuff with this one.
Okay, all right, never mind then.
All right, so at 5th level, you get an extra attack. So when you take the attack action, you can attack twice instead of once, which is really interesting because whenever you take the attack action, you can make an additional attack through your Echo's position. So technically, at 5th level, you and your Echo are attacking twice per round each. Every time you use a Constitution point.
Oh, yes.
Every time you use a Constitution point, that's basically 4. And if you're flanking an enemy, that's just flat out 4 fucking attacks.
Yep.
That's intense.
Yep.
That's 1 round too. Just one.
All at advantage if you're lucky.
Oh, Jesus.
And if you're in pain,
But can you be in pain and have well, I guess the echo would also and the echo would also have it. Jesus. And then again, the echo also can use the gauges. Jeez. See, this is so complicated. I would I'm getting to the point where it's like halfway through combat, I'd be like, what the fuck do I even have on the battlefield? I have
what can I do again? What's happening?
Oh man, this is a lot. Okay, and then so it's 7th level, Echo Avatar. Starting at 7th level, you can temporarily transfer your consciousness to your Echo or one of your shadowy figures. As an action, you can see through your Echo or your shadowy beast's eyes and hear through their ears. During this time, you're deafened and blind. You can sustain this effort for up to 4 hours times your aberration level, or 4 times your aberration level in minutes, and you can end it at any time with no action. While your Echo or one of the shadowy beasts is being used in this way, it can be up to 1 kilometer away from you without being destroyed. If they are controlled and they die, you will gain 1 level of your current active gauge. You have no active gauges, you will gain a random gauge level. So if you're in control of them and they die, you gain a random gauge level, which is weird, in my opinion.
Interesting.
Like you get a pain point, but then why would you get bonuses for having it die?
Yeah, that is
interesting.
Interesting.
Okay, so yeah. Echo Avatar, I think this is also just a part of the Echo Knight. I think it's just an extension of what you can do with the Echo Knight.
I do think so. I think that's a part of it.
Not like it's bad because I know that he's really just taking part of the Echo Knight, but I don't know. I think what would have been more interesting with this one is, again, if we're tying it into where instead of having an Echo Knight, like an Echo version, like the Echo is the summoning of one of your shadow beasts, what if at level 7, whenever you summon like an Echo of one of your shadow beasts, it doesn't have like a timer. So basically, once you summon it, it's just there unless you dispel it. Unless you tell it to go away, it's just
like until like a long rest or something like that.
Or just like because before it's like when you
it lasts for an hour. Yeah,
it just lasts for an hour. You summon your shadowy creature and it lasts for an hour for combat. What if at level 7 you summon your shadowy creature and now it's just until you reconsume it, it's permanently there. It's just now essentially a companion. If it dies, you lose it, or if you reabsorb it or change it, that's fine. But
could you
it just doesn't have a time limit?
Would you say you could use it for like standing watch for you guys or
standing
something like
watch,
that?
A mount. I think again, if you tie again, I'm talking about removing Echo Knight. Just you get the Echo,
right.
But it is specific to summoning your one of your shadowy forms, because you can either take the form or summon one. That would be more cool because at level 7 you could permanently summon one of the creatures, right, that you've consumed, and just have it out. It could be watch, it could be a mount, it could be just another party member, and again, you can summon up to 2. So at 7th level, you could summon 2 mounts. You and your godly entertainment can now have mounts that you just have out at all times. And then imagine you have mounts like horses, but then when you get onto a battlefield, you turn them both into bears, and now you're mounted bears into battle because you know what I mean. Like you could just summon them and change them at will. So I would like to see that. And instead of just leaning into the Echo Knight as is, I would say let's just continue this build and make it lean into what it really is, right? Like really just lean into the abilities we've already built for it and heighten them.
Right.
So having that ability to where at 7th level you just summon it permanently.
And I really agree. That's what I think is really good about classes is their synergy. It's like when you build a class, like all the features, all the things about them work well together. They make sense together. They flow together, and they make play easier. Mm-hmm. And I think that's definitely something that
we build off of each other.
Yes.
Right now, I don't think we've really seen anything that's been built off of a previous foundation. They're all just their own foundations. Like the gauges have nothing to do with the summoning. The Echo Knight has nothing to do with the summoning and the shape shifting. Like these are all just things you can do.
Right.
Tie them all together by the fact that the consumption has to come from you. It's either your Echo or you yourself that changes. That would tie in all of that, and then you don't need to worry about the gauges. The gauges are a separate thing, right? I don't mind them being separate, but I don't want 4 separate things.
Right. I totally get that. Yeah.
So yeah, I would like to see that, and I don't even mind that, you know, when it dies, you gain like a gauge or lose a gauge. Like I get that, like, or again, if you summon the Echo, because let's say you summon the Echo and you changed gauges, so you gave it a gauge. If it dies while you're, you know, manifesting it, then you are forced to get whatever gauge it had last. So if you gave it 2 hunger and then you went to 3 thirst and it dies, you now have 2 thirst.
Interesting.
So you're forced out of whatever one that you...
I kind of like that too. And I like that because, again, it goes back to that consequences mentality that you have. And not all of it is necessarily bad, but sometimes it's just unwanted.
Right.
And I think that unwanted things can almost be more detrimental than bad things. It's like
if you're trying to own the battlefield and you have 3 hunger, your thing has 2 thirst, and you're like, this is a good combo, and then you're forced to 2 thirst and your hunger's gone. Like, what if that was a major plot point?
What if you needed that immunity to stay alive?
Or what if you have 3 hunger and you gave it 2 hunger, right? Like, let's just say you've worked that out and then it dies and it forces you into 2 hunger. Mm-hmm. You've now lost that 3rd stage, which may have been... You're going to get it back next round, but that one round could literally be like, I fucking needed that. Yep. So yeah, I think that could be really fun too. Level 9, Claws and Fangs. So at level 9, you can roll 1 additional damage die when determining the extra damage for a critical hit with a melee attack if you were unarmed. This increases to 2 additional die at 13th level and 3 at 17th level. If your unarmed attack does no magical damage, you gain 1 extra attack with 1d8 times your aberration level minus your non-aberration level bonus magical drain damage added to your unarmed attack. So this increases to 2 at 13 and 3 additional attacks at 17th. This effect can trigger once every turn. Okay, so as far as I understand what this is saying is at level 9, if you're using unarmed attacks, you will get extra damage die at level 9, 13, and 17. And if by now you are not doing magical damage with your unarmed attacks, or it says if your unarmed attacks does no magical damage, you gain additional magical damage. So it's like, I don't know if you're doing magical damage, does this not happen? Or is this just trying to say, I'm allowing you to now do magical damage?
So I think that if for whatever reason you have an ability, like at a certain level, monks' unarmed attacks do magical damage,
this wouldn't happen?
This won't happen. So this only happens if you have nothing. It won't override what you already have. I think that's all it's trying to communicate.
So what I think here is that at level 9, unarmed attacks become magical. That's what it should say. Like, your claws and fangs become magical attacks at level 9. That should be the bare minimum what this should do. And then I don't mind the additional attack damage.
Because I actually noticed that's the exact same equation that they have in the pain thing. Imagine in your level 3 of the pain, it's that exact same thing. So imagine you're level 9 and you hit level 3, it's now doubled.
Yeah.
It's now doubled the exact same way.
Yeah, so I would say that I would like to say for Claws and Fangs is at level 9, your unarmed attacks become magical and you get these bonuses. The bonus damage, as is, 13th and 17th, you get extra bonus die. But I think you should also just say that you become magical. Instead of doing this D8 magical drain damage, just say that your unarmed attacks become magical and you do these extra damages. That way, you're getting more powerful and your beast forms make more sense.
Right.
Because every beast form has an unarmed attack, which means at level 9, any beast you turn into, any of your creatures that you turn into, your Echo Knight, even apply this to your Echo Knight, even your Echo Shadow creature will have magical attacks. Like any unarmed coming from you. And again, if you tie the Echo into yourself and that's the summon, all of that would get magic. That means that you can have 2 of you on the field with magical damage. So I think that's how I would rather see that. Is I like the damage output. I just think just don't do damage output with magic. Just say you are now doing magical damage.
Okay.
Because then again, same thing. If you're already doing it, then it doesn't do anything for you other than the added damage, right? If you're already doing magical damage with your claw and fangs, this is only going to add extra damage attacks.
Yeah.
So it kind of helps out and already says if you're already doing magic, then don't worry, you're still going to get a bonus at level 9.
Okay.
Feral Instinct, also at level 9. At 9th level, your instincts are so honed that you have a +3 bonus to initiative rolls. Additionally, if you are surprised at the beginning of content and aren't incapacitated, you can act normally on your first turn, but only if you enter your pain state before doing anything else on that turn. Again, a lot of conditions that get met here. I don't mind the idea of bumping initiative. it kind of makes, you're getting, especially if, we go with my previous suggestion, you get some magical unarmed attack bonuses. Why not become a little bit faster?
Right.
And be more
That's
nimble.
fair.
So I think an initiative bonus of +3 makes sense. I would suggest turning the second part into just stating, if you were in the pain state, you can't be surprised. Like starting at ninth level, while in the pain state, you cannot be subject to a surprise round.
I'd say that's fair.
And
there's plenty of features that do something very similar.
Because this one's saying if you're surprised but aren't incapacitated, you can act normally on your first turn, but only if you start the pain state. So it's like basically you're surprised, but you're not incapacitated. So do you do the pain state? Well, then you can act normally. But if you don't do the pain state, then you are surprised.
I would add the caveat to exactly what you said that says if you are not in the pain state, maybe you can use a reaction to activate it or something like that.
Or I would
something
say
like that. Give you the chance to do it if you're not in it. But because that's basically what it sounds like they're doing. Is they're giving you the chance to activate it to prevent this from. Yeah.
So I would say Additionally, if you are in the pain state, you cannot be surprised. I would even say even if incapacitated, grappled or whatever. But I would even just say if you're in the pain state, you can't be surprised starting at 9th level. And if you are, if you aren't already in the pain state. As long as your first action is entering the pain state, you can continue to act normally that round. So basically, if you burn a bonus action immediately...
I like that. So
you still have the choice to react, burn that bonus action, but I don't know why you wouldn't, but maybe there's a reason why you wouldn't burn... Or maybe you say, well, you wouldn't want to burn a regular action because then not being surprised doesn't really help you.
Yeah.
So I would just say, you have the choice of if you're already in the pain state, you can't be surprised. Otherwise, as long as the first action you do is burn a bonus point to become pained, you can act normally the remainder of the round.
Okay.
And maybe it's still initiative based. Maybe you can't be surprised, but if you aren't already in the pain state, you can be surprised until it's your initiative, right? So it's like if you're third in initiative and you're not pained, the first two initiatives are a surprise round. But then on your turn, instead of skipping over it, you get to activate yourself, and then you're not surprised for the rest of the initiative.
Got it. Interesting.
So if you're ahead in initiative, if you're the first person in initiative, then you burn the point, and no one gets a surprise round on you. But if you were last in initiative, it doesn't matter. Don't burn the point, because you're the last in initiative, you're going to waste the surprise.
Yeah.
So it kind of basically gives you that whole thing of if you're not already pained, if you are pained, you're never going to get surprised. But if you are already pained... you don't have to waste the entire round. Like if you're against 5 enemies, maybe you don't have to take all 5 surprise hits. Maybe you only take 1. Because you're the second in initiative and you have the chance to break out of the surprise.
Interesting. Okay, no, I'm not mad at that.
All right, so Smile. At 10th level, while you are not wearing any armor, when you get damaged, you heal for 1d6 times your dexterity modifier plus your constitution modifier. So dexterity plus constitution times a d6. So add those two together first, then multiply by the d6.
Dexterity plus what?
Constitution.
So imagine you get 3 in both, that's a 6, then you roll a d6, and imagine you get a 6 on there, you multiply it by 6.
When you get healed this way, you and the enemies 10 feet around you will get damaged for half of the hit points you gained this way. No, when you get healed this way, when you get healed this way, you and the enemies 10 feet around you will get damaged for half of the hit points you gained. This damaging effect will not trigger Smile's effect again. So
you only get half the hit points you roll. So you're getting health, but you're only getting half of it because you're taking the other half as damage. And
why? Sorry, Hizboar.
No.
Not to be mean, but why? I mean, I'm almost gonna kind of shoot myself in the foot here, but that's literally why people hate THAC0. It's because it's too many extra steps, right? Like, why not just do a roll and say you gain that much, they lose that much? But saying you gain 100 but lose 50 and they lose 50, why would we just cut to the chase?
You're
and just say you gain 50, they lose 50. Like,
you owe me $20, I owe you $10.
So here, let me give you 20,
and then
now
let me
give me my 10
10
back. Why don't I just give you 10 and call it good? Like,
to
me, the added thing of making me roll big dice to then say,
and to be
but
honest,
you don't get it. What's the
I will
point?
say this: I've been in places where I just didn't see that. Like it was as streamlined as I thought it was. I mean, like, oh, I guess that would be easier. Let's just do it
and that's
that
fair
way.
too. And that's why I don't want to be mean about it. But it's more just like, unless you're just trying to get the spectacle of large dice rolls,
Because there could be a reason. There could be a reason.
Well, because it's your Dex modifier times your Constitution, or plus your Constitution modifier, then times a D6. But that's not like a lot of dice. That's a lot of calculating just to cut it in half and then divvy it out. Like, so why double it to cut it in half to divvy it out? Because you're not really gaining that 100. You're only going to gain the 50. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're going to gain 100, then lose 50. Let's just cut to the chase and say you gain and they lose the exact same amount. The cutting in half, to me, is one extra step too many.
Right.
Now, with that being said, I'm also going to say I don't dislike this ability. I don't dislike this effect.
No, this is a very cool effect.
What I will say is I don't think it goes in line with the name. Because remember, the lore behind the aberration was that no matter what it experiences, no matter what it sees, it always has a smile for the one that needs it.
Mm-hmm.
So my problem with this is the ability's down pat. But why isn't this smile basically like Bardic Inspiration? And why isn't the smile ability a boon to the Godly Entertainer? The one
I very much agree.
The whole lore was that the
very much agree.
aberration always is smiling to be there for the person that needs it. Why am I smiling at an enemy to do a shit ton of damage?
But
I
again,
should be... The smile, just the name, the smile, should have been a feature that benefits the Godly Entertainer.
So, I'll say this. Lore-wise, 100% exactly that. Consistency-wise, almost nothing of this build has been to buff or to help anyone 100%. Or anything else.
And that's where I was also saying it would be the first time and it would stand out. But really, you're saying smile. And really, I'm just coming back to the description way up here, which says, even though they have no extra defenses against pain, hunger, thirst, nor any kind of wounds they may get, their smiles always remain for those who need the company in their endless thorny journeys. The idea that you're smiling with no armor and then taking bonus and doing it doesn't fit. It kind of breaks the idea of what the smile is for. The smile is supposed to be creepy. Like, in my opinion, this is a creature you play that doesn't stop smiling. So no matter how hurt it is, no matter how bloodied it is, no matter how much you're about to kill it, it's just looking at you just pleasantly. And that's unnerving.
So there's literally a movie that I watched not too long ago called Smile.
Oh yeah, the one with
it's the same vibes that I get when I see this. It's like, yes, this is an aberration. Yes, this is a creepy thing. Yes, this thing is taking on pain, and it's this weird, evil, freakish smile. Again, you have this dragon buddy that's creepy and scary that's about to screw you over, but it's not scary to your master. Your master knows that this...
It's always there for him.
But it is scary. Like, I almost think that this smile maybe should, like, inflict, like, the fear condition or something on certain people around it. It's like... And be a boon to my master, you know? So,
as I said, I'm not saying anything about the effect. I just think it's the wrong name. I think the name... As soon as I saw Smile, I'm like, finally! A boon! Finally, something for the... Nope, it just does damage.
Yep.
So that was just me. All right, Understanding of Pain. This is 11th level. So at 11th level, when you kill an enemy while you were in the pain state, roll a D100. If the score is above 90, flip a... Hizboar, you're getting too complicated, man. I love what you're doing. I love the creativity. Bruh, no one wants to do this much stuff. Like, again, I'm already like, I have to roll a D, and then I have to flip a... Just... Make it 95 at that point. If it's literally above 90 and then 50-50, then just make it 95. Yeah. Because you basically it's the same thing. So, I'm sorry, man.
Unless it does something different if it's heads and something else if it's tails.
And that's totally fair. It has to first activate, then it has a secondary condition. It just...
But yeah,
there's we're constantly being given so much, and I'm like, man, you're going to spend more time on this player than you are... at this point, I'm just counting all my change on the table. Yeah, at this point, I just feel like you're going to spend more time with this player than you are on the Godly Entertainer. On the entertainment, right? Like, I feel like this player is going to need hand-holding a lot. All right, so if you roll over 90, you flip a coin. If it's tails, you gain one random feat from the enemy If it is heads, you gain 1 random skill from the enemy. Okay, you gain a feat or skill this way. You will lose it when you lose your pain state unless the previous fight included a challenge.
Wait. Say that one more time.
Okay, so you roll a D100. If it's above 90, you flip a coin.
Cool.
Tails, so above 90, something is going to happen.
Okay.
You then flip a coin.
Okay.
Tails, you get 1 random feat. Heads, you get 1 random skill.
Is this from the opponent or just random?
The enemy, from the enemy. Now, a feat versus a skill,
so
like a skill check, like, you know, like a persuasion, deception versus a feat, which would be like the ability to like actually like
Warcaster or Sentinel or something like that.
Okay, so you can get one of those 2 things. When you gain a feat or skill this way, you will lose it when you lose the pain state.
Okay.
Unless the previous fight included a challenge, which we have not. Feat versus skill is insane. Yeah, that's polarizing as heck. Absolutely.
Very much so. Heads, tails, like I would always want one.
You'd always want feats. Like skills, like who fucking cares? Feats are strong as heck. Hell, there they are. Especially you get like polearm. Now, I get the idea that you lose it with the pain state, but what I don't understand is we've never talked to this point. Up until this point, we've never talked about challenge.
Yeah.
So the previous fight, not this fight, but the previous fight had to have a challenge. Okay. If you roll a 100 on the first D1, so I'm assuming. Is it another one of these challenges, like an understanding of pain challenge? Okay, so anyway, if you roll 100 on the first D100 you rolled, since the last time you short rested, you gain a percent of the enemy's stats. DM chooses the percent via dice roll of their choice. You may also permanently sacrifice 1 of your gauges to gain 2 random skills of the killed enemy. There's too much going on here. There is far too much. I understand what you're trying to do, Hizboar. I understand that you're really trying to like allow this to have something like to gain the knowledge, but it's just it's far too complicated and it's far too messy because there's too many variables, right? I have to remember if I roll this, but if I don't roll this, but wait, if this happens, but wait, what happened last round? Did I have a challenge last round? Did I roll 100 last round?
Yeah.
Like that is not what I as a player want to do. You know what I mean? I don't mind the D100 to activate it and then a 50-50 of what happens. That's cool. That's fine. The fact that this is... So when you... And yes, I understand this is killing an enemy, right? So it's only when you kill an enemy
right.
that this happens. So you have to kill an enemy in the pain state. You either get a feat or a skill from that enemy for the duration of the pain state, unless you have a challenge, and then you get a percentage of their stats. And let's face it, like I know that you're the DM Hizboar, but what DM really wants to sit there and be like, oh, you rolled a 100? Okay, well, what stat do you want? Let me roll dice. Let me figure out how much of these percentages you get, and then you'll get them temporarily until you end pain state, and then literally the next round you're gonna get knocked out and lose that, or I could kill you, or some reason knock you out of the pain state. Like, it's a lot of work that may or may not pan out. What I would rather see is what I would... Okay, so I like the idea that you, at the end here, you try to go for like you could get something permanently. But I think that the idea of trying to like sacrifice your gauges when you're killing somebody, it also doesn't play to the idea, right? You killed somebody, but then you're going to sacrifice your pain gauges to gain their abilities and their memories. It doesn't really fit with the rest of it. So
right.
What I would almost like to see is maybe at 11th level, while in the pain state, if you kill an enemy, what if you just had like a 50-50 chance to gain like a point in their from their highest stat? So it's like you roll D100. If it's below 50, you get 1 point in whatever their highest stat was. If their highest stat was strength, you get a point in strength until your pain state's over. And if it's over 50%, it's like you gain the feat. So just simple as that, right? You gain like a choice of feats or something.
Right.
So very simple. That's what happens. You're in the pain state and you kill them, right? Because that would make sense, right? Every time you kill someone, you could be killing 10 people at a time.
Right.
Now imagine that, right? Imagine this build. You kill 10 people while you're in the pain state, and you absorb 10 strength points until the pain state's over. That would be kind of dope.
Right.
Like, I like that. Now, imagine you add this. Instead of all this other complicated stuff, it's 50-50 chance you either gain a point in their highest stat or you gain one of their feats till the end of your pain state. And this stacks for however many enemies you kill. So you could literally walk away. You could kill 20 enemies and gain all of your stats to 20, right? Like you could while you're still pained.
Yeah.
But then you add in another aspect. That you get rid of everything else and say, if you were to kill an enemy with a critical hit, you can then roll the 50-50 and permanently gain that. So you permanently, like if you kill them with a critical, you still get the 50-50 chance.
Interesting.
And you either permanently get a stat boost or you permanently gain a feat. I like that over a skill. I would much rather get a +1 to my dex or a feat than choosing between a feat and a skill temporarily.
Yeah.
I 100% I would rather do that. And even this one, why would I sacrifice an entire gauge? Permanently sacrifice one of my gauges to gain 2 skills, 2 random skills. I would never do that. I would never give up a core mechanic of my play.
Now, when it says one of your gauges, are you saying like I give up thirst? I give up.
That's what I read it. When it says permanently sacrifice one of your gauges to gain 2 skills, there ain't no way I'm giving up a core mechanic of my class for skills.
Yeah.
No way in hell. But again, if I'm pained, thinking about the godly entertainment, right? Think about curtain call, how much damage they can put out. So imagine being their sidekick where you could put out damage and you're absorbing 3 strengths from these guys because you killed these 3 and you absorbed 3 strength points. And over here you killed these 2 and you got 2 wisdom points. And then over here you critted this guy and now you permanently have polearm. That's what I'm thinking at this level.
See, that even just feels right. You're like absorbing their life, like the
strongest memories, the strongest. And think about it, warriors are typically hardened over their most painful memories. The biggest losses are what make them stronger, right? So imagine that's where you're getting this from. You're getting their core stat that was built through pain and suffering.
Yeah.
I would like to see
you put
that.
Their blood, sweat, and tears into it.
Yeah. And at 11th level, it seems to be right in line. This is still halfway through the campaign, but now all of a sudden you're racking shit up. You're becoming a better pet. And think about it. It also plays in line because you're only your master's pet until he dies.
Yeah.
So then imagine what you're becoming for this patron. You eventually could be an aberration that's 20 across the board. You could have 20 stats across the board because you've just been killing, and you could have a bunch of feats that you shouldn't be able to have, right? You could be so OP, but you are going to outlive your godly entertainer or the godly entertainment.
You're right.
So yeah, I feel like that could be a lot better. Poke 9, skills are barely anything in comparison. Yeah, skills are definitely barely anything in comparison to feats. I feel like my understanding of pain is growing, just trying to calculate all the numbers. Personally dislike the feeling of the gambling aspect. It just causes so much variation that it's uncontrollable at some tables. I also feel like it could be abused with things like summoning for permanent boons. And that's the other thing too. Like you would have to be like, it had to be an enemy. It couldn't be like a summon. Like you couldn't just summon your own creatures and then like kill them off or whatever. Like
right.
You could have players that would try to do that, but I think that would be on the DM to understand what the boundaries are. And I understand your mindset of not a lot of people like the gambling aspect or like, like non-choice. As much as we always talk about player agency and giving player choice, I really do like also the illusion of unchoice in the sense of here's a couple options, but you don't get to choose them, but at least you know what your options are.
Right.
I like that. I would much rather know what the options are that I may get and have I hope I get this, because that's more of there's a difference between I get to choose my choice. What do I want? What's the best route? Versus here's 3 things you might get, and then have that. Ooh, what am I gonna get? Like I don't know. Like
right.
you have that like again, it's the gambling. That gambling anxiety.
What
it's
could
the
it
good
be?
Thing. Versus the other option where it's hey, you get this. There you go. That's it. Like hey, that's great. It could be cool, but that's all I can do is react to it.
Yeah.
I can't react to the potential. I can't have fun thinking about what I could have had or what I might have. But then with the choice, it's like, yeah, I'm always going to pick the best choice for me. And that's not a bad thing, right? Always giving them a choice isn't a bad thing. But I kind of like the randomness and the chaoticness because, again, we've talked about this before. I'm not a huge fan of min-maxing characters, and I'm not a huge fan of deciding what my character will be at the end game in terms of like, I like the story. I like the things that happen to my character to help me build that personality and build that final character. I like to build my character from the ground up personally. So I kind of like when things aren't always in my choice, when I have a gamble or when I have options or when I have things that
where things kind of tell you what they are.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, again, like the idea of being able to pick treasure versus find treasure. I kind of like the idea of what I find to dictate my next moves. So I'm that kind of player. That's the way that I represent myself as a DM is I do give a lot of player agency and a lot of player choice, but I also kind of like to do the whole, hey, here's the monkey wrench, or, here's the slight deviation. Are you able to adapt and overcome? Is it beneficial? Is it bad?
Right.
How can you overcome that puzzle? And yeah, I can totally understand why not everybody would be down for that, right? A lot of people like to have this mindset as a very controlled game. You want to have every aspect of your character under your control. Totally understand that. That's just really where it comes down to what type of gameplay do you want? Do you want... No, I won't even call it min-maxing gameplay, but do you want to be able to have a full grasp of your character from start to finish at the beginning? Or do you kind of like to let it evolve and change based on what you've done with it? So really just the approach of gameplay.
Right.
I think the largest issue, Pokediner says, the largest issue is that this pushes towards a gameplay that doesn't encourage story and encourages mindless grinding for the chances. You can just go into the cave, slaughter hundreds of goblins, and keep... So again, though, that is only taking into account that this would be for a standard campaign, which it's not. So this definitely isn't really a class. That's why it's more of a showcase than a review, because this isn't really a class that's designed for just anyone to pick up. This particular class is really set for this setting, this campaign, to be, duoed with the Godly Entertainment that we reviewed 2 weeks ago. And again, this, even though we start at level 1 with these particular classes, this level of gameplay really takes place post 20th level, I would call mortal gameplay. Like, this level 1 would definitely... These level 1s would obviously rival a standard level 1 character. They'd even rival, some level 10 characters. Like, the idea is that this is a much different approach to the standard D&D gameplay, and is not your standard dungeon delving, going from town to town, just becoming more powerful. Like we said before, even when you do get into combat and do have these puzzles, it's not so much if you pass, it's more about how you pass.
Yes.
Because, again, the mindset is you're representing a god who is placing bets on and for you against other gods, and the whole deal is how do you come out of it, right? The whole thing is you were there for their entertainment. You were there to do these things. Your god's betting that you will do them spectacularly in the way that they want. Other gods are going to put obstacles in front of you. They're going to put these enemies in front of you. So it's not combat focused in the sense that it's going to be just go rolling from one encounter to another encounter.
Right.
In the sense of you're trying to survive and hopefully never die. It's more of, are you going to see the I would assume it's more about the subtleties, right? Are you going to utilize your powers properly? Are you going to be effective in combat? Are you going to do things like, it's going to be more about like how long does the, fight last versus did you win? I feel like there's going to be more of those things, right? Did you solve the puzzles? Did you answer the questions kind of thing? More than it is just here's something that needs to be killed, go kill it.
Yeah.
And that's why I feel like that's why we've always been battling with these two classes of they are so OP, but they're meant to be because they're not part of your standard campaign where that would be a problem.
Yes.
These aren't going to be OP in this campaign. And that's not to say that they're not going to be OP in the sense that the enemies are just going to have 1,000,000 life. It's not like that kind of a scale. It's just that when you're using these spells to flatten these guys, you were meant to flatten them, but was it the right timing, and did you get the right response?
Yeah.
So, again, it's a very weird concept, but I totally understand what you were saying, where you're absolutely right. As a standard, who wouldn't immediately just go find the weakest enemies and just slaughter them by the dozens until you're maxed out? By level 3, you'd have 20th stats and everything. You'd have every feat in the book. And all you would be doing is taking out low-level shit. Like, you would be unstoppable to anybody. And that's 100% true.
Yep.
You're not wrong on that one. It's just, it is hard to think this isn't for that kind of gameplay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so understanding of pain, I don't think it's really representative of what you should be doing. I like the idea that you want to have knowledge. I think that it would be better to have I like the temporary gain, right? The temporary gain of a stat boost or a feat. But I think that if you want to do the permanent gain, it would be better instead of this complicated aspect of, did you roll previously? Did you get 100? Just make it on a crit death. If you're going to give them a temporary boon for killing someone while pained, just make the permanent when they crit kill. Because that right there, you never know if that's going to happen.
You're adding your scarcity innately, and you don't have to add a whole bunch of
And if they get the rolls, if they get the rolls, fuck it, let them have it. They got the rolls.
I mean,
but if they could literally go the entire game and never get to use that power to its full ability.
Because every time you crit will be on something else.
But if you happen to get that crit kill, it'll be awesome. But even still, killing while pained is still going to be beneficial because, again, if you take the way that I said it, every enemy you kill will either give you a temporary stat bump or a feat temporarily.
Yeah.
Like, those could be so devastating even in a single fight. Even losing them isn't that bad when in the fight that could completely change the battle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially if you have any kind of swarm. You know what I mean? Like if you have any level of swarm, you could use that. And maybe that's, maybe that would be kind of a cool thing, for later, those later game moments where you have this kind of weak pet. It could literally, you throw a swarm at it and suddenly it's like the strongest thing on the battlefield while it's pained. So just really interesting way that you can control the battlefield that way. All right, we are almost done, guys. We are almost done. This went way longer than I expected. Right? It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so that was understanding pain. So now we have infectious pain. So at level 14, when you hit a creature with your natural weapon while you were in the pain state, despair within you can curse your target with rabid fury. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw, DC equal to 8 plus your constitution modifier plus your proficiency bonus, or suffer one of the following effects of your choice. The target must use its reaction to make a melee attack against another creature of your choice that you can see. Target takes 2d12 necrotic damage plus 1d12 psychic damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your constitution modifier, a minimum of once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. So I see where they're going with this. I kind of like the idea. Calling it infectious pain, I think makes a lot of sense. I was hoping that that's what they were going for, the idea of when you hit someone with your natural weapons in the pain state, you were basically going to let them go against their enemies. That's kind of the direction I was going with. I don't know if I like the idea that they take more damage or they attack somebody else. Not really sure I like that choice. Just seems like I would probably always do the two. I'm sorry, you can go slash your buddy for 1d8, or I can give you 3d12. And then I can go attack him and give him 3d12? Or I could just let you do 1d8 to him? That's literally the conversation we're having. Whatever weapon you're holding, is your weapon going to do 3d12 damage? No, it's not. There is no weapon that you are going to swipe.
I would like the idea of, hey, they do an attack on somebody nearby, but if there's nobody nearby, and when they do this attack, because it's infectious pain, they're gonna do that damage. They're not gonna do their own damage. They're gonna do that damage.
Interesting.
And then if there isn't anybody around, then they take the damage. So instead of choosing whether, because you're thinking about it as infectious pain, I've hit you and now you're infected with whatever this energy is, and either it gets out of you by you hitting somebody else with it, or it affects you and you take the damage from it. And so instinctually they're going to want to get it out of them and be like, all right, you got to attack that person, you got to attack that person. I like the idea, and this might be a little bit too much, but I like the idea that they have to attack somebody else except for you. Almost like...
I was going to say that. I think you're on the right track. I think what I would do for infectious pain is you attack somebody on a successful hit with natural weapons. So you've hit them. You will do your normal damage. But what I would just add in is on a successful hit, they need to use their reaction immediately to attack an ally. their ally. And if no ally is either within range, aka they have no more movement left, or there is no allies on the battlefield, they take 1d12 psychic damage. I like that instead because I don't like dictating their damage because you never know what they're wielding. It just doesn't make sense to dictate the damage that they would do. So I still think that, you basically do them damage and then they are compulsed to go attack an enemy. If that enemy is 6 squares away, they have to go attack it, which gives you an opportunity of attack. And it moves you out of their attack range.
So you're saying, like, they gotta move.
That's what I'm saying. You hit them, and they are immediately compulsed to use their reaction and any movement available.
So you're saying that this compulsory movement does not count as forced movement. It's almost like commanded movement.
Yeah. So the idea is you would hit them with your damage. Then, if someone is within their movement range that they still have left, so if it's at the beginning of their movement, they have all their movement left, or...
Well, this wouldn't be on their turn. This would be on your turn.
But, as I'm saying, but let's say they were in initiative first. Then they came over to you and used all their movement.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Then they have no more movement. So
if they have
to have a reaction. So if they've already used up their reaction, they can't do it. So they have to have a reaction and movement. And an ally within range. If those 3 things are met, they will immediately go attack that person, ignoring opportunity attack, meaning they will ignore their own safety. And they move them away from you. So basically, you're literally pushing them away from you and getting a free attack on them, and then they go attack an enemy. And if one of those 3 things can't be met,
they're engaged with your champion, your champion gets an attack of opportunity too. You both get one.
And my idea is, if one of those 3 things can't be met, an extra 1d12 damage on whatever you just did is probably not a bad thing to do. Because again, it's infectious. They couldn't get rid of it, so they had to hurt themselves.
Yeah.
Now, instead of telling them that they stabbed themselves, which doesn't make any sense, it's just more of a I can't hurt, and then they hurt themselves mentally.
I still like the idea of
like the compulsion literally hurts,
especially because it's called infectious pain. You've infected them with this pain, and they've got to get it out of themselves.
And if they can't give it to somebody,
then they suffer it. Exactly. You know.
So I would like that because I do like this idea that it pushes someone to go attack you, but I kind of like the idea of having some more, battlefield control. So having this idea where you can inflict them, and maybe it is still like a DC save. I still like the DC save, but the fact that you could push them away from you, get an extra attack of opportunity, and make them go attack somebody or take more damage. I like that.
Yeah.
Because I also like the idea that they would just take the D12 instead of like run away from you, because it's not fear that you're not inflicting them with fear. So I like the idea that they would only run away from you to go attack someone else.
Right.
Otherwise, they're just going to sit there and that's it. So yeah. But I do like the idea of infectious pain. That sounds kind of cool. Still very weird that we've got nothing that really not only doesn't buff or boon the Godly Entertainment, but I've also realized that there's nothing that really goes hand in hand with any of the Godly Entertainment's abilities. Like, there's no synergy in terms of, like, overlap. There's no, if he did this first and then the Aberration does this, look at what they would do together. It's really, they're both on the battlefield, they're both fighting the same enemies, but they're both having completely different battles. You know what I mean? They're not working off of each other in any real respectable way. And I don't mean that as, like, they need to. It's just that when you really put this as a pet and a master and that they're kind of, like, bonded, this really just feels like 2 people who happen to be, on the same side of a fight. Like, but I don't really see them fighting back to back,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Shadow Step. At 15th level, you gain the ability to step from one shadow into another. When you are in dim light or darkness, as a free action, you can teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space you can see that is also in dim light or darkness. You then have advantage on the first melee attack you make before the end of the turn. This effect can repeat. Interesting. It's not that far off from other things that I've seen before.
I believe that variability is a ability in the Shadow Sorcerer subclass.
Okay, that would make sense.
So I think it's very similar.
I know I've had things like this very, very similar. It's one of those things where, again, I understand what you're trying to do, but this is one of those ones where it's like, how does this fit in with the class?
I would say the closest this gets to fitting in the class is you have a bunch of stuff in your shadow.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
that's as close as I can. That's the only time we've really mentioned or talked about being associated or involved with shadows. You have an echo that could be kind of considered your shadow. Like, there's shadowy themes in there. You could technically get proficient in stealth if you wanted to, but
you know what would be so cool for this instead of shadow step? What about painful step, or like, I don't know, something along the lines of pain, where it's like, starting at 15th level, if an enemy in combat drops below 25% of their max health, or takes more than 50% of their max health in one blow, because that would be the godly entertainment. They would probably do 50% of someone's max health HP in a single attack, because you have like the godly clap and everything. So at this point, that kind of damage would be thrown around. So if an enemy drops below 25% health, or takes more than 50% health in a single round of combat, you can instantly teleport to them.
You can instantly teleport to them and make a free attack to potentially finish them off.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's like painful follow-up or something, where it's like whenever they take that much damage or they drop below 25%, you can instantly teleport to them and make a free attack. And that's it. It's a permanent teleport. You don't go back to your space. You just go there. You're basically like, wasn't that painful? Oh my God, you tie a phrase to it. Hurts, don't it?
I think it would be so sick if this might be too much. You could do it almost an unlimited amount of times as long as it's happening.
No, that's my point. It's at 15th level. If anyone goes below 25 or takes that's it. Just if that happens, you can instantly go there and a free attack. So even if it's not on your turn.
Yes.
So again, think about
all over the battlefield.
Think about the godly entertainment. He does the clap, and half the enemies do that. Imagine the aberration gets to literally appear and hit, appear and hit, appear and hit. So if like godly entertainment like hits 3 enemies and does that much damage, imagine the aberration can literally go 1 attack, appear, attack, and hit all 3 enemies. Because that would be the follow-up, right? That would be the 1-2 punch we want to see from this duo, is when the godly entertainment comes through with his curtain fall or his godly clap or whatever the hell he does, and he's doing massive damage.
That would be
what is the aberration doing? Just watching
to a challenge.
That's my point. Is the aberration should be walking around. I'm just imagining the aberration just appearing behind him and smacking him over the head.
That's a finale.
That's
a finale, right there.
Damn, man. And especially because like if the godly entertainer drops him down to like almost dead, and then you just have the aberration.
Oh
like,
my gosh!
Come on,
let's
man.
go.
And then you tie that with his ability because he's doing the finishing move. So think about it. You drop them below 25%, the aberration appears to give them that final attack, and let's say that attack kills them, then the aberration's ability to steal one of their abilities pops as long as they're in the pain state.
Yes. Oh, see, that's synergy right there.
That's because now you're basically, you're gonna basically, while that combat's going, you're going to be fueling the aberration, but it only helps because it will only help in a very dire battle, because if you're killing people that quickly and it's the end of the battle, then his boosts aren't going to matter because the battle's over.
But it's flashy and it looks cool.
But it's fucking flashy.
And you freaking ended that fight like a boss, and that's exactly what your god wanted.
So yeah, I would say maybe Shadow Step turns into Painful Follow-Up.
Painful Follow-Up. I like that name too.
Yeah.
I like that name too.
All right, Timeless Body. Starting at 18th level, the
sounds familiar.
The primal magic that you wield causes you to age more slowly. For every 100 years that passes, your body ages only 1 year. I don't mind this. I've seen this before. It's also very typical. It's like in Dresden, it also happens that way too. Magic just helps you regenerate. I don't mind it. I don't know if this needs to be a class feature in the sense that it almost feels like a waste of a level to add this, but he also has something else for 18th level, so it's not really a waste because he's highly packing it. I would like to understand what the purpose of this is for the context of the campaign. Like, in-game, is this campaign meant to take 100 years? Or is it meant to take a couple months? Like realistically, I just want to know if this is a kind of like confined campaign. Why do I need this as a player? Like, why do I need to know that my character won't age? Now, unless this is part of the lore, because once he has this, now he's more beneficial to the patron, because now he won't die as quickly. Because, once the god the entertainment's dead, the patron takes over.
Right, yeah.
So it could be. I would absolutely accept that this was written in to explain why the patron cares to keep him.
I can see that.
So maybe that's it. It just feels like it's like it doesn't do anything for me as the player. It doesn't give me anything because I don't understand why I would need to live that long. Like, it's cool if I have a character who now doesn't age. Like, it's cool if I created the character and I wanted him to survive, so now I know he won't die from old age. That's a personal cool thing. But I'm being given this class. I'm being given this character. So why do I care that it's going to age 1 for every 100 years? Like,
right.
Unless it matters to my gaming, it almost feels like we could have just not had this. Again, not bad for lore.
Right.
Just not necessary. Silent Scream. Also at 18th level, you can use your pain points and level up your gauges in any shape you assume using monster shape. I thought you already could.
Wait, say that again?
So at 18th level, you can use your pain points and level up your gauges in any shape you assume using the monster shape.
Yeah, I don't think you could mess with that. There were certain limitations when you're in monster shape, and I think that might have been one of them.
Okay. You can transform your pain points and gauge levels into your summons or use multiple pain points on one go with only one bonus action. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yes.
Your Echo and Beast now have a maximum of 3. Okay, so again, Silent Scream doesn't fit. Name doesn't fit.
Then you're not.
Okay, so yeah, unlocking the ability to basically freely use your pain points in any form you take. Cool. Transferring pain points and gauge levels freely among your summons. Cool. Being able to activate any number of pain points with a single bonus action. Cool.
That is also going to really help when we finally get to Unlimited to actually be able to make that more useful.
And your Echo and Beasts now have gauge 3 unlocked. Because before they were capped at 2.
That's crazy. But that's high level. Level 18.
No, I don't disagree with that one. I still think it would work better if you use the Echo is your summons combo thing.
Right.
It would work even better that way. But I think this works. For 18th level, I just don't like the name. Silent Scream doesn't really reflect what this is.
It doesn't.
Like, almost this one would be called Painful Infusion.
Interesting.
Because you're infusing your other selves with the pain. So you had infectious pain. I like Painful Infusion for this one.
Very cool.
But yeah, as it's great. And finally, here we go.
Is this it?
Heavenly Demon. At 20th level, you can use your monster shape an unlimited number of times. We already knew that. Additionally, you can ignore the gauge levels and use your pain gauge effects as silent chants in your mind. You gain this benefit both in your normal shape and your shadowy beast shape from monster shape. You can ignore the gauge levels and use your pain gauge effects as set. So what I see this as is you no longer have to fill your gauges to use them. You can basically just freely say, I'm now using 2nd level hunger. I'm using 3rd level thirst. I'm reading this as you ignore the gauge levels and use pain gauge effects as silent chants. You gain the benefits both in your normal shape. So
what do you mean by silent chants?
It just says as silent chants in your mind. So instead of saying I have to put a pain point in my gauge and level it up to level 3 to get all those effects, this to me is just saying I'm using level 3 hunger right now. It's on. Just level 3 hunger. No pain points used. I'm just because you have unlimited pain points at this point.
Pain points become basically irrelevant.
So he's basically removing the need for a bonus action. So you're no longer using bonus actions to activate your gauges.
So is it a free action?
Well, yeah, because it's additionally you can ignore the gauges and use your pain gauge effects as silent chants. So again, as silent chants, as in you're no longer filling the gauge, you're just activating the effects. I think it's just basically saying because you have unlimited pain points, you basically can just activate any of your gauges.
But does that mean that there's no action economy to do so?
As far as I get this, I still think there's the limitation on you can only have 1 gauge active at a time.
You're right.
But I really do think that basically at 20th level, you're basically just being like, oh, I'm level 3 hunger pain. I get my immunity. You know, like what we said.
Right.
And then at the drop of a dime, you're like, oh, it's my turn again? Okay, well, now I'm level 3 thirst. Not level 3 hunger anymore. I just have a feeling that that's what he's trying to get across. Is at level 20, you're just deciding what gauge is full at what level. And you're deciding what powers you have.
Interesting.
Just way more action economy, you know? And at this level, at 20th level, why waste the time? You know, why are you bothering wasting time with 3 rounds to fill my gauge up, especially because previously at 18th level, I was already able to use all 3 pain points instantaneously with 1 bonus action. So all you're doing is just saying that I just basically do it at will.
Right.
So it really kind of falls in suit. And at that level, I mean, you're still only getting one boon at a time. So even if you're able to adjust it on the fly, even with our bonuses, right? Even with the things of like the immunity bonus, you're really not going to become that OP that quickly. You'll get some immunity quickly, but that's about it.
Right.
And on top of that, we haven't even talked about this because we haven't mentioned it before. All of those damages that get output do not scale. The gauges, they don't scale with level. So when he was saying that you do a damage output with the full gauge, that damage output is capped, period. It's always going to be that 1d8 times your aberration level. Now, granted, it's half your aberration level, so the more you level up, the better it's going to be. But that's the only scaling.
But again, at level 20, it's 10.
It's 10 times a d8. So up to 80 points of the extra damage, still pretty good. At level 20, that's not terrible. So it does scale. It just the die doesn't scale the way we would normally think of it.
Yeah,
it's the multiplier.
And so imagine that 80 up to 80 twice, because your unarmed attacks also have that exact same thing. Yes. If they don't do something else.
If you get feats with multi-attack, like I think it works.
So there's potential there. There's definitely potential there.
I think it definitely works. Yeah, I think that actually is fine. I was also going to go a different direction of like literally permanently being able to summon one of your shadows as like a permanent companion. But at the 20th level with this particular campaign setting, I just don't think that would really suit. So I actually like the way that this went. I just kind of like full control over your abilities. I think was a good way to go. I still think though that at the end of it, when you're 20th level, having control over your abilities, I think once again, it just really highlights the glaring gap between this supposed duo. Like,
right.
At level 20, this thing looks perfect for the patron. And that maybe what's the purpose? Maybe the whole purpose wasn't like the Godly Entertainer is just a tool, but at the end of the day, the real gem
is getting this aberration.
Is the patron getting the aberration. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the whole purpose of it. Maybe this is the main character all along. But realistically speaking, that's not how it was presented. It's not how the lore works.
Right.
And I would really like to see this lean more into a partnership. You know, I would really want to see some abilities that work with what Godly Entertainment has. I'd like to see some buffs going towards the Godly Entertainment. Maybe some more pros and cons of that connection. Like, maybe at 10th level, because, you know, this whole thing was like this pet's supposed to be used as a pain point. So what if, like, at a certain level, like once you have the pact, what if you suffer 10% of the damage your master suffers? So you always know where your master is, but if you're not with them, what if they're being damaged, you also take damage?
I would like it, if we're going to do that, then I think it would make a lot of sense that you take it from them. So they take less damage, and I take 10% of the damage that they receive.
You're giving them your HP instead, like a temporary HP cut. Yeah, and then it could be like the other way around too, where it's like, you know, the idea of because you're the pain point, right? So what does the Godly Entertainment care if you're not around? Like, you know where they are all the time, but they have no idea about you. So how are you being used as a pain point unless a god comes up and says, "I stole your pet"? You can't. They have to see you being abused to be a pain point, right? To where if there was some sort of way where it's like you guys had some sort of connection, like again, what if by having that pact you gave them boons, but if you're too far away, they don't get those boons. So that's another thing. If I steal your pet, if I kidnap your pet, you don't get those boons that it gives you, and that's what right now all the Godly Entertainment's losing is a sidekick in combat, but we know the Godly Entertainment can handle its own. So he's not losing anything by losing this pet. As a Godly Entertainment, other than like story-wise, you know, character development-wise, what do I care?
Right.
My pet's gone. So what? I can just walk through you with curtain call. Like, so it would be just, I would absolutely like to see a little bit more balancing with some synergy, either some combat abilities that directly overlap, like they have their own thing, but when used in conjunction with the Godly Entertainment's ability, they do something different. I would like to see some synergy there. I would also like to see some sort of boon bonus towards the Godly Entertainment, basically being more of the protector, right? Being able to give your life up, instead of the Godly Entertainment, like, being able to use your life instead of theirs. We talked about the one where it's like maybe when an enemy takes so much damage, you can, appear there and inflict damage. But maybe that's the other thing. Maybe if, the Godly Entertainment takes 50% damage, anything over 50% of their max health is transferred to the Aberration. So if the Godly Entertainment has 100 points, and let's say they're at 80, but they were to take, 60 points of damage, they'll only still take 50, but the extra 10 points will go to the Aberration.
Interesting. Okay.
Right? So it's like things like that, right? Where the idea of, or why can't the Aberration, if your master takes too much pain, why don't you appear next to your master? Because the idea, they're there to smile, to keep them through it. Maybe you appear there so then you can defend them. Like,
oh yeah.
Why hasn't it been that if your master gets hurt, why aren't you there by their side? And almost like you can be there by their side when an enemy gets hurt, but not your master. So I would like to see something like that, right? Where if your boss is being ganged up on, you can just poof appear and be by his side, ready to be that sidekick that you need to be.
Okay.
Those are the kind of things that I would like to see in this. I think that it's good. I think that it's good. I think it can be great.
Right.
I think the Godly Entertainment way outshines this in terms of playability and desirability, but I think that this is teetering on the, it's almost like you tried to, you realize it was a sidekick, so you almost try to make it the sidekick that could do everything, because you don't want the player to feel like they're a sidekick.
Right.
But the problem is I think we've almost gone so far that you've basically just made another superhero that belongs in a different comic book. You know what I mean?
I can see that.
And I think we could just, not even a lot, not even a huge amount of change. Even just like 10% of the things that we've mentioned could really dial this back into a duo. And I think that's the only thing that's missing, really, is it's not even that this isn't going in the right direction. I just think that they're not on the same track right now. And if they were just at all in the same track, a lot of what we've even read would still work better if it just somehow reminded us that, yes, you have a master and he's right there.
Right.
That's really my biggest critique on it.
I for sure feel that.
But yeah, as a player, I like it. I'd be much more interested in playing the Godly Entertainment. This sounds cool. There's some really unique lore aspects in terms of like the watching the pain and the relationship. But when it really comes down to the usefulness, the actual playability,
I would create a calculator and be your sidekick. You be the Godly Entertainment. I'll create like an Excel spreadsheet to figure out all the insanity that is the Aberration, and I'll just be your sidekick with my little shadows.
Yeah, and that's just it. Is if it felt like it had more to do with the Godly Entertainment's plot line, I'd be more interested. But as of right now, it kind of just feels like an add-on because you don't want to do a one-on-one gaming session.
For sure.
Like you want to have a party, but you didn't know how. So that's just, personal opinion. But otherwise, not bad. I mean, phenomenally well written. We may not, appreciate the balancing as you have done it, to the extent that you appreciate it, but it is thought out. It is very thorough, and it is very all-inclusive in terms of, for someone to take the challenge of creating a subless class, you nailed it. Like getting the amount of feats,
for
the
both
amount
of these.
Power, yes,
yeah,
for the amount of feats and powers that you've put into this, and the way that you've taken into account the level of gameplay that you're at between the Godly Entertainment and this, when the fact that, again, we're dealing with a heightened level of gameplay. We're not dealing with the standard 1 through 20 level. Mm-hmm. You've shown that you've taken it all into account. And again, we may not appreciate the balancing as you have seen it through. So again, take all of this as a grain of salt. It's
very much so.
It's our knee-jerk reaction is if we were being presented this as a player, as a session 0, these are the knee-jerk reactions we would have had of it. Not to say that it's bad at all, but again, I would like to see it more of a duo instead of a 2-person game, because that's right. It just seems like 2 different people are playing the same game instead of it being a partnership. That's the only real thing I would like to see. As of right now, I think the Godly Entertainment's more approachable. There's a lot of cool stuff about this.
Right.
But there's also just a lot going on here. And, like, maybe it just feels like I can't hone in on anything. Maybe it feels like I can't just, like, get my hands wrapped around the gauges or the summoning. Maybe it's just feeling like there's so many options, I would never really know what's the best thing to do.
Right.
But again, well thought out, well shaped. Even the progression, again, regardless of the connection with the Godly Entertainment, the progression, how you're giving out the powers, how it's becoming more powerful, and how you're implementing or at least relating those powers to its lore. You're doing all of that really well. And again, it's like what we've talked about before. It's the layers. Those layers of understanding what this thing is, the consumption of the beast that you can then become. The fact that you are there to assimilate the pain of others, right? And that can give you boons from it. All of that is such a cool character build. And to tie that in with the lore behind the Godly Entertainment and the gods and the challenges that you're going to face in this campaign. I think all of what you're trying to do is there. I think you're all definitely in the right path. It just may not be the path that we would have taken.
Sure.
But it would be really cool to see these in action. Like, actually have two people sit down with these characters and actually just see what
happens.
Combat session would look like.
Yeah.
I would really like to just
at least go through one of the challenges. Make a bet between some gods and just see what happens.
And just mainly because I would like to see because we've gone through these separately, is there anything that we've overlooked that in combat would make much more sense? And that's where I would like to see the next step, is just seeing what would happen if you truly had these two on the battlefield. How synergistic
right
could they be? But otherwise, fantastic write-up. I will have to say that Godly Entertainment was definitely superior for me. I'm gonna be brutally honest. This was complicated. It's kind of messy. Had a lot going for it. It is not the worst class I've ever heard of,
for sure.
And there is some intriguing points, and there's a lot of merits to it. So, as a showcase, again, rating it from the point of view as a player, as someone who would want to approach this, and taking into account the Godly Entertainment, which did receive a 4 out of 5. I'm going to give this one a 2 out of 5. And that's mainly, again, the stars are a representation of the player version of me and my desire to want to play this. Godly Entertainment was a 4 out of 5 because absolutely just was so impeccable. Really wanted to get in and dive into all of the aspects of it. There's very unique aspects about the Aberration that I would like to explore. But as a whole, it's just too much for me to really say, yes, let me create a character right now. If I were really given the choice, I'd play Godly Entertainment or one of the gods, or I would just watch from the sideline. Like, I don't even want to make it that bad. Like, I wouldn't even play if I had to be the Aberration. It's just legitimately, I wouldn't mind watching someone play the Aberration, but as it's currently built, I would not have as much fun as I could with the other characters, like the gods or the Godly Entertainment. So.
Right.
That's where I'm coming from. What do you think? Where are you sitting on this?
So I would have to say that I agree. Excuse me, I'm gonna have to sneeze here. Ooh, no, went away. I agree for the most part. I think that there's definitely elements of this that I wish that I could streamline, I could simplify, I could make easier to wrap my head around. I definitely think there's elements that I feel like would make it more attractive to me, especially because the biggest ways I like to play is I like to get into the lore behind the character, and when things make more sense, it's easier for me to get what's the word? Not invested, but immersed in the character. You know, it becomes like, hey, I'm in this
More
other
things
world.
click.
Yes,
as you're using
and
it.
I think that when things work synergistically, when things work mechanically, like it helps all of that flow to move in a way that just feels well. I feel like this has the ability to get there, but I think that this feels more like an early draft of what is going to eventually blossom into a phenomenal class.
I think it has
because
so
the
much more
bones are
potential.
there. Like
Yeah.
the bones are there, especially being connected to the godly entertainment. It feels like that one may have been more developed, or at least has a more solidified structure than this one. But this definitely has the potential to get there, and so I'm here for it. I want to see it. If Hizboar plans on doing any other adjustments to it or anything like that, but I definitely know that this was definitely a hard one when you're trying to do so much with what's there, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe Hizboar has like a lot in their mind that they want this class to be, and just maybe honing in and maybe specifying a little bit and maybe choosing, hey, this is what we're gonna start with. This is what we're gonna build on. Instead of kind of like you said, there were a little multiple foundations.
It could also just be the fact that it could also just be his way of building out the various missing pieces of a full party.
Right.
Like, because
I
it
can
isn't
see
the
that.
standard campaign, it's meant for two people, but maybe there's a little bit of a fear that there are aspects that are missing from having 3, 4, 5 people. So maybe he's just trying to fill in any gaps where certain puzzles would have been better with a different class or a different character, but he has to have one of these two fulfilled.
Right.
So yeah, there's a lot
Interesting.
of different things that a lot of different directions that could have gone. But I mean, in the end, it's still a fantastic build. It's still well written, very
Yes.
thorough. It's just not my cup of tea. But still want to see more. Still want to see any development. So Hizboar, if you do see this, hopefully you got to sit down for the whole. Oh boy, 5-hour
Good
review.
Gracious. But you gave us a hefty class. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know what
hefty
you
class.
expect, man.
But I
I'm
hope
just
you
kidding.
enjoyed this 5-hour review. I hope you enjoyed everything that we've said. I hope that you can take this and either be more confident in the things that you've written and say, yes, it's exactly how I want it to be based on what we've said. Or maybe we've given you some extra things to think about and you have some cool stuff that you want to go try. And we would love to review any changes that you make in the future. So let us know in the Discord. But we do appreciate you submitting that. We do have one for next week, which will be fantastic. So we have next
Yes.
week. And then I
And
think we
to
had
be
a couple
honest,
more.
no, we don't have a couple more. We have 8 more.
8 more.
Eight more classes.
No
Well,
more
subclass-
high-low.
Subclasses.
Fuck
to
it.
be
I don't
specific.
care. No more high-low for fucking 2 months. Let's
Listen,
go.
We are.
Fuck, man.
Thank
You have
you
no idea.
very much. And-
Pokeniner, thank you so much for submitting. That was Pokeniner, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
awesome.
All
Thank
of
you
it.
so much. That you have no idea. Like I've my whole goal for Homebrew Review, I was always hoping to be at least 3 weeks ahead. I mean, we have ideas for things that we can do when we
Instead.
don't have them. But oh my god, it feels so great when we have like just a list of what we know.
Yes.
Thank you so much for submitting
And they're very
those.
clean. So they actually set all of their classes up in Homebrewery, which is that
Yes,
which is
yeah.
that
So
one
it
that I
already
showed
formats
you.
it up. Yeah. That's
So it's
awesome.
already very clean. And so I might just leave it as is.
Yeah,
and
you make the call. Make the call if it's the way that we need it to be. We can keep it. I don't mind that.
Very nice.
We don't have any
Very
branding
nice.
that we need to worry about. So yes, Pokeniner, before we go, I do want to just give you some heads up just because I don't want just any miscommunication on this. So we do have a process kind of in the background for Homebrew Review. It's basically a combination of, first come, first serve. So the most recently submitted we go through. So in chronological order is the best way we try to do it. The only things that can change that, right? If one of yours is coming up and we have questions on it and we don't get those answers from you, we may pass that off until we get some questions. You've just submitted 8. So this is a good example. You are basically on the docket for the next 8 weeks. If someone who hasn't had a review recently comes up with another one, we'll probably slate them in after the next one we've scheduled, right?
after one of the ones we've already done for you.
If a brand new viewer comes in with a new submission, we'll submit that one too. But basically what we just try to do is like, let's say Cosmic, another one of our viewers who always submits stuff. If he comes in with another 8, what we'll end up doing is I'll have 8 from you, 8 from him. We'll go back and forth. You'll be his, and then it'll be his, then it'll be yours, and it'll be his, because we only do one of these a week. One day we may do more. We may add another day. But just want to let you know, if for whatever reason, we skip one of yours, or, if you're just like, hey, it was supposed to be mine, just know, where we do try to do everything chronologically, but there are a couple exceptions when we try to slip people in, again, if they're new or if they haven't posted in a while, or again, if you have 3 in a row and just we have another one, we just want to kind of split it up. So just so you know that we always want to be transparent here. We don't want anyone to feel like they're,
getting forgot about.
Yeah, and anything like that. So yeah, absolutely. But I almost submitted 20 of your 2020.
Hey man, listen.
Like I said, we don't care. I mean, honestly, if
it's
you start
going
doing
in the queue,
honestly, if you start doing that, Cosmic's gonna start feeling a little bit butthurt. And maybe that'll light the fire for him to start submitting more of his stuff. So honestly,
hey, Drabs has got one coming up through the works.
I would not not mind a viewer war of homebrew where it's like Cosmic and Poke9 are just sitting there like, no, it's mine.
Listen, I'm telling you, and especially with some of the stuff, I would love to finish compiling all of these things together.
Yeah, no, I can't wait till we actually can publish a proper leaderboard. That would be so fucking cool.
So I'm working on it, guys. I'm telling you, we'll
maybe we just have to have our master file, and then maybe we just have, because we have one that you guys can view, but we have a couple of things that we can filter by, like the people, and then it will give them like auto amounts of like auto averages.
Yeah.
So I want to give that to you guys, but we can't figure out how to give that kind of control without editing. So maybe we can just make a public version that anybody can look at, but we have the master version that we control.
Actually, I don't think that's a bad idea, because I might be able to find a way to basically link like the public version. It's not a copy, because it's actually going to be linked to our original. So any changes we make on the original, we don't have to manually
but they won't be able to actually modify what we
have. Yeah. All they're able to do is just look at what's in there. So I'll look into that and see if we can make that work. But I'd really like to be able to post it in the Discord so it can be displayed there. I want to embed it in there, but
there's so much work we need to do on the Discord. Life without mods and editors, right?
I know.
All right,
whatever.
But that's going to be us. But yes, thank you so much for submitting all of that. It's so you have no idea. Like, figuring out what to do on Mondays is like, I don't mind Friday topics. I can do deeper discussions all day long, but figuring out what we're going to do when we don't have a homebrew review is not anxiety I ever want. So this is awesome. I am just
here.
Good night, Poke9er. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah. We will see you soon. But yeah, that is going to be us. That is 5.5 hours, man. 5.5 hours. We are going to be done for the night. Thank you guys so much for submitting this. Hizboar, I know you weren't here. Hopefully you got to see this episode on YouTube. But yes, thank you so much for submitting that. Everybody in chat, Drabs, Poke9er, Cosmic was here earlier. Mind's Eye was here earlier. Our newest follower, Dungeon Life. Was it Dungeon Life? Or...
Yeah, and both they jumped into the Discord, and Poke9er jumped into the Discord
real
quick.
Fuck you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are so awesome.
We are
Big Dungeon Energy. That's what it was.
There we
Big
go.
Dungeon Energy. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys for keeping us company and chatting with us. I hope you guys like this. We will be back on Friday with more of the Psionicist Handbook and more high point building the following week, next week, and plenty of Mondays after. We got so much stuff to review, so this is going to be great. Otherwise, that's going to be us for tonight. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I hope you guys have a fantastic week ahead of you. If you liked what you saw here today and you want to see any of our other live streams, or if you miss anything from today and you want to catch a previous aspect of what we talked about, you can catch all of our live streams on our VOD channel on YouTube. I will post that link in the chat right now as well. And just like with everybody else so far, if you want to join the community, if you want to submit topics for us to discuss on deeper discussions, if you have homebrew review or homebrew showcase you want us to review on Mondays, go ahead and join our Discord. Keep hitting the wrong button. That link is now in the chat. Go ahead and join the Discord. We would love to see you there, chatting about everything, giving us ideas to talk about. We will be back on Friday, every Monday and Friday, with another deeper discussions where we are going to continue going over the Psionics Handbook. We have Psionic Combat, and then all of the
Sciences and devotions.
Yeah, all of the divinities. So yeah, we're going to be going over all of that. And then the following Friday, we'll be creating a high point psionicist. We'll actually be going through that process as well. So join us for that. Thank you guys so much. You guys have been fantastic. I know it's pretty late, so we're just going to get out of here. Yeah, cheers, guys. Thank you so much.
Deuces, my friends.